Chapter 823 Battle Between God-Tier Geniuses. The last time the list of top 1,000 talents was made, only the top 300 had awakened the divine bloodline. 300 people, including the Talisman Amulet Sect, Heavenly Corpse Sect, and Emperor Sky Divine Palace, were from hundreds of large domains. In such a large domain, there were only 300 people. How rare was that? Even with the addition of some rising stars, it wouldn't be too much. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was rare to see a battle between God-tier geniuses. It was only before the Battle of Providence, when all the supreme geniuses gathered, that there would be clashes between God-level supreme geniuses. As time passed and the Battle of Providence neared, the clashes between God-level supreme geniuses would definitely increase and become more intense. Bloodsword 19, are you finally going to fight? I'll play with you. Long Qianli laughed and stepped onto the stone platform. Long Qianli, you've misunderstood. This time, I'm not the one fighting. It's my junior brother, Buayu. You can fight. Bloodsword 19 laughed. Buzz. As soon as Bloodsword 19's voice fell, a figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Long Qianli. So fast. Many people were shocked. They almost didn't see when Ghost Moon appeared in front of Long Qianli. It was as if he had been standing there the whole time. Your Ghost Moon? Long Qianli asked with a frown. Not bad. Jiuyu was born indifferently. Looking at her appearance, she was very young, not more than 25 years old. Many people's eyes flickered because the name Jiuyu was very unfamiliar. He wasn't on the list of top 1,000 talents at all. He should be a newly rising heaven's favorite. Make your move. Long Qianli did not let his guard down at all. A powerful aura emanated from his body as a black spear appeared in his hand. The spear radiance soared into the sky. Peak 6th level spiritual ocean tier. Just like Wang Haoxin, Long Qianli's cultivation had also reached the peak 6th level spiritual ocean realm. His eyes were bright as he stared at Ghost Moon. Since Ghost Moon dared to fight him, she must be a God-tier heaven's favorite. She must be very powerful, and he naturally didn't dare to underestimate her. However, Ghost Moon shook his head and said, "You're not my match." As soon as he said that, the scene was in an uproar. This guy is so arrogant. We haven't even fought yet and he's already saying that Long Qianli is no match for him. He's too narcissistic. That's right. Who is Long Qianli? He's a God-tier prodigy. How dare he talk so big? How detestable. Brother Long, teach him a good lesson. Some people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace roared in anger, feeling extremely indignant. Make your move. Wei Zhan, you're too full of yourself. Long Qianli's eyes were filled with anger. He had been looked down upon even before the battle. A genius like him was naturally unhappy. Swish. A scimitar appeared in Ghost Moon's hand. I've already said that you're not my match. If you add her, it'll be interesting. Then he pointed his scimitar at Wang Haoxin. Wang Haoxin, you're also a God-tier heaven's favorite. Come at me together with Long Qianli. I'm more interested in fighting you. Ghost Moon said indifferently. His tone was not loud, but it revealed a strong self-confidence. Wang Haoxin frowned and his eyes were sharp. Since he was challenged in public, there was no reason for him not to fight. She looked at Lu Ming. If she wanted to fight, she had to get Lu Ming's permission. If you want to fight, just go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Many people's jaws almost dropped. Wang Haoxin had to get Lu Ming's permission to fight. Could it be that Wang Haoxin had been conquered by Lu Ming and had become his woman? Many people could not help but have this thought. They looked at Lu Ming with a look of jealousy and envy. In fact, many of them even looked at him with admiration. To be able to conquer a woman like Wang Haoxin, he had to be impressed. Xian Yanqing snorted and pouted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose, pretending that he did not see it. Wang Haoxin nodded. He took a step forward and appeared on the stone platform. Long Qianli, since he wants to challenge us, let's fight. Wang Haoxin said coldly. A terrifying heat emanated from his body, and purple flames erupted. Alright, since this person is so confident, he must have some capital. Be careful. Long Qianli sent a voice transmission to Wang Haoxian. His aura grew stronger and he pointed his spear at Ghost Moon. Make your move. Hee, interesting. Ghost Moon sneered, and a black light burst out from his body. In the black light, there were countless figures screaming, giving off a horrifying aura. Kill! Jiu shouted coldly. His body disappeared in a flash. The next moment, a cold light slashed at Long Qianli's throat. Without a doubt, Ghost Moon's cultivation was also at the peak 6th level spiritual ocean tier. Long Qianli's long spear shook and instantly struck forward, clashing with the saber light. With a clang, the saber light was repelled, but in the next moment, the saber light appeared at Wang Haoxian's throat. Wang Haoxian punched out with both fists, and the scorching fist radiance burned everything. Boom! The blade light was destroyed, and a figure flashed and appeared in front of him. It was Ghost Moon. You have some skills. Next, let's get to the main topic. As soon as Ghost Moon's voice fell, endless black qi filled the air. Within the black qi, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. The sound was miserable and extremely harsh. On the stone platform, many people's faces turned pale and they spat out a mouthful of blood. They were shocked and retreated quickly, shouting, "This is the will of evil ghost. Don't get too close." Many people quickly retreated and only dared to stop after they had retreated a long distance. Lu Ming waved his hand and a wall of vital essence appeared in front of him, blocking the spread of the will of evil ghosts. The evil ghost intent domain was extremely strange. It could affect one's soul and mind through the wailing of ghosts and howls of wallevers. It was a kind of intent domain similar to sound waves. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian's expressions turned serious as they unleashed their wills to resist. Kill! At the same time, the two of them attacked at the same time. A violent attack was launched at Ghost Moon. Ghost Moon's saber art. You're too weak, Jiu said softly. Her body trembled and disappeared again. The next moment, countless saber lights suddenly flashed on the stone platform and continuously slashed at Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Each blade light was extremely powerful, fast, and at an extremely tricky angle. No one knew where they would come from. It was as if there could be blade lights coming from any corner of the stone platform. What a strange cultivation technique. Lu Ming's eyes glowed as he stared at the stone platform. Ghost Moon's attack naturally couldn't escape his eyes. He found that Ghost Moon's body seemed to have become one with the will of the evil ghost. Wherever the will of the evil ghost was, his body could reach it in an instant. It was fast and vicious, extremely strange. The only way to break this attack was to use a powerful method to break through the will of the evil ghost. Obviously, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had thought of it too. With a dragon's roar, a three-headed demon flood dragon with a dazzling golden chakra appeared above Long Qianli's head. At the same time, Wang Haoxian's divine bloodline also burst out. Chapter 824 Striking the Moon with a Palm. The next moment, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian merged their bloodlines and turned into a three-headed demon dragon and a purple firebird. Roar! The three-headed demon flood dragon's three heads roared as its dragon claws tore forward. It was as if it could tear the world into two. The purple firebird also let out a cry and spat out a purple flame that burned everything. Boom! The space trembled, and countless blade lights exploded. The evil ghost will was destroyed, and Ghost Moon's body appeared, floating back. Hee, you've already used your trump card. Come on. While sneering, a moon appeared above Ghost Moon's head. However, this moon was extremely strange. It was black and ghostly shadows flickered on it. However, this was not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that on the pitch-black moon, there were two golden chakras that were emitting a dazzling golden light. 2 golden chakra, second-level divine level bloodline. Ghost Moon actually had a second-rank divine bloodline. No wonder he was so arrogant. Buzz! Ghost Moon's figure flickered, and his body blended into the pitch-black moon. Buzz! The moon trembled, and endless black lights spread out. Each of these black lights seemed to be a blade of light, and they spread toward Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. A dragon's roar resounded. The three-headed demon flood dragon's 3 heads spewed out attacks of 3 attributes. There were flames, lightning, and so on, which spread forward. The purple firebird flapped its wings and flames spread out. It was as if the space was about to be burned through. Boom! Boom! In the sky, there was a violent roar. The stone platform below was instantly reduced to ashes. In the previous battle, everyone had intentionally controlled their qi to prevent the stone platform from being broken. But now, they could no longer control it. The surrounding people retreated again. Only Lu Ming, the Blood Sword 19, and a few others stood still. Suppress! A cold voice came from the dark moon. Everyone saw that the dark moon was shining with black light. Like a ghost moon falling, it pressed down on Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Boom! With a violent boom, the 3-headed demon snake and the purple firebird were sent flying far away. Then, they shrank rapidly and turned into the real bodies of Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. The 2 of them staggered back, their faces pale, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. They had been defeated. The 2 of them had joined forces, but they had both been defeated by Ghost Moon. He kill. The black moon laughed coldly and didn't stop. It continued to press down on Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli, emitting terrifying waves. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had both been defeated, but Ghost Moon still continued to attack. Was she trying to kill them? Despicable, shameless, stop. They've all been defeated. Many people in the surroundings began to shout. However, the pitch-black moon did not seem to have any intention of stopping. It continued to attack. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian shouted angrily and launched their attacks to resist. However, the 2 of them were already injured. Now that they had transformed into their true forms, their strength was slightly weaker. How could they block it? Instantly, the 2 of them were sent flying, and 2 deep pits appeared on the ground. Their faces were pale, and they coughed up another mouthful of blood. However, the black moon continued to press down. Despicable, you still want to fight. Angry roars could be heard from the surroundings. Blood Sword 19 sneered. And NBSP, the pitch-black moon exuded boundless might as it continued to press down. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared under the pitch-black moon. He struck out with his palm towards the pitch-black moon. Boom! The space seemed to have been shattered, and the black moon trembled violently. Then, it was sent flying into the sky by the terrifying power. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd, was like a person hitting the moon. A palm strike that sent the moon flying. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the figure. It's him! Lu Ming! A name appeared in everyone's mind. This figure was Lu Ming. Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian had been defeated, but Ghost Moon was still attacking. Therefore, Lu Ming had to stop her. It's you! If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you as well. An angry roar came from the pitch-black moon. The black light was like a blade. However, Lu Ming stretched out his palm and all the blade gleams were shattered. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and approached the moon. He struck out with his palm. Bang! The pitch-black moon was like a rubber ball. It was sent flying high into the sky by Lu Ming's palm. Buzz! Lu Ming took a few steps forward and his body was like a stream of light. He soared into the sky in an instant and appeared above the black moon. A terrifying devouring power erupted from his left hand and enveloped the dark moon, causing it to tremble violently. What's going on? My bloodline! A terrified scream came from the dark moon. Bang! The next moment, Lu Ming struck his palm heavily on the dark moon. The pitch-black moon instantly burst like a black balloon. Ghost Moon's figure appeared and rapidly fell to the ground. Ta! Lu Ming took a few steps forward, his figure falling like a meteor at high speed. The violent energy blasted Ghost Moon's body. Boom! Ghost Moon's body heavily hit the ground. The earth shook, rocks flew, and dust filled the air. How is it? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, everyone could see a huge pit that was a few hundred meters wide and a few dozen meters deep on the ground. Lu Ming stood straight in the middle of the pit, one of his feet stepping on Ghost Moon's face. Ghost Moon lay in the deep pit like a dead fish, blood spewing from her mouth and her body twitching nonstop. Ghost Moon had completely passed out. His body twitching was just an instinctive reaction. The scene fell silent all of a sudden. It was so quiet that only the sound of people gasping could be heard. Jiu, who had been arrogant and defeated Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, was now trampled under Lu Ming's feet like a dead fish. It was a terrible sight. It had only been less than a minute, but the impact it gave was too strong. Suppression. This was a complete suppression. The next moment, the crowd burst into loud cheers. "Ha, good hit, good stomp. This is so cool. Isn't this Ghost Moon very arrogant? A new genius who wanted to step on the older geniuses to rise up is now a dead fish. How dare you be so arrogant in Nine Dragons? Don't you know how to spell the word death?" Many people laughed out loud, expressing the comfortable thoughts in their hearts. Long Qianli looked at Lu Ming in shock. He had just fought with Ghost Moon and knew how terrifying she was. He and Wang Haoxian were crushed even when they joined forces, but Ghost Moon was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming had defeated Ghost Moon easily in his normal state without even using his blood meridian. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He did not use his profound cultivation to suppress Ghost Moon, but he relied on pure combat power. Long Qianli smiled bitterly. It had only been half a year. Half a year ago, he had not taken Lu Ming seriously. The reason why he had brought them out of the 100 Venerated Mountains was entirely because of Lu Ming and the group's loyalty, as well as Ruan Tingting's sake. That was why he had helped them. However, in just half a year, he realized that Lu Ming had completely surpassed him. The exchange meeting. Lu Ming was very calm. There was nothing to be proud of. He was not afraid of anyone in a battle of the same level. Although Jiu's bloodline was at the 2nd rank of the divine level, it was impossible for the bloodline martial technique he had comprehended to reach the upper-grade demigod level. Jiu had only executed a low-grade demigod-level martial arts technique. Even if the cultivation technique that she cultivated was also of the divine level, she was still crushed by Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming did not even use his dragon power or blood meridian fusion to defeat Ghost Moon easily. At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on Blood Sword 19. "Do you still want to continue fighting?" Lu Ming's voice was transmitted to Blood Sword 19 as he stepped on the Ghost Moon. Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to look at Blood Sword 19. Lu Ming's intention was clear. He was clearly challenging Blood Sword 19. In that case, would Blood Sword 19 dare to accept the challenge? Blood Sword 19's expression turned ugly. His cultivation was also at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, which was the same as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. The bloodline he had awakened was also at the 1st level of the divine level, and his combat strength was about the same as Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian. Even Ghost Moon had been crushed. If he went up, wouldn't he be humiliating himself? Don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Jiu. There are many divine-level prodigies at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier in our Heavenly Corps sect who are stronger than Jiu. It's just that they didn't come today. Do you dare to go to the gathering in half a month? The 19th Blood Sword said coldly. It seems like you don't dare to fight. If you don't dare to fight, then say you don't dare to fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get lost. Lu Ming kicked Jiu, who was like a dead fish, towards Blood Sword 19. A disciple of the Heavenly Corps sect walked out and caught Jiu's body. "Let's go!" Blood Sword 19 shouted, and then the group of people from the Heavenly Corps sect fled with their tails between their legs. Many people looked at Lu Ming in awe. He had crushed Ghost Moon and forced Blood Sword 19 to retreat with a single sentence. What kind of power was this? This was especially true for Luan Fengyun and the other Luan family disciples. They were all extremely terrified. Luan Fengyun looked at Lu Ming in a daze. He still could not believe it. Half a year ago, Lu Ming was still suppressed by him and could only use the formation to resist. However, half a year later, Lu Ming could easily defeat those god-level prodigies, let alone him. A divine bloodline. He must have used the token to enter the blood pool and awaken a divine bloodline. Otherwise, he can't be this strong. Luan Fengyun's mind whirred, and then he quietly retreated with the other Luan family youths. Brother Lu, thank you. Long Qianli stepped forward and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Long, you're too polite. Lu Ming smiled. Brother Lu, you've really shocked me. In just half a year, you've actually reached such a realm. I'm ashamed. Long Qianli sighed. Lu Ming's rapid progress showed that his potential was much greater than his. His future was unpredictable, just like those who ranked at the top of the list of top 1,000 talents, especially those in the top 20 or even the top 10. Those were all unpredictable monsters. I was just lucky. Lu Ming smiled faintly and brushed it off lightly. He did not continue to talk about this topic. Long Qianli didn't say much. He said, Brother Lu, in half a month, there will be an exchange under the divine nine-dragon cauldron in the first dragon's vein. At that time, besides the top 100 geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, most of the people will participate. The powerful descendants of the Sky Demon Valley will also participate. With Brother Lu's combat power, you will be a great help to our side. The top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents, aren't you going to participate? And the Talisman Amulet sect, no one came? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Talisman Amulet sect has been very weak in the past few thousand years. Although it is still one of the 4 overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory, it can no longer be compared to the other 3. In the past few hundred years, it has been very low-key and will not send anyone to participate. It will only send its supreme talents to participate in the War of Providence. Long Qianli nodded and began to explain. And the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents are the key to the Battle of Providence. They won't be exposed easily and are all training and cultivating in secret places. They won't show up before the Battle of Providence. Oh. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave then. Long Qianli said. He then looked at Ruan Tingting and said, Tingting, are you going to be Di Tian's royal guard with me or are you going out to accompany your friend? Brother Long, you can go back first. I'll stay here with Xian, Lu Ming, and the rest. Ruan Tingting said with a smile. N. Long Qianli nodded, then cupped his fists to Lu Ming and the rest before he left. Lu Ming, you're so powerful. You're much more powerful than you were half a year ago. Xiao Xian flew in front of Lu Ming, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her face full of admiration and worship. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed drily and rubbed his nose. He was a little embarrassed by Xiao Xian's stare. Pervert, let's go. Xian Yanqing walked over and snorted. He held Lu Ming's arm and pulled him forward. Hee, Miss Xian Yanqing is jealous. Xiao Xian's voice came from behind. Of course. Xian, you're too mischievous. Why don't you check if Miss Yanqing is present? Ruan Tingting's soft voice came through. Tingting, come, I'll hold you. Fatty's voice rang out. Go to the side and cool off. Ruan Tingting's voice came out, followed by Xiao Xian's bell-like laughter and Fatty's sigh. Wang Haoxin looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a complicated expression, then followed them. The group of people headed toward the Sea Cloud sect. Following that, everyone would occasionally tour the mountains and rivers, and occasionally stop to cultivate. They were all young people, and after not seeing each other for half a year, they had many common topics to talk about. They got along very well, and even Xian Yanqing started to talk more. During this period of time, Lu Ming did not feel too tense. It was a rare moment of relaxation. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. There were still 3 days left before the exchange between the supreme talents of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley. Lu Ming, are you going to the exchange? Wan Tingting asked. Of course, I'm going. All the heaven's favorites from the 3 overlord forces are here. I can't miss such a rare event. Besides, I want to see the powerful descendants of the Sky Demon Valley. Lu Ming said. The Sky Demon Valley could be said to be the most ancient power in the East Baron. It had existed since ancient times, much longer than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Talisman Sect. The Sky Demon Valley was made up entirely of demon beasts. There were countless powerful demons in it, and there were countless descendants with the bloodline of divine beasts. They were extremely powerful. Some people said that the Heavenly Demon Valley was the strongest force in the East Baron, even stronger than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Moreover, in every generation, the Sky Demon Valley would give birth to many descendants with the bloodline of divine beasts. These descendants were undoubtedly the proud children of heaven among the demon beasts with extremely terrifying combat strength. That's great. Let's set off together. If we arrive early, we can take a rest there. Wan Tingting said. Tingting, can I go? Qiao Xian blinked her big eyes. Among all of them, Qiao Xian was much weaker and could not be considered a heaven's favorite. And the exchange meeting was attended by geniuses. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Go, let's go together. Whoever doesn't let you in, I'll kick him away. Lu Ming laughed. Qiao Xian was overjoyed. Immediately, Qiao Xian spoke to her father, Qiao Long, and Qiao Long naturally agreed. For Qiao Xian to be able to attend such a gathering, it would definitely increase her knowledge and insight. It would be of great help to her future cultivation. Immediately, the group flew toward the center of 9 dragons. A journey of tens of millions of miles was not long for them. They chatted as they flew, neither fast nor slow. They arrived in less than a day. From tens of thousands of miles away, a majestic mountain range could be seen in the distance. It was one of the 3 dragon veins in the center of 9 dragons. After traveling tens of thousands of miles, countless buildings appeared in front of them. There were all kinds of palaces, pavilions, and even shops. There was everything one could think of. This seemed to be a city, but this city had no city walls. It was just countless buildings. People were coming and going in the building, and it was very lively. The group walked in and found that there were restaurants, inns, shops, and everything one could think of. In 9 dragons, there were countless people and a vast territory. There were many specialized gathering places. In some places, city walls would be built, such as the Grand Gathering City. Some places didn't even need city walls, just like what they saw. The group strolled along the streets. Tingting, is the exchange on the Dragon Vein? Lu Ming asked. That's right, and it's at the Dragon's Head, under the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Why don't we go and take a look first? Wan Tingting said. All right. Lu Ming was also very curious. The group of them passed through the buildings and flew in the direction of the Dragon's Head. Not long after, they arrived at the Dragon's Head. At the Dragon's Head, there was an extremely wide flat land. In the middle of the flat land, there was a huge fighting stage with many seats around it. According to Wan Tingting, this was the place where the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had held their grand events in the past. For example, grand events such as a worship to the heavens or a competition between geniuses would be held here. As such, the gathering that would be held a few days later was also held here. However, this was not what attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were completely attracted by a large cauldron in front of the open space. At the forefront of the Dragon's Head, there was a huge cauldron. The cauldron was pitch black and as large as a mountain. It reached into the clouds and was at least several thousand meters tall. From a distance, it looked extremely majestic. One could see true dragons spiraling around the cauldron, looking extremely lifelike. This is the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. At the head of each of the 9 dragon veins, there is a Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Legend has it that the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was there when Nine-Dragon City was built. No one knows how many years have passed since then. It is said that it is a supreme treasure used by ancient experts to suppress the Nine-Dragon veins. Wan Tingting said. Supreme treasure? Why didn't anyone take it? Lu Ming asked curiously. No one can take it away, not even the strong cultivators of the imperial path. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron has been in this world for a long time, never moving. It seems to have merged with the dragon vein and has existed since ancient times. Wan Tingting said. Lu Ming was shocked. He looked at the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron in the distance in amazement. As for Fatty, Xian Yanqing, Xiao Xian and the others, although they had heard of it before, it was their first time seeing it. They were also shocked. There were 9 huge cauldrons with real dragons carved on them. They were several thousand meters tall and had existed since ancient times. It was indeed a magnificent sight. Lu Ming and the rest were not the only ones nearby. There were many other people who stopped in their tracks to watch. It seems that someone is approaching the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Xian Yanqing said. The others also saw that a burly young man was walking toward the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron exudes a huge pressure. Unless you're an expert, you can't approach it. Wang Haoxian, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Let's go up and take a look. Lu Ming said and strode forward. When they were within 10,000 meters of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, they felt a huge pressure emanating from the cauldron. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Just as he was within 10,000 meters of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, he suddenly felt that the bloodline of the 9 dragons was somewhat strange. It seemed to be a little anxious, but also a little excited. What's going on? Is it because of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron that the bloodline of the 9 dragons is different? The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron is known as the 9 dragons. There are pictures of real dragons carved on it to suppress the dragon veins. Perhaps it really has something to do with dragons, which is why the bloodlines of the 9 dragons are abnormal. Lu Ming secretly guessed in his heart. They endured the pressure and continued forward. Very soon, Xiao Xian could not take it anymore and stopped in her tracks while Lu Ming and the rest continued forward. The closer he got, the more he felt the magnificence of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. It was tall and magnificent, full of vicissitudes, as if it had crossed time and space from ancient times. The 9-dragon bloodline in Lu Ming's body seemed to be even more anxious and excited. The power of the bloodline seemed to be boiling. Bang! Bang! In front of him was a burly young man who kept walking forward. His muscles were tight and his qi and blood were soaring. The qi and blood formed a dragon that was roaring. That's not a human, it's a demon, a flood dragon. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that the burly young man in front of him was not a human, but a flood dragon. He must be a genius from the Sky Demon Valley. Demonic Beast Level 6, able to transform. The demon youth walked forward step by step until he reached the bottom of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. He took a look at the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and actually reached out his hands to hold a corner of the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. That flood dragon is really whimsical. He actually wants to hold the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. In his dreams, that's a treasure that even emperors can't touch. Someone sneered in the distance. Sure enough, the flood dragon roared at the sky, but the cauldron didn't move. In the end, the flood dragon even revealed its true form. It was a scarlet flood dragon over 200 meters long. It grabbed the cauldron with its claws, but the cauldron didn't move at all. In the end, the flood dragon had no choice but to return to his human form and step by step, he retreated. At this moment, the 9-dragon bloodline in Lu Ming's body became even more violent, as if it was about to rush out of his body. Lu Ming had an idea. He controlled the 9-dragon bloodline. He could not let the 9-dragon bloodline appear here. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if word got out. Lu Ming immediately retreated. Roar! At this moment, the 9-dragon bloodline seemed to let out a shocking roar. The roar came from Lu Ming's body, but no one else could hear it. But at this moment, a shocking scene happened. Thump! The divine nine-dragon cauldron in front of him suddenly shook. Suddenly, the dragon veins trembled and the wind and clouds changed. A terrifying pressure burst out from the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Not good, retreat. Lu Ming and the rest hurriedly retreated. After retreating 10,000 meters, the pressure was much less. After the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook for a while, it became still again, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, the scene was already in an uproar. Everyone felt it. It couldn't be an illusion. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which hadn't moved for ages, actually moved. What was going on? Chapter 827 Fighting the Flood Dragon. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which even sovereign path experts couldn't move, actually moved. Why? Why did it suddenly move? Countless people speculated in shock. There were even many people who had already passed the news back to the elders in their families. Is it because of the nine-dragon bloodline? The divine nine-dragon cauldron moves because of the bloodline of the nine dragons? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Let's go, we're leaving this place. Lu Ming said. He estimated that there would be a big shot coming soon to check on the situation. After all, the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, suddenly moved. It was too abnormal. Bang! Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Lu Ming and blocked his way. It was the monster flood dragon. Your Excellency, why are you blocking my way? Lu Ming frowned. The flood dragon exuded a powerful aura. It glared at Lu Ming with a look of surprise and greed. Your bloodline is very special. If you let me strip you of your bloodline, I can spare your life. The flood dragon said coldly in an overbearing manner. Its greed grew even stronger. It seemed to have sensed the abnormality of the nine-dragon bloodline in Lu Ming. Whoa, is there something wrong with this reptile's brain? Who does he think he is to want to take away someone's bloodline? The fatty was instantly enraged when he heard that. He glared at the flood dragon with an unfriendly gaze. Demon race insect, how dare you be so arrogant here? This is nine dragons. Wan Tingting also said coldly. How dare you insult me? You're courting death. The flood dragon shouted coldly, a cold light in its eyes. Nest, this stinky bug is still so arrogant. I suggest that we behead him and roast him. The fatty shouted and even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You're looking for death. The flood dragon roared and threw a punch at Fatty. I'm not afraid of you. Fatty rushed forward with his battle axe and swung it down. Clang! The flood dragon's fist hit the fatty's battle axe with a loud bang. The fatty's expression changed, and his fat trembled violently. He retreated 7 or 8 steps and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The flood dragon's level had reached the peak of the 6th level, equivalent to the peak of the 6th level spiritual ocean realm, while the fatty was only at the 5th level spiritual ocean realm. None of you will leave today. The flood dragon's eyes glowed with a cold light. This flood dragon's bloodline purity has already reached 20%. It's extremely powerful. Wang Haoxian appeared beside Lu Ming and said, a demon beast possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Depending on the purity of the bloodline, their talent and strength would be different as well. Ordinary descendants were said to contain the bloodline of a divine beast, but the very thin ones might only have 1% or 1/10 of it. It was extremely rare to reach 1/10, which was 10% purity. Such descendants were extremely powerful and could even compete with god-level geniuses who had awakened a god-level bloodline. The flood dragon in front of him had the bloodline of a true dragon, and it had already reached 20%, which was even more terrifying. However, the flood dragon that Lu Ming had encountered on the Golden Sand Island in the chaotic astral ocean only contained 1/10 of the true dragon's bloodline at most. Bang! The flood dragon strode toward Lu Ming. On the side, Xian Yanqing and Wang Haoxian were about to make their moves. Let me do it. Lu Ming waved his hand and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Boom! The flood dragon was very domineering as it threw a punch at Lu Ming. Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll take it myself. The flood dragon's lips curled into a sinister sneer. A murderous intent flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Fatty, let's have flood dragon meat tonight. Then, he took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The palm and the flood dragon's fist collided. Bang! There was a muffled boom in the air. The flood dragon's expression changed drastically, and its body trembled as it retreated. Thump! Lu Ming took a step forward and covered 100 meters in an instant. He caught up with the flood dragon and struck out with his palm again. Roar! The flood dragon roared and transformed into a 200-meter-long crimson flood dragon. It was covered in thick scales and its claws were as sharp as knives. It tore at Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, clashing with the flood dragon's claw. The flood dragon roared and its huge body retreated madly. One of its finger bone was broken by Lu Ming. This worm dragon had 20% of the true dragon's bloodline, which was about the same level as Guiyu. Naturally, it was completely crushed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode forward and grabbed one of the flood dragon's claws. With a loud shout, he flung the huge flood dragon's body into the air and it crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. However, the ground here had been suppressed by the divine nine-dragon cauldron all year round and was already indestructible. The huge flood dragon's body smashed down, but the ground only shook, not cracked at all. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and the flood dragon cried out in pain. It was unknown how many bones had been broken, and blood was flowing all over its body. Nearby, the others who were watching were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too violent. Such a powerful worm dragon was like a useless worm in Lu Ming's hands. Let me do it. Let's have flood dragon meat tonight. The fatty shouted as he raised his battle axe and hacked at the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared and struggled. The moment the fatty slashed down, its body continued to shrink. At the same time, its body was filled with a bloody light, like a blood-colored flame burning. However, he was still a step too slow. As blood splattered in all directions, one of his legs was cut off by the fatty. Buzz! In the next moment, the water dragon turned into a ray of blood light and disappeared. Lu Ming had wanted to give it to the fatty, but the moment he relaxed, the flood dragon ran away. He actually burned the divine beast bloodline in his body. Even if he doesn't die, his future will be cut off. Lu Ming muttered. The flood dragon had burned the divine beast bloodline in its body to increase its speed. Of course, this was also the reason why Lu Ming had let his guard down. Otherwise, the flood dragon would not have been able to escape even if it had burned its divine beast bloodline. Next, it actually ran away. Fortunately, it left a leg behind. The fat man cried out gloomily and ran towards a flood dragon's leg that was dozens of meters long. Let's go back and roast some flood dragon meat. Fatty held onto the flood dragon's leg and carried it on his shoulder. He laughed so hard that he almost drooled. Nearby, the others were speechless. This group of people couldn't really be planning to roast the flood dragon's leg, right? Many people even swallowed their saliva. The flood dragon meat that contained the bloodline of a true dragon was a great supplement. Fatty, let's go back and roast some meat. But you should keep it first. Lu Ming said with a smile. Fatty put away the leg and the group left happily. They came to a small mountain peak hundreds of thousands of miles away and started a bonfire to roast the leg. Fatty was a bone-ash-grade glutton, and his roasting skills were top-notch. Furthermore, he always carried sauce, vinegar, oil, salt, and other condiments in his storage ring. Not long after, the dragon's leg turned golden yellow. Oil dripped down, and a fragrant smell assailed the nose. The flood dragon meat was cut into pieces, and everyone began to eat. Flood dragon meat contained the blood of a true dragon, so it was definitely a great tonic. The taste was also surprisingly good. Even Xian Yanqing, Ruan Tingting, and the other girls had a great appetite. Chapter 820 Itifong. When the flood dragon meat entered his stomach, it turned into a warm energy that spread throughout his body. The wisps of true dragon blood in it circulated through his body, which was extremely beneficial to the body and could increase its strength. If it could be consumed in the long term, the benefits would be endless. Ah, Lu Ming, how can there be no wine when there's meat? Here you go. The fatty waved his hand and jars of fine wine appeared. They flew towards Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and the rest. Everyone opened the wine jars and began to drink in big gulps. Fatty, I didn't expect your skills to be so good. Ruan Tingting took a few sips of wine, but she didn't use her internal energy to force the wine out. Immediately, 2 red flowers floated on her beautiful little face, making her even more beautiful. Fatty was stunned and almost drooled. Tingting, how is it? Follow me from now on, and I guarantee you'll have a good life every day. Xian Yanqing, Xiao Xian, and the rest looked down on Fatty. This reason was too shallow. Just as Lu Ming and the rest were gobbling down the food and wine, many important figures came to the dragon's head, below the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. They received the news that the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, had moved. They immediately rushed over to check the situation. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried, there was no movement from the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. They didn't know why the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had moved. In the end, they could only leave it at that. More than 2 hours later, Lu Ming had his fill. As for the rest of the flood dragon meat, the fatty put it away in the name of storage. Just like that, they sat cross-legged on the small mountain peak and cultivated on their own, waiting for the exchange meeting 2 days later. Wang Haoxian wasn't cultivating, and she was in a mess. In the past, she had been focused on cultivation and the only person she was close to was her brother. She had no other friends and was out of place with the other Wang family geniuses. However, in the past few days when she was with Lu Ming and the rest, she felt very relaxed and comfortable. She suddenly felt that she enjoyed such an atmosphere. Is this what friends are? Wang Haoxian muttered and shook his head. He told himself that he was only following Lu Ming because he had no other choice. If there was a chance, he would still avenge her brother. Although she tried her best to convince herself, her heart could not calm down, and she did not have the mood to cultivate. Naturally, the others did not know that Wang Haoxian was having wild thoughts. Time passed very quickly during cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, the huge platform under the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was bustling with people. Many handsome and beautiful young men and women with different auras flew into the sky and landed on the seats around the open space. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Fatty arrived at the place. They found an area and sat down. There are so many Heaven's favorites. Most of the top 300 Heaven's favorites have appeared. Wang Haoxian looked around and said softly. Among them, only Wang Haoxian was on the list of top 1,000 talents. Naturally, he knew more people than Lu Ming and the rest. Not long after, tens of thousands of people gathered around the open space. Of course, most of the young people were here to watch the show. It was impossible for them to participate in the exchange meeting. The exchange this time was destined to be a battle between the top figures. The Heavenly Corpse sect is here. Someone shouted. From the north, a group of more than 200 people, all dressed in black robes and wrapped their bodies, flew over. Of course, all the people here were young people and there were no elders. The most eye-catching person was the one flying in the front. He was tall and carried a coffin on his back. The coffin was pitch black. Even though it was broad daylight and there were so many people, everyone still felt that it was gloomy and very scary. He's Corpse Demon, ranked 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's refining corpses like a devil. Wang Haoxian's face was unusually serious. The others' faces also revealed a grave expression. The 102nd place on the list of top 1,000 talents was absolutely terrifying. Obviously, Sure Mo was the leader of the Heavenly Corpse sect this time. More than 200 people from the Sky Corps sect stood in the void, motionless. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds came from the east as young figures flew over. The number of people was also about 200. However, these young men all had different auras. Some revealed a fierce look, some were full of heroic spirit, some were extremely cold, and some were extremely charming. The clothes they wore were also of strange shapes and colors. The demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley had arrived. The demons of the Sky Demon Valley also stood in the sky, exuding a powerful aura as they looked down. Their gazes swept across the entire place with faint disdain. The heavenly talents of the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley had the bloodline of the divine beast. They thought they were superior and looked down on human warriors. It was only a rumor in the past, but it seemed that it was true. "It's that flood dragon." The fat man clicked his tongue and whispered. Among the demons, they saw a burly young man with a broken leg. He was the flood dragon that Fatty had cut off 2 days ago. The flood dragon's eyes were extremely gloomy as he swept his gaze across the entire scene. In the next moment, he saw Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the rest were also in the east. As soon as the flood dragon saw Lu Ming and the rest, a cold, killing intent appeared in its eyes. It whispered a few words into the ear of a young man in red armor next to it. Then, the red-armored young man looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold gaze. Buzz. Buzz. The flood dragon and the young man in red armor appeared above Lu Ming and the others in an instant. Their powerful and violent auras exploded and pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? At the side, the others were shocked. Lu Ming and the group sat still. You guys were the ones who crippled Ao Qian's leg. The young man in red armor said coldly as he looked down at Lu Ming and the rest. Flood dragon meat. It tastes really good. The fat man licked his lips and sneered. You're looking for death. The red-armored young man shouted in anger. His aura became more violent, as if he was going to kill someone in the next moment. The other young demons looked on with cold smiles. Friends from the monster race, the exchange hasn't started yet. Please go back now. Right at this moment, a voice that was as clear as the wind drifted over from the distance. As the voice faded, a figure appeared in the air. It was a young man wearing a green robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and a handsome face. He had a gentle smile on his face, but there was an invisible majesty coming from his body. Di Feng, it's Di Feng. Many people cried out in alarm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Di Feng, who was ranked 101st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was said to be a descendant of martial Emperor Di. He had the talent of his ancestor and was extremely powerful. Di Feng. The red-armored youth's eyes were filled with fear. Di Feng looked at the red-armored youth and the flood dragon and smiled. You too, please return. If you want to fight, wait for the exchange to begin. There will naturally be a battle. Since Di Feng had spoken, the red-armored youth naturally had to give him face. He snorted coldly and looked at Lu Ming and the rest. You broke one of Ao Qian's legs, I will pay you back double. With that, he and Ao Qian flew back to the demon team. Lu Ming failed to be selected. Brother Mo, Brother Peng, how should we proceed with this exchange? Why don't you give us your opinion? Di Feng smiled as he looked at a golden-robed young man among the corpse demons and demons. In 9 Dragons, your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace definitely has the advantage in terms of the number of geniuses. If all of you go up, we'll naturally be at a disadvantage. How about this? For each level, each of the 3 sides will send out 10 people and take turns to compete. When one side is completely eliminated, the side with the most people remaining will win. What do you think? The demonic corpse opened his mouth. His voice was extremely hoarse, like the sound of metal rubbing against each other. Good, this is exactly what I want. The golden-robed young man of the demon clan spoke. Clearly, he was the leader of the geniuses of the demon clan. Alright, I have no objections either. However, let's forget about the lower 3 levels of the spiritual ocean tier. How about we start directly from the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier? Difeng said. All right. The demonic corpse and the golden-robed young man of the demon clan both nodded in agreement. In that case, let's choose our own candidates. With that, Difeng flew down from the stands and began to discuss the candidates with a few other human geniuses. This battle could be considered the most intense clash before the Battle of Providence. It could test the other side and also take the opportunity to suppress the other side's momentum. None of the 3 sides dared to be careless, and they would send their strongest candidates. After a while, a young man flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. After he arrived, he cupped his fist at Kong Jin and said, "Brother Kong Jin? It's me." Fatty was slightly taken aback. Brother Kong Jin's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, right? Young Master Difeng, I would like to invite Brother Kong to participate in the 5th level spiritual ocean realm competition. What do you think? The young man said. Me? I'm honored by young Master Difeng's high regard for me. I agree. The fatty laughed heartily, feeling a little smug. So many people had chosen him to fight, so he was naturally proud. Lu Ming and the rest were moved. It was probably because Fatty had displayed his powerful combat strength in the battle with the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect some time ago. That was why he was invited to fight. Many thanks. The young man laughed, then turned around and left. Why didn't you invite Lu Ming? Ruan Tingting was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Lu Ming had displayed even more powerful combat strength in the battle with Jiu of the Heavenly Corpse sect half a month ago. Why was Lu Ming not invited to the battle at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier? Xian Yanqing, Fatty, Xiao Xian, and the others were also surprised. Most of the God-tier geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents are at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. I guess that because there are too many God-tier geniuses at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and they don't know Lu Ming's bloodline level, they didn't choose him. Wang Haoxin said. Many of the God-level geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents were at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm, such as Wang Haoxin and Long Qianli. With enough people, it was normal that they didn't choose Lu Ming. For example, Wang Haoxin and Long Qianli, who had only awakened first-class divine bloodlines, were not selected. Lu Ming smiled. Since he did not need to fight, he could relax and watch the battles between the other geniuses. It was good to broaden his horizons. Not long after, the candidates for the 3 parties were selected. This time, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will be the host. Let us begin. Difeng laughed as he announced a name. Buzz. A young figure flew up to the center of the fighting ring. His body was like a blade, and an extremely sharp aura filled the air. This person's cultivation was at the peak 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Looking at his cultivation technique, he was the Jiang family's chosen one. Who wants to fight me? The Jiang family's sovereign looked in the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley and shouted, "I'll do it." From the direction of the Heavenly Corpse sect, a figure flickered out and landed on the fighting ring. The aura he revealed was also at the peak 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Thump. Without saying anything, the young man from the Jiang family stepped forward. The sharp aura around him became even more intense. His entire person was like a battle blade. His arm was like a saber, slashing toward the young man from the Sky Corpse sect. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect quickly retreated, distancing himself from the Jiang family's sovereign. With a wave of his hand, 9 refined corpses appeared in front of him. The 9 refined corpses exuded an ancient aura. They were wearing metal armor and holding bronze spears. The aura that the 9 refined corpses emitted had actually all reached the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect was only at the peak 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, yet he was able to control 9 refined corpses at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He was absolutely terrifying and had an unparalleled talent in refining corpses. Kill! The Jiang family's chosen had a serious expression on his face as he struck out with his palm. Thump! He clashed with a refined corpse and sent it flying. The refined corpse's skin was as tough as iron, and it was invulnerable. The Jiang family's paragon had only sent the refined corpse flying, but he hadn't cracked it. After the first refined corpse was sent flying, the other 8 refined corpses pounced toward the Jiang family's chosen. 8 long spears pierced through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom as they flew toward the Jiang family's chosen. The Jiang family's paragon let out a long howl as his body glowed with a black light. He was like an incomparably sharp divine weapon as he slaughtered his way through. The 2 of them were definitely extremely powerful geniuses. Although they weren't god-level geniuses, their battle prowess was definitely terrifying among those of the same level. The 2 of them engaged in a great battle, and dozens of rounds passed in the blink of an eye. The Jiang family's elites charged forward, trying to break through the refined corpse's defense and attack the heavenly corpse sect's disciples. The best way to break a refined corpse was to defeat the person controlling it. However, it would be extremely difficult for the Jiang family's elites to break out of the 9 refined corpses, which were 2 levels higher than him and were not afraid of death. The situation turned into a stalemate. After more than 100 rounds of fighting, the Jiang family's chosen one ran out of true yuan and was thrown off the fighting stage, ending in defeat. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had already lost the first battle in the exchange. This caused the expressions of many people to turn unsightly. After the young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect won, he also flew down the fighting ring and sat down cross-legged to recover. He could have chosen to continue fighting, but it was clear that he had used up a lot of his energy. He could only fight again after he had recovered. The Heavenly Corpse sect had won this round, so they should send one more person to fight. Buzz! Another young man from the Heavenly Corpse sect stepped onto the fighting ring. This time, it was the Sky Demon Valley's turn to fight. This time, the Sky Demon Valley sent a tall young man. He was a demon tiger with the bloodline of the divine beast Sky Tiger. However, the concentration of the bloodline was not even 10%. Among the demonic beast descendants, it was very rare for a bloodline to reach 10% purity, just like how it was rare for humans to awaken a divine bloodline. However, even if it did not reach 10% purity, it was close. This demonic tiger was very powerful and defeated the disciple of the Heavenly Corpse sect after a few dozen moves. In this way, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley each won one battle. I'll continue to battle. This time, it's the turn of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, right? The eyes of the demonic tiger turned to the geniuses of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. I'll do it. In the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, a young man flew up. This time, the chosen one was the Dongfang family, which ranked first among the 6 great ancient families. He was the pride of the Dongfang family. It was said that the Dongfang family had inherited 2 extremely powerful god-tier cultivation techniques. This elite cultivated the 9 gods heaven-shattering scroll, which could borrow the power of a god. It was as if a god had possessed him, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. This time, the elite of the Dongfang clan had defeated the demonic tiger. Fatty's battle. Just like that, the 3 sides took turns to fight, each with their own wins and losses. Most god-tier geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents had reached the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. For example, Long Qianli and Wang Haoxian, who were ranked at the bottom of the list, had reached the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Therefore, it was rare for god-tier geniuses to appear at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. In the end, a new talent emerged in the Heavenly Corpse sect. He had awakened a first-class divine bloodline, and his combat strength was so strong that he could sweep away everyone. In the end, the battle for the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was won by the Heavenly Corpse sect. This caused Difeng's face to darken. In the past, the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace and the Sky Demon Valley had the same strength, while the Heavenly Corpse sect was the weakest among the three forces. However, this time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had won. Next, let's have the battle of the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean Realm. Di Feng announced. The battle at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier was even more intense and terrifying. However, this battle platform was covered in inscriptions and arrays. Not to mention Spiritual Ocean tier, even Spirit Embryo Realm experts couldn't damage it, so everyone could do as they pleased. The battle of the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier started with wins and losses on all three sides. However, not long after, the Sky Demon Valley sent out a powerful descendant whose bloodline purity had reached 10%. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and he suppressed the other two sides. This person had the bloodline of the ancient heavenly crocodile. His defense was terrifying and he was extremely strong. 3 people from the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had been defeated by him. Damn it! Does the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace not have any 5th level Spiritual Ocean tier prodigies who have awakened divine bloodlines? The geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents seem to have all broken through to the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. If there are any, they must be newly rising geniuses. The crowd was in a heated discussion. I'll do it. At this moment, a figure flew into the arena. Someone recognized that this young man was one of the supreme talents of Di Tian's Imperial Guards. What made people excited was that this heaven's favorite had awakened a first-class divine bloodline. His combat strength was so strong that he was able to fight against the demon race's heaven's favorite. In the end, they fought for hundreds of rounds without a clear winner. In the end, everyone discussed and decided that the two were tied. However, what made people depressed was that another young man from the Sky Demon Valley went up. This young man was a flood dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon, and he had also reached 10%. He had defeated several geniuses of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in a row. It can't be, right? The Sky Demon Valley has so many powerful existences at the 5th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Could it be that they're going to lose this battle again? In that case, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley will each win a game. This is very disadvantageous for the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. Indeed, the 6th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm is the battlefield for God-ranked geniuses. God-ranked geniuses are as numerous as the clouds, and none of them are weak. It's too difficult to win in the end. It's the same for the 7th level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. In this case, wouldn't our Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace fall behind this time? Many people from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were discussing, feeling worried. I'll go and meet this flood dragon. Maybe I can get another piece of flood dragon meat. This flood dragon seems to be of the wind attribute. Fatty said as he licked his lips. The surrounding crowd was speechless. Fatty, can you do it? The other party is a descendant with 10% of a divine beast's bloodline. Yuan Tingting was a little worried. Fatty's 3rd bloodline had yet to awaken. Could he defeat his opponent? Tingting, don't worry. This Fatty isn't that weak. Lu Ming smiled. The Fatty's combat strength was extremely powerful. Before Lu Ming had awakened his divine bloodline, he was not confident that he could defeat the Fatty. In a battle of the same level, even if the other party had a 10% concentration of the divine beast bloodline, Lu Ming still believed in Fatty. The flood dragon from last time was too high in level, reaching the peak 6th level Spiritual Ocean realm and having 20% of the divine beast bloodline. That was why Fatty was suppressed. Oh, Lu Ming knows me best. The Fatty laughed. Carrying his axe, he flew up. Little bug, let this lord fight you. Fatty chuckled. Fat pig, you're looking for death. This monster race worm dragon was wearing a green robe and had a gloomy expression. Ao Feng, cripple this Fatty for me. In the demon race area, Ao Qian's cold voice rang out. Last time, one of his legs had been cut off by Fatty's axe. What is it called? The flood dragon meat does taste good. There's still some left. When we're done, we'll go back and continue barbecue. The fatty grinned. This infuriated the entire monster race. Damn it, this fatty deserves to die. Kill this fat pig, this is preposterous. Many of the demon race's paragons shouted in anger as they looked at Fatty with killing intent. As for those from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, all of them had dumbfounded looks on their faces. Could it be that this Fatty had really roasted the flood dragon meat? This is true, I saw it with my own eyes. Last time, someone saw Lu Ming and the others cutting off one of Ao Qian's legs and confirmed it. Many people looked at Ao Qian and found that he was indeed missing a leg. Their expressions became even weirder. Fatty, you're dead. I'll cripple your limbs. Ao Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. Nonsense, eat my axe. The Fatty raised his axe and slashed at Ao Feng. A long spear appeared in Ao Feng's hand, and he thrust it towards the Fatty. Clang! A loud sound rang out, and the long spear buzzed. Ao Feng's long spear trembled violently, and he was actually forced back a step by the Fatty. How is that possible? Ao Feng roared in anger and waved his spear to fight again. Heaven-suppressing demon axe. The giant axe in the Fatty's hand turned into a sky-splitting axe, and like a storm, it chopped toward Ao Feng. Clang! Clang! A continuous roar rang out on the fighting ring. The battle axe and the spear kept clashing, and Ao Feng had to take a step back every time they clashed. The other people on the scene were extremely shocked. It was obvious that Fatty had not awakened a divine bloodline, but he was able to suppress Ao Feng, whose bloodline concentration had reached 10%. This combat power was too terrifying. This person's combat strength is extremely strong. From the looks of it, his third bloodline hasn't awakened yet. If his third bloodline can awaken a divine bloodline, he has endless potential. We must find a way to rope him into our camp. Di Feng said to the person beside him. Martial Emperor Yi had many descendants. They were also competing with each other and were divided into many camps. That's right. However, this person's third bloodline hasn't been awakened yet. If he can't awaken a divine bloodline, everything will be for naught. Another person said, let's observe him for a while longer. Lu Ming and the beautiful Xian Yanqing are also rare talents. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ming should have awakened a divine bloodline. We should keep an eye on him. Di Feng instructed. The other man nodded. Roar! At this moment, Ao Feng roared loudly and directly transformed into his original form, pouncing towards the Fatty. Only when a demonic beast reverted to its original form could its combat strength be fully unleashed. Insect, watch me cut you! The fat man shouted. His fat body swelled up, and the battle axe in his hand became even more terrifying. It became a sky-splitting axe and slashed at the flood dragon. Bang! Bang! A violent collision was heard. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. The Fatty became fiercer as he fought. He raised his head and howled, and the axe radiance shook the sky. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere as a huge flood dragon claw was chopped off by the Fatty's axe. 50% divine beast bloodline. Ao Feng let out a shrill scream. His huge body struggled madly and retreated. In a few breaths, he was out of the fighting ring and returned to his human form. He looked at Fatty with hatred. A huge dragon claw was left on the fighting ring. Damn it, you should die! Ao Feng shouted. Bang! At this moment, a figure landed heavily on the fighting ring, exuding a strong killing intent. The figure was wearing red armor. It was the young man who had provoked Lu Ming with Ao Qian. Damn Fatty, you've completely angered me. The red-armored young man's voice was cold, and there was a hint of madness in it. The aura it revealed was also at the peak 5th level spiritual ocean realm. My name is Aoquin. Fat pig, do you dare to fight me? The red-armored youth stared at the Fatty. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that this young man was not simple. He was indeed at the peak 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, but he was extremely arrogant. He knew that Lu Ming had defeated Ao Qian, yet he still dared to provoke Lu Ming. He was definitely not simple. "Fatty, be careful." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fatty. Fatty's eyes flashed and he grinned. "Why wouldn't I?" Bang! The moment Fatty said that, Aoquin stepped forward and punched out. Fast, it was too fast. Aoquin's body and fist seemed to be connected. With a punch, he appeared in front of Fatty and his fist was aimed at Fatty's arm. He was going to cripple Fatty's arm. The fatty's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to be so fast. At the critical moment, he could only lift his axe to block. Clang! Aoquin's fist landed on Fatty's battle axe, causing it to shake violently. Fatty's face changed and his body was sent flying. Bang! Aoquin stomped heavily on the ground. He was like an ancient beast, charging towards the fatty in a brutal way. He punched towards the fatty's arm. Fatty roared in anger. His body swelled up and he swung his battle axe like the wind. Thump! Aoquin's fist was even harder than a divine weapon. When it collided with the battle axe, a loud boom was heard. In the violent shaking, Fatty let out a pained cry. He couldn't hold the battle axe and it flew far away. He retreated and blood spurted out of his mouth. Countless people's expressions changed. This scene was too shocking. Just now, Fatty's combat power was obvious to all. Although he had not awakened a divine bloodline, he still defeated a flood dragon that had 10% of a divine beast bloodline. It could be said that he had shocked everyone. But now, in front of Aoquin, he couldn't even fight back. Without a doubt, Aoquin was a descendant with a strong god-beast bloodline. The key was, how thick was it to be so terrifying? "I'll cripple your 4 limbs." Aoquin shouted coldly and charged towards Fatty. "Fatty, step down from the fighting stage and admit defeat." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fatty. On the side, Xian Yanqing's brows were tightly furrowed, while Ruan Tingting and Qiao Xian's hearts were in their mouths. Bang! Fatty took a step forward and his fat body retreated rapidly. However, Aoquin's speed was too terrifying. He caught up to Fatty in an instant and threw out another terrifying punch. He didn't do anything, just a simple punch. However, Aoquin's physical strength was just too terrifying. The fat man roared as an ancient shield appeared in his hand. Boom! Aoquin's fist landed on the ancient shield and sent it flying. The ancient shield smashed into Fatty's body and almost flattened him. His body was also sent flying. This time, he was thrown out of the fighting ring and fell heavily out of the ring. Ruan Tingting and Qiao Xian immediately flew over and helped Fatty up. "Fatty, you're not dead, are you?" Ruan Tingting asked with concern. Fatty coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said, "It's fine, it's no big deal. My skin is thick." You're lucky this time." Aoquin stood on the battle stage and looked down at Fatty, saying coldly, "What are you so arrogant for? If I awaken a divine bloodline, I'll torture you like an insect." The fat man shouted, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Fatty was not one to suffer losses. This time, he had been defeated so miserably by someone of the same level, mainly because he had not awakened his 3rd bloodline. "Fatty, I'll avenge you after the exchange." Lu Ming walked over and cast a cold glance at Aoquin. Aoquin looked straight into Lu Ming's eyes and smiled coldly. Lu Ming, Fatty, and the rest returned to the grandstand. Fatty began to heal his injuries. Who else wants to come up for a fight? Aoquin looked around and planned to continue challenging. There was complete silence. Although there were still a few people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse sect who had yet to fight, they were all ordinary Heaven's Pride experts. The combat strength that Aoquin had displayed just now was simply too terrifying. If they went up, wouldn't they just be looking for a beating? No one from either side went up. Let the Heavenly Demon Valley win this round. Di Feng helplessly replied. In the battle of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier, the Sky Demon Valley won. However, Alcuin had no plans to head down. He looked around and said, "Since that's the case, I'll challenge your 6th level spiritual ocean tier expert now. Let's fight." "What? You're at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and you want to challenge someone at the 6th level? He's too arrogant." The surrounding crowd shouted unhappily. "Brother Peng, he's at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Is he really going to participate in the battle of the 6th level?" Di Feng frowned as he looked at the golden-robed young man. "That's right. Among the 10 people at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm, Alcuin's name is there. Among the 6th level, Alcuin's name is also there. It should be fine for a lower level to participate in a high-level battle, right?" The golden-robed youth laughed. "Of course you can." Di Feng nodded. It was naturally fine for a lower level to participate in a high-level battle, as long as he was willing. Alcuin wanted to participate in a battle at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm as a 5th level spiritual ocean realm. "Who's going to fight?" Alcuin looked around. "I'll do it." A voice rang out. From the side of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, a young man flew up onto the battle platform. There was no lack of geniuses in the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had many experts. This young man was the supreme talent of Di Tian's Imperial Guards. He had awakened a 2nd-rank divine bloodline and was extremely powerful. The next moment, the two figures collided. However, the result of the battle was shocking. In just a few moves, the Imperial Guard was forced to retreat. In the end, he even used bloodline fusion, but it was also useless. He was forced back to his original form and was thrown off the fighting stage while coughing out blood. Everyone was shocked. With a cultivation base 1 level lower, he actually defeated a prodigy who had awakened a 2nd-level divine bloodline. This was too terrifying. 50% divine beast bloodline. Di Feng's eyes flashed as he announced a shocking result. Countless people gasped. This Alcuin actually had 50% god-beast bloodline. That was too terrifying. This meant that half of Alcuin's blood was no different from that of a god-beast. If a human martial artist could not awaken a 5th-level divine bloodline, they would not be able to fight against someone of the same level. Even if they were 1 level higher, they would have to at least awaken a 4th-level divine bloodline. Furthermore, there were strong and weak divine beasts. Alcuin was obviously a flood dragon. His bloodline was inherited from a true dragon, so he must be even more terrifying. His body was invincible and his strength was boundless. Challenging Lu Ming. Fuck, so he has 50% true dragon bloodline. No wonder he's so arrogant. But if I awaken a divine bloodline, I'll definitely beat him up. The fatty was cursing, but he was very confident. "Fatty, you're just bragging. You can awaken a bloodline that's above divine level 5? Yuan Tingting attacked. The scene was in an uproar, and there were all kinds of discussions. A 50% concentration of the divine beast bloodline was equivalent to a human's 5th-level divine bloodline. In the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory, only the top geniuses had such a bloodline. Even Di Feng and Shi Emo, who were the strongest at the scene, were said to only have 4th-level divine bloodlines. If Alcuin's cultivation increased, he would be able to compete with the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Who else is coming up? Alcuin looked around arrogantly. Everyone was silent. After a long time, one person from the Heavenly Corpse sect went up. This person was an extremely famous Heaven's favorite, ranked 189th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had awakened a 3rd-level divine bloodline and had a cultivation at the peak of the 6th-level spiritual ocean realm. This person fought with Alcuin for nearly 100 moves. In the end, Alcuin transformed into his original form, a 500-meter-long blood-red flood dragon. His aura was soaring like a real dragon. With one strike, he sent the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect flying. Another victory. At this moment, the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect were both silent. Could it be that even this round at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier was going to be won by Alcuin? There were still a few people from the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace who had awakened third-class divine bloodlines. However, even the paragon of the Heavenly Corpse sect had been completely defeated. Wouldn't they, who had third-class divine bloodlines, be defeated as well? There were also a few people who had awakened 4th-level divine level bloodlines, but their cultivation had all surpassed the 6th-level spiritual ocean tier. Both sides fell silent. They had not expected such a terrifying monster to appear in the Sky Demon Valley. Furthermore, he was a new monster with a low cultivation. On the list of top 1,000 talents, geniuses of the same level as him already had extremely profound cultivation, far exceeding the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Alcuin transformed back into his human form and looked around. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Ming and pointed at him. Weren't you very arrogant? You injured a heaven's favorite of my flood dragon race and crippled his leg. Now I challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Following the direction of Alcuin's finger, almost everyone looked at Lu Ming. Alcuin was taking the initiative to challenge Lu Ming. It was obvious that there was a grudge between the two of them. You want to challenge him? He's not in our 10-person list. Di Feng frowned. It's fine. This time, it's not counted in the competition. It's a personal grudge between me and him. Alcuin shouted and looked at Lu Ming. Brat, if you have the guts, come up and fight me. If you don't, you can directly admit defeat and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lu Ming stood up, a cold smile on his face. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Alcuin to challenge him. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Originally, if he wasn't in the list of 10, he wouldn't be able to fight. He was still thinking that after the exchange, he would find trouble with Alcuin. Who knew that he would send himself up? I accept this battle. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared on the fighting ring. This surprised many people. Alcuin's combat strength was obvious to all. He was extremely powerful. Even if he was one level higher than Alcuin, he would not be able to defeat Alcuin. Lu Ming actually dared to accept the challenge. What was his confidence? Or was he provoked by Alcuin and couldn't put down his face? Wasn't this too unwise? Wasn't he just looking for a beating by stepping onto the fighting stage? I didn't think that you would really dare to go up the stage. In that case, do you dare to have a life and death battle with me? Alcuin's eyes flashed with greed. Last time, Ao Qian told him that there was something in Lu Ming's body that had a strong attraction to him. It was very likely that it was Lu Ming's bloodline, which made him very tempted. Something that could make Ao Qian unable to resist the temptation and attack was definitely not an ordinary sound. It might be able to increase the purity of his true dragon bloodline to another level. Although Lu Ming had already restrained himself and he could not sense it, he still decided to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming and seize his blood meridian. Therefore, he proposed a life and death battle. The surrounding people were also shocked. It seemed that Lu Ming had a deep enmity with the Flood Dragon tribe. Otherwise, Alcuin would not have suggested a life and death battle. A life and death battle was different from the sparring just now. In the previous battle, one would usually stop at a certain point, and at most, one would be seriously injured. There would not be any deaths. However, in a life and death battle, one party must die before it would end. Would Lu Ming agree? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Life and death battle, life and death battle. Fatty, this whole flood dragon meat is enough for us to eat for 10 days to half a month, right? Lu Ming suddenly smiled and looked at the fatty. That's enough, that's enough. If you eat sparingly, it should be enough. The fatty grinned. However, his eyes were solemn. He secretly transmitted a message to Lu Ming, telling him to be careful. He had felt Alcuin's power just now. It was not a small matter. The conversation between the two of them stunned the people around them. Also, did Lu Ming agree to it? You're looking for death, kid. Did you agree or not? Alcuin said coldly. There's flood dragon meat to eat, why wouldn't you agree? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Alright, so you agree. He then go to hell. Aoquin's laughter was filled with killing intent. He did not expect that Lu Ming would really agree to it. He had only casually mentioned the deathmatch. He initially thought that Lu Ming would definitely reject him out of fear. He was even thinking that if Lu Ming did not agree to it, he would find ways to find trouble with Lu Ming after the exchange. He did not expect that Lu Ming would agree to it. He was overjoyed. Boom! He did not want to waste any more time. He strode forward like an awakened primordial beast and rushed toward Lu Ming. His huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming also took a step forward and threw a punch at the flood dragon. This shocked many people. Lu Ming actually dared to use his fist to receive Aoquin's fist. Everyone had seen how powerful Aoquin's fist was. Even a level 6 spirit weapon would be shattered by him. Lu Ming actually wanted to fight Aoquin head-on with his own fist. How was this possible? Wasn't this courting death? Many people had the same thought. Even Yuan Tingting, Qiao Xian, Wang Haoxian and the others widened their eyes and stared at the fighting ring with a hint of worry. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing was the calmest. She had known Lu Ming for a long time and understood him the best. Since Lu Ming was so calm, it meant that he was confident. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of eyes, the two fists finally collided. Boom! A terrifying explosion was heard, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions with the fist as the center. It formed a violent storm, and many people had to make a move to break the storm. Thump! The fighting ring shook violently. Then, everyone saw a figure step on the ground and take 7 steps back. Chapter 8:33 Suppressing Aoquin. Everyone's eyes opened wide in shock. The person who retreated was actually Aoquin. Aoquin was actually forced to take 7 steps back by Lu Ming's punch. How was this possible? On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. In a fist-to-fist exchange, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. Was Lu Ming still human? He was simply a beast in human form. As expected of a flood dragon with 50% true dragon bloodline. It's really powerful. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Ao Kuen's, and he had already used 80% of his vital essence. With the prison-suppressing heaven technique, which was equivalent to a high-grade divine martial technique, he was so powerful that even Ao Qian and Jiu had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, let alone the geniuses who were 1 level lower than him. However, Aoquin only took 7 steps back. This was the first time Lu Ming had met someone whose cultivation level was lower than his but could still block his attack. Lu Ming was shocked. Aoquin was extremely shocked. However, after the shock, it was followed by endless anger. He, Aoquin, was a god's favored one. He had 50% of the true dragon's bloodline in his body and his talent was heaven-defying. Now, in a head-on collision, he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. This was unforgivable. Roar! Aoquin let out a dragon's roar. The muscles on his body tightened and swelled up, pushing up his red armor. His blood rushed into the sky and he actually turned into a true dragon, roaring in the sky. Thump! He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. His huge fist, wrapped in a layer of red light, was aimed at Lu Ming. This punch was even more overbearing and shocking. Boom! 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 In Lu Ming's spirit ocean, the primordial qi in his body churned. The primordial qi in his body burst out and let out a tsunami-like sound. He used his fist to activate the prison's suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided for the second time, stirring up a storm. Tens of thousands of eyes were once again fixed on him. Who would have the upper hand this time? In the hurricane, a figure stepped onto the battle stage and retreated. This time, he retreated 9 steps. It was still Aoquin. Aoquin was forced back once more and even further. As for Lu Ming, his figure only swayed a little. Other than shock, there was more shock. Lu Ming had actually suppressed Aoquin. In the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace, the eyes of Di Feng and a few of the strongest people shone brightly. Although they had already heard that Lu Ming had easily defeated Guiyu of the Heavenly Corpse sect, they did not think too highly of him. His name was not even on the list of 10 people at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, they realized that they had greatly underestimated Lu Ming's ability. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was hard to find someone stronger than him among the experts at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect were also shocked. The most shocked ones were the Sky Demon Valley's elites. They knew how strong Aokuin was. With 50% true dragon bloodline, if he grew up, he would definitely become one of the pillars of the Sky Demon Valley. Now, he was suppressed by Lu Ming. "Ah, Lu Ming, I want you to die." Aokuin howled and his body grew rapidly. In the end, he turned into a 500-meter-long red flood dragon. A dragon's roar was heard. Its huge claws, which were as large as mountains, swiped at Lu Ming, causing the space to tremble. Bang! Lu Ming's punch collided with the flood dragon's claw. His body trembled and he took a few steps back. Aokuin, who had returned to his original form, was stronger in all aspects. Aokuin's huge dragon body gave off a blood-red light. It was like the will of blood. This was the natural fighting technique of dragons. He roared and pounced on Lu Ming again. "Then I'll suppress you." A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared above his head, and 2 rays of golden light shone brightly. Many people were shocked. They were not shocked at how advanced Lu Ming's blood meridian was. Instead, they were shocked that his blood meridian was too low level. Today was a gathering of geniuses. Divine-level bloodlines had appeared frequently, and everyone was already numb to it. A second-level divine rank bloodline was nothing. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. Everyone had thought that Lu Ming's blood meridian should be a 4th-level divine-level blood meridian, or at least a 3rd-level divine-level blood meridian. They had never expected that Lu Ming's blood meridian was only a 2nd-level divine-level blood meridian. It was unbelievable that a 2nd-level divine bloodline could be so powerful. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled. Lu Ming's body turned into a ray of light and merged with the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline exuded a terrifying pressure. It was vast and heavy, as if it could suppress everything. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel shook and collided with the water dragon's claw. Aokuin hollered. His giant dragon body actually shook like a wave and he retreated. The prison-suppressing steel continued to shake and flew into the sky. It grew rapidly and finally became 10,000 meters tall. Like an ancient mountain, it pressed down on Aokuin. Aokuin hollered in rage. He felt a terrifying pressure and his body was filled with energy. He hollered and charged into the sky. The dragon was in the sky, trying to fight with the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! In the end, Aokuin was like a crawling worm. He was suppressed by the prison-suppressing steel and smashed into the fighting ring. A strange sound was heard. It was like a toad being hit by an iron hammer. It was accompanied by a shrill scream. The battle stage rumbled and the heavens and earth shook. Aokuin cried out in pain as blood splattered everywhere. He was almost crushed alive. Blood spurted out from his huge mouth like it was free. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel shook and continued to attack. The sound of the bone armor breaking could be heard. Aokuin spat out even more blood. The flood dragon's blood dyed the fighting stage red. Aokuin cried out in pain. He was already half dead and laid on the battle stage without moving. Only his eyes were still filled with shock. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed back into Lu Ming's figure, stepping on the dragon's head. Many people gasped in shock. He won. After Lu Ming used the blood meridian fusion, he easily defeated Aokuin and won. It was shocking that the demon race's prodigy, who had a 50% true dragon bloodline purity, was defeated by Lu Ming. Many people were guessing what Lu Ming's blood meridian was. Prison-guarding steel? What kind of bloodline was it? He had never heard of such a bloodline. It was too terrifying and its power was shocking. The moment he used bloodline fusion, he easily suppressed Alcuin. The divine monument expanded to 10,000 meters, and a flood dragon was suppressed below it. It was like a myth. "Now, I'll send you on your way." Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. The infinite dragon spear appeared in his hand. The sharp tip of the spear was aimed at Alcuin's forehead. "No, don't help," Alcuin hollered. He had half of the true dragon's bloodline. He was a peerless genius of the monster race. He didn't want to die. He still had a bright future. With his talent, it was certain that he would advance to level 8 in the future and stand shoulder to shoulder with the human spiritual god realm. He could even break through to the supreme realm. He also had an ambition to break through to the supreme demon emperor's position and become an emperor, ruling the world. He still had so many goals that he had yet to achieve, so how could he die? Chapter 834 Domineering Kill. He had come to Nine Dragons to train himself and see if he could obtain any opportunities. He had not come here to die. He had never thought that he would face such a situation. At this moment he was extremely terrified. "Stop!" A long and sharp cry was heard, spreading for hundreds of miles. The golden-robed young man in the Sky Demon Valley spoke. "Lu Ming, right? I advise you to stop. Even if you win this battle, you can't kill Alcuin." The golden-robed young man's eyes seemed to be golden. He stood high in the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down at Lu Ming. A faint majesty exuded from his body, like an emperor looking down on his people. And NBSP, this young man was no small matter. Even Corpse Demon and D Feng were very polite to him. The demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was unfathomable, and the geniuses of the younger generation were also very frightening. Because the demon clan of the Sky Demon Valley was not on the list of top 1,000 talents, no one knew how many powerful descendants there were in the Sky Demon Valley and how pure their bloodline was. This golden-robed young man was the same. He gave off an unfathomable feeling. Ordinary people would be more or less afraid. However, Lu Ming did not buy it. He glanced at the gold-robed young man indifferently and said, "I can't kill him? What a joke. Alcuin and I had a life-and-death battle. One side will die and the other side will die. Don't you understand this logic?" The light in the golden-robed young man's eyes grew brighter, and a faint golden light emanated from his body. He said coldly, "I advise you to let Alcuin go. He's a rare genius of the demon race and the son of some big shot in the Flood Dragon tribe. If you kill him, even if you hide in Nine Dragons, you'll definitely take part in the Battle of Providence with your talent. Then, if you meet someone from the demon race in the Battle of Providence, you'll definitely die." This was a blatant threat. The Heavenly Monster tribe was filled with geniuses, and they had never been weaker than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. In this generation, there were many geniuses and descendants with extremely dense bloodlines. If they targeted someone in the Battle of Destiny, anyone would be afraid. "Hee, you've lost, and now you're threatening me from behind. What a joke." Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. He continued, "I just want to ask, if I lose this battle, will Alcuin show mercy?" The Heavenly Monster tribe quieted down. The demon race was brutal. If Lu Ming was defeated, Alcuin would not let him go. "Your identities are different," the golden-robed young man said after a moment of silence. "Dogs hit." Lu Ming only replied with 2 words. Boom. His aura exploded and he raised his infinite dragon spear high, stabbing it fiercely at Alcuin's glabella. "No!" Alcuin hollered. His huge body wanted to struggle. In the next moment, the infinite dragon spear pierced through Alcuin's forehead. The entire spear entered and the powerful spear light pierced through Alcuin's head. One spear pierced through Alcuin's head. Alcuin hollered. A look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. His huge dragon body struggled for a while before he stopped moving. "Alcuin, dead. Damn it. You're looking for death." Several angry roars came from the Sky Demon Valley. Buzz. Buzz. 3 figures flickered and appeared around Lu Ming. Their violent auras enveloped Lu Ming. the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. These three figures were all equivalent to the demonic race's prodigies at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm and were extremely powerful. In the sky, the golden-robed young man didn't move, but his killing intent was so strong that he didn't even try to hide it. Everyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect looked on coldly, their eyes flashing with anticipation. They hoped that more of the Heavenly Demon Valleys and the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's geniuses would die. That way, it would definitely be beneficial to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Brother Peng, this is too much. Di Feng frowned as he spoke. After all, Lu Ming was a genius of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He could not just sit by and do nothing. That's right. It's a battle of life and death. It's normal for Lu Ming to kill Aoquan. What's the meaning of you sending a few 7th-level spiritual ocean tier elites? Do you think that there's no one else in our Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? My brothers, go. The fat man seized the opportunity to shout, trying to encourage the others to help Lu Ming. Fatty, you're right. Lu Ming is at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. If you have the ability, send out an expert at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier to fight him. Xian Yanqing agreed with Fatty. Not bad. If you have the ability, let's fight at the same level. Ruan Tingting and the others chimed in. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand and the fatty and the rest quietened down. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He glanced at the three demons and said, if you guys want to fight, then fight. So what if you're one level higher? So what if he was one level higher? His voice reverberated throughout the entire area, filled with Ling Yun's heroic spirit. If Aoquan dared to fight an expert one level above him, how could Lu Ming not? To Lu Ming, it was not rare for him to be able to fight someone of a higher level. So what if the other party was an extremely powerful heaven's favorite? Alright, you're the one who's looking for death. Don't move, I'll kill him. A blue-robed young man stepped out, his eyes flashing with lightning. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline reappeared. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes explained everything. Die! The blue-robed young man turned into a huge bird. His wingspan was more than 30 meters wide, and his body was covered with dense lightning. This is the lightning bird. It has the bloodline of the thunder god bird. This lightning bird already has 30% of the bloodline power. Cries of alarm came from the surroundings. Although the bloodline density of this lightning bird wasn't as high as Aoquan's, its cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level spiritual ocean realm. Its battle power was much stronger than Aoquan's. The lightning bird's speed was astonishing. It was like a bolt of lightning that flashed past. Endless lightning bolts filled the air and headed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming performed blood fusion and turned it into the prison-suppressing steel, which collided with the lightning bird. Boom! The lightning bird was sent flying, but the prison-suppressing steel also trembled slightly this time. Buzz! Then, the prison-suppressing steel expanded rapidly and continued to suppress the lightning bird. In the process of suppressing it, the prison-suppressing steel burst out a terrifying devouring power and enveloped the lightning bird. Arg! What's going on? The lightning bird cried out in alarm. It felt the blood in its body boil. Its strength had been reduced by several % due to the devouring power. Bang! The prison-suppressing steel hit the lightning bird heavily. The lightning around the bird was destroyed. The bird spat out a mouthful of blood and its huge body fell onto the fighting ring. Everyone present was dumbfounded again. The lightning bird that had reached the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier had been defeated. It had been defeated so cleanly in just a few moves. Two huge demonic beasts lay on the huge fighting ring. The lightning bird screeched and transformed into its human form. It retreated quickly and looked at Lu Ming in shock. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed into Lu Ming's appearance. Next, which one of you will fight? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other two demons. Xian Yanqing's true identity. The two demon race heaven's favorites had ugly expressions. Their battle power was on par with the lightning bird. Even the lightning bird had been defeated, so what could they do? In the sky, the golden-robed young man's expression was unsightly. Fatty and the others cheered. Hee hee, it's really lively here today. At this moment, a faint voice came from the distant sky. This voice clearly came from a distance, but it seemed to ring in everyone's ears. In the crowd, Xian Yanqing's expression changed when he heard the voice. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A total of 5 people stepped through the air. 3 of the 5 were young men. There were 2 men and a woman. Among the 3 young men, it was obvious that the young man in the purple and gold robe was the leader. Another man and a woman stood behind the young man. There were 2 old men beside the young man in the purple gold robe. The 2 old men gave people the feeling that they were ordinary people. They were like 2 ordinary old men who didn't know martial arts. There was no aura coming from their bodies. Naturally, they could not be truly ordinary people. Their cultivation was too high, giving others an illusion. The 2 old men chatted and laughed as they looked down. One of the old men seemed to be introducing something to the other. That seems to be Black Wind Knight. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. What? Black Wind Knight, the Black Wind Knight of the Imperial Sky Guards? That's him. I've seen him once. It's really Black Wind Knight. As soon as he said that, it caused more exclamations. Countless eyes turned to one of the black-robed elders. A venerable, it was actually a venerable. Venerable was a respectful title for a spiritual god realm master. In other words, this black-robed old man was a peerless master in the spiritual god realm. In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were the strongest. At the martial emperor realm, they dominated the world. The spiritual god realm was the closest realm to the martial royal realm. Usually it was rare to see one, but at this time, one had appeared. Then who were the other people? He actually wanted a venerable to accompany him. The arrival of Black Wind Knight eased the tense atmosphere on the fighting ring. Greetings, Black Wind Knight. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace stood up and paid their respects. No need to be so polite. We have an important guest here today. I heard that there is an exchange meeting here, so I brought him here to take a look. Black Wind Knight said with a smile. Everyone was shocked. Honored guest? Who could be called a distinguished guest by Black Wind Venerable? The paragons of the 4 overlords of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Sky Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley, were all here. Naturally, they were not from either side. Talisman sect. Impossible. The Talisman Amulet sect was in decline. It was not qualified to be called an honored guest by Supremacy Hei Fengyan. Other than the 3 forces, who else in the Eastern Barren Territory was qualified to be called a distinguished guest by the Venerable Black Wind? They are from the Central Continent. Black Wind Knight said with a smile. What? Everyone was shocked, including the paragons of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley. The Divine Wilderness Continent was divided into 5 huge regions. Central Continent, Eastern Barren, Southern Nether, Western Desert, Northern Plains. The Central Continent had been the most prosperous and powerful region among the 5 regions since ancient times. The Central Continent was a vast land with many talents and experts. It was the best in the 5 regions. These people were actually from the Central Continent. These people are from the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent. This is a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty. Black Wind Knight even threw out a bombshell. The scene was in an uproar. Those who knew the distribution of forces in the Central Continent were even more shocked. The Central Continent was different from the Eastern Barren Territory, where the 4 forces ruled. The Central Continent's ancient Saint dynasty had been passed down for countless years. It had suppressed the entire Central Continent and unified it. The entire Central Continent was under the control of the ancient Saint dynasty. It was said that the secret chamber of commerce was established by the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent. Even though some people had heard that the situation in the central continent had changed and that the royal family had weakened, the ancient Saint dynasty was still the most powerful force. The young man in the purple and gold robe was a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty. No wonder Black Wind Knight called him an important guest. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Back then, Lian Song had mentioned that Xian Yanqing was from the central continent. However, Xian Yanqing did not go into detail when Lu Ming asked him. The purple-robed young man took a step forward and cupped his fists. I'm Xie Zhen, a prince. I heard that all the top talents of the East Baron are gathered here today, so I came to take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you. Your Highness is too polite. I am Di Feng. Di Feng stepped forward and cupped his fists. So it's Brother Di, nice to meet you. Xie Zhen returned the greeting with a smile. Then, Shi Mo and the golden-robed young man from the heavenly demon tribe greeted Xie Zhen. The ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent was not to be underestimated, and they naturally wanted to build a good relationship with it. The Eastern Baron territory was vast, with hundreds of large regions. However, geniuses on the level of Di Feng, Shi Mo, and the golden-robed young man would have limitless potential. If they reached a certain level, they would be able to clash with the geniuses of the other regions. Now that they had the chance to befriend the prince of the ancient Saint dynasty, they would not miss it. Lu Ming, I'm leaving. Let's leave this place together. At this moment, Lu Ming heard Xian Yanqing's voice. His voice was filled with anxiety. Lu Ming turned his head and saw Xian Yanqing hiding in the crowd. His eyes were filled with anxiety. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned. He sent a voice transmission to Xian Yanqing. Let's go, there's no time to explain. Xian Yanqing's figure kept retreating in the crowd, as if he wanted to quietly leave this place. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xie Zhen suddenly frowned. Then, his eyes lit up and he turned around. His eyes were filled with 2 rays of light as he looked in Xian Yanqing's direction. Ha, little sister, why didn't you say hello when you saw your brother? You still want to leave quietly? Xie Zhen laughed and in a flash, he appeared above Xian Yanqing's head. Xian Yanqing's face turned pale. One of the old men and the 2 young men behind Xie Zhen also looked at Xian Yanqing with lightning-like eyes. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned and revealed doubtful expressions. Xie Zhen called her little sister. Could it be that Xie Zhen's younger sister was still here? When did Xie Zhen's sister get mixed up in the crowd? The crowd followed Xie Zhen's gaze and finally landed on Xian Yanqing. It's her. At this moment, many people's eyes lit up. It's actually her. The lady who has been walking with Lu Ming is actually Xie Zhen's younger sister? Doesn't that mean that she is the princess of the ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent? Many people were discussing in shock. Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, Fatty, and the rest also looked at Xian Yanqing in shock. Xian Yanqing actually had such an identity. Lu Ming was also a little stunned. Although he had always felt that Xian Yanqing's identity was very mysterious and had some speculations, he did not expect that she was the princess of the ancient sage dynasty of the central continent. The scenes of the past could not help but surface in Lu Ming's mind. Then you get lost. He suddenly understood many things, but he had more questions. No wonder Xian Yanqing didn't tell you the truth. No wonder Xian Yanqing was so talented, but he wasn't a disciple of any force in the East Continent. No wonder Lian Song could see through him. However, if Xian Yanqing had such an identity, why did he travel so far to the East Continent and even to a rural corner of the Burning Sun Empire? What was the purpose of all this? Xian Yanqing looked at Xie Zhen in the sky. His face was pale and his expression was bitter. You came here specifically for me? Hee hee, you're half right. We're here at the request of our father to form an alliance with the big forces in the East Continent and take you back. We thought we would have to ask them to help us with the investigation. We didn't expect to see you here. We didn't have to do that. Xie Zhen chuckled. I'm not going back. Xian Yanqing said calmly. Xie Zhen's gaze turned cold. I knew you would say that, but it's best if you don't refuse. Obediently seal your cultivation and come with us. Don't make things difficult for me. Xiezhen, don't call me brother all the time. You are not my elder brother, and you are not worthy to be my elder brother. To become your tool and be humiliated by you? Go back and tell Xie Qitian that he's not worthy of being my father. I'd rather die than go back. Xian Yanqing gritted his teeth and shouted. How audacious! How dare you call His Majesty's name? You're courting death. Do you really think you're a princess? The two young men and the old man shouted in unison as they glared at Xian Yanqing. The eyes of many people in the surroundings flickered. The situation didn't seem right. Was Xian Yanqing really Xie Zhen's sister, the princess of the ancient Saint dynasty? Why did even a few servants dare to berate her? Xie Zhen's expression completely darkened as he said coldly, You're getting more and more daring. You're the son of a lowly servant, and you're a xenogenic. If it wasn't for my father's kindness, I would have killed you and fed you to the dogs. Xie Zhen, you dare to insult my mother. I will kill you sooner or later. Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Insult your mother? She's just a lowly servant. How could she be worthy of being humiliated by me? Xie Zhen coldly said. You're looking for death. That Xian Yanqing roared as his destructive cutting power exploded. A beautiful arm shot toward Xie Zhen. A cold smile appeared on Xie Zhen's face. His body glowed with a dazzling white light. He waved his palm and a huge palm print formed from white light crushed Xian Yanqing's attack. Xian Yanqing's delicate body trembled as she retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. You lowly xenogeniac, how dare you resist? This time, no matter what, you have to go back. My father was too kind before, but this time, I will report this to my father. I will send you to hell, and you will be burned by the demonic flames. Let's see if you still dare to come out and embarrass the Xie family. Xie Zhen's eyes were cold and even a little disgusted. It was not the look of a relative at all. It was like a high and mighty prince looking at a beggar. He slowly walked out, his body emitting a pure white light. It was even more holy and aloof. A powerful pressure enveloped Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing retreated, his face turning paler. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Xian Yanqing. The powerful aura dissipated Xie Zhen's terrifying pressure. Everyone's eyes shifted. Lu Ming had appeared in front of Xian Yanqing. Xie Zhen's face darkened. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Brat, who are you to stop me? Get lost. Lu Ming's posture was as straight as a mountain. He stood there, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. His eyes flickered as he looked at Xie Zhen and said, I don't care who you are, whether you are Shao Qing's relative or not, but as long as you dare to hurt her, you are my enemy. Now, since little Qing doesn't want to go with you, then you can get lost. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it was very clear. It was clearly transmitted. Especially the last sentence, then you should get lost. It made people's hearts beat violently. Lu Ming actually told Xie Zhen and a prince of the ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent to scram? Such courage. Xie Zhen was also slightly stunned. After a while, he finally reacted. A shocking killing intent filled his eyes, as if he was a high and mighty emperor looking down on his people. His cold voice rang out, You lowly ant, how dare you speak to me like this? When you say this, no one in the world can save you. Today, I will cut you into 8 pieces and feed you to the dogs. Boom! A dazzling white light emanated from Xie Zhen's body, like a white sun. A sword condensed from the white light cut through the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward, activated the prison's suppressing heavenly art, and struck out with his palm. Heaven and earth shook violently, and a dazzling white light scattered in all directions, so piercing that the others couldn't help but close their eyes. The white light dissipated. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and he took 3 steps back. A cold glint flashed in Xie Zhen's eyes. He seemed to be a little surprised that Lu Ming could actually block his attack. Lu Ming, leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you. Xian Yanqing called out anxiously from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and smiled at Xian Yanqing. What are you talking about? Your business is my business. Xian Yanqing's body trembled. There seemed to be tears in his eyes. He bit his red lips and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. For a moment, he seemed to be in a daze and was speechless. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xie Zhen again. So it turns out that you have a man outside. Brat, your talent isn't bad. It seems like you're a heaven's chosen from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, no matter which power you're from, you must die today. After Xie Zhen finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Di Feng and said, Brother Di, I'm going to kill this man today. You won't interfere, right? Di Feng's eyes flickered as he glanced at Lu Ming and said, I'm not familiar with this person and he's not a core member of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. I'll hand him over to the Prince's Palace to deal with. Ha, that's good. Thank you, Brother Di. Xie Zhen laughed. Nest, who do you think you are? Why should my brother be punished by you? The fatty was unhappy. His figure flashed and he came to Lu Ming's side. Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian also came to Lu Ming's side. Wang Haoxian's eyes flickered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and came to Lu Ming's side. This has nothing to do with you, you should leave this place first. Lu Ming said to Fatty and the rest. This matter concerned the ancient sage dynasty of the Central Continent. It was no small matter. Lu Ming did not want to implicate Fatty and the rest. Nest, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? You don't treat me as a friend? Or do you think that my cultivation is too weak to help? Fatty pouted unhappily. Chapter 837 Battling Xie Zhen. Wan Tingting and Xiao Xian's gazes were firm. Although their cultivation levels were low, they chose to stand by Lu Ming's side. Looking at Fatty, Wan Tingting, and the rest, Lu Ming felt warm in his heart. Xian Yanqing was the same. She had always been eccentric, but now her eyes were red. Good, a group of lowly ants dare to block a chariot with their mantis arms. They are overestimating them slaviers. Today I will kill them all. Xie Zhen's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Eighth Prince, there's no need for you to kill them. Just leave it to us. With a flash, the man and woman who had come with Xie Zhen appeared beside him. One of the women asked, That's good. You can do it, but I've changed my mind. I won't kill them yet. I'll cripple their cultivation first. I'll bring them back to the Central Continent and sell them to the land of barbarians as slaves. Xie Zhen coldly said, Yes, sir. The man and woman responded. Xie Zhen retreated. Following that, two sword hums were heard. One was black and the other was white. Two rays of sword light were aimed at Lu Ming. Fatty, you guys retreat. Lu Ming let out a long hiss and stepped forward, striking out with his palms twice. With two loud bangs, the sword light collapsed. The man and woman's expressions changed drastically. They shouted and their sword chi increased dramatically. The two of them were both experts at the peak of the 6th level spiritual ocean tier. Furthermore, they had awakened 3rd level divine rank bloodlines. It was a pity that they were a step too late. They did not witness the power of Lu Ming's attack and had no idea how terrifying he was. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. They thought that with the two of them joining forces, it would be more than enough to take down Lu Ming. However, they realized that they were wrong. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifying. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward, his palm continuously striking out. The black and white sword gleam was shattered, and the two of them quickly retreated. Damn it, kill! The two of them roared in anger. Two huge swords, one black and one white, appeared above their heads. 3 golden chakras curled around the two huge swords. The two of them merged with the giant sword, and the sword howled. Buzz! Buzz! The black and white giant sword slashed at Lu Ming with shocking power. Roar! At this moment, a faint dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. His aura surged, and dense scales appeared on the surface of his skin. A violent aura burst out like a beast. Scales appeared on Lu Ming's hands as well. Even his nails had become long, like dragon claws. Buzz! Buzz! His hands turned into claws and he grabbed the black and white swords. As the sword aura whistled, Lu Ming firmly grabbed the blades of the two giant swords. The two giant swords trembled violently, but they could not fly out of his hands for the time being. Break! Lu Ming growled and exerted force with his claws. With two clangs, the black and white giant sword was crushed by Lu Ming and turned back into human form. The two figures, a man and a woman, flew far away and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes as they looked at Lu Ming and the scales on his body. What's going on? What was with Lu Ming's scale armor? He's like a demon. Could it be that he's not a human, but a demon? That's impossible. He's cultivating martial arts and has comprehended the will of heaven and earth. He's definitely a human. That should be some kind of secret technique. There are many mysterious secret techniques in the world that can make people transform into beasts, even completely into the shape of a beast. There are even some. That's right. It should be a secret skill. What a terrifying secret skill. Lu Ming didn't even cast it just now. It turns out that Lu Ming still has a trump card. The paragons of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Sky Demon Valley all widened their eyes in shock. It turned out that Lu Ming had not used his full strength in the battle against the Sky Demon Valley's paragon. How powerful was Lu Ming, a prodigy who had awakened a second-level divine-level bloodline? The coldness in Xiezhen's eyes became even more intense. He glanced at the man and woman and berated, "You're really trash. I even have to take action personally." With that, Xiezhen strode towards Lu Ming. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew stronger. In the distance, Black Wind Knight and the elder from the ancient Saint dynasty watched silently. They did not make a sound, nor did they stop him. "Lu Ming, be careful. He has awakened a 5th-level divine-level blood meridian." Xian Yanqing reminded her softly. "Bitch, so what if you remind me?" Xiezhen shouted coldly. A burly man in golden armor appeared above his head. This burly man was 100 meters tall and looked like a god. He was holding a golden spear in his hand. The burly man in golden armor was surrounded by 5 dazzling golden chakras. Divine level rank 5 bloodline. Kill! The burly man in golden armor held a long spear in his hand. He looked down from above and smashed it toward Lu Ming. Before the long spear even reached him, the terrifying pressure had already completely exploded. Xiezhen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 7th-level spiritual ocean tier. With such a cultivation, fusing with a 5th-level divine-level bloodline was too powerful and too terrifying. One could imagine how terrifying Aoquin's battle power was when he was at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Xiezhen definitely wouldn't be weaker than Aoquin in a battle of the same level. It could be seen how terrifying his battle power was. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from within Lu Ming's body once again. Lu Ming had also unleashed the second wave of dragon energy. The two dragon powers exploded at the same time, and the power multiplied. Bang! Lu Ming stomped his feet and his body soared into the sky. He used the prison-suppressing heaven technique and punched the huge golden spear. Clang! The terrifying vibrations formed sound waves that spread out like a storm. The faces of those with weaker cultivations changed drastically, and their eardrums were almost burst from the vibrations. They quickly circulated their cultivation to resist. Qiao Xian's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The fatty beside her quickly supported her and released his Zhenyuan to help her block the terrifying sound wave. In the sky, the huge spear vibrated and hummed. The huge body of the golden-armored man actually trembled and took a step back. Boom! This step caused the space to ripple like water. The air was compressed into liquid and blasted onto the fighting ring below, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming's body only took a step back. Damn it, you lowly ant, die! Xie Zhen, who had executed the blood fusion, was actually forced back by Lu Ming's punch. He let out an angry roar. Demon-suppressing divine fist. The burly man in golden armor roared. The long spear in his hand disappeared, and a huge fist blasted toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. He used blood fusion to merge his body with the prison-suppressing steel. At the moment of fusion, the two dragon powers were also integrated into the prison-guarding steel, making it stronger than before. The prison-suppressing heaven art. The prison-suppressing steel enlarged and pressed toward the golden-armored man. The golden-armored burly man's terrifying fist radiance was also aimed at the prison-suppressing steel. Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying tremor exploded in the sky. Even from thousands of miles away, one could hear the shocking fluctuations. Dozens of explosions sounded in succession. In the beginning, the two were evenly matched, but everyone was shocked to find that as the number of attacks increased, the size of the prison-suppressing steel became larger and larger. The spirit god takes action. Suppress them. Be it demons, gods, ghosts, or demons, suppress them all. A deafening sound came from the prison-suppressing steel. The steel expanded to 10,000 meters in size and pressed down on Xie Zhen. The golden-armored burly man that Xie Zhen had transformed into roared angrily and punched out with both fists. But in the next moment, his eyes revealed a look of fear. The prison-suppressing steel crushed the fist radiance and smashed toward the head of the burly man in golden armor. Hold on! The burly man in golden armor roared. He tilted his head and dodged the attack. He used his shoulders to block the prison-suppressing steel and supported it with his hands. However, the prison-suppressing steel could suppress everything. It was like an ancient divine mountain, containing infinite weight. How could the burly man in golden armor withstand it? Kneel down. Lu Ming's voice came from the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! The burly man in golden armor couldn't withstand it at all. His body fell and stepped out of the fighting stage. Then, his body trembled and he knelt down. Ah! The burly man in golden armor let out an extremely furious roar. He, the prince of the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, was actually suppressed by Lu Ming in public and knelt on the battle stage. It was a disgrace, a great humiliation. I want you to die, I want you to die. Xie Zhen's voice sounded. Then I'll kill you now. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the prison-suppressing steel glowed and trembled slightly. The burly man in golden armor let out a furious roar and immediately lay down. His body shrank rapidly and turned into Xie Zhen's appearance. He looked at the prison-suppressing steel above his head in fear and anger. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on Xie Zhen. How audacious! At this moment, a voice rang out, rumbling in the heavens and earth. It was the old man who was standing with Black Wind Venerable. He snorted coldly and extended a thin palm, pointing out a finger. A huge finger, as long as 10,000 meters, appeared out of thin air and pointed at the prison-suppressing steel. At this moment, Lu Ming felt an unbelievably powerful force engulfing him. In the face of this force, he had no way to resist. Bang! The finger touched the prison-suppressing steel. In an instant, the prison-suppressing steel exploded and turned back into Lu Ming's figure. He flew out like a cannonball and flew 10 miles away before hitting the ground. Boom! The ground exploded, and a huge pit appeared. Lu Ming lay in it, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He felt that all his bones were almost broken, and he was in excruciating pain. That old man was too strong, unrivaled, and unfathomable. It was very likely that he was also a spiritual god realm master like Black Wind Knight. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing cried out and rushed towards Lu Ming. In an instant he was 10 miles away and appeared beside Lu Ming. He helped Lu Ming up as tears fell from his eyes. Lu Ming, are you all right? Xian Yanqing supported Lu Ming as his essential core continued to flow into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. he smiled and said, "Silly girl, why are you crying? I'm fine." Lu Ming. At this moment, Fatty and the others also rushed over. "Damn it, a venerable actually attacked you. At most, I'll call my old man over and slap him to death." Fatty roared. "Fatty, don't get involved in this. Leave this place quickly." Lu Ming said. The other party was too strong. With a Supreme Realm expert, their current cultivation level was no different from ants in the eyes of a Supreme Realm expert. If they resisted, they would all die. Lu Ming did not want to implicate Fatty and the rest. "Lu Ming, I'll go back with them. You should recuperate and stop fighting." Xian Yanqing's tears continued to fall. "No, little Qing. I can feel that if you go back, you'll definitely suffer. Even if I have to risk my life, I don't want you to go back and suffer." Lu Ming struggled, wanting to get up. Xie Zhen and the others didn't treat Xian Yanqing like a family member. They treated him like an enemy or even a servant. Even a few servants dared to berate Xian Yanqing. It was obvious that Xian Yanqing's days when he returned would not be good. If it was a normal family member, Lu Ming would not stop them. However, in such a situation, it was obviously not the case. Although Lu Ming did not know the inside story, Xian Yanqing's "I'd rather die than return" was enough to explain everything. He would rather die than return. In Xian Yanqing's heart, returning was worse than death. Buzz! The old man took a step forward and appeared above Lu Ming and the rest. Kill them all. I want them all dead." Xie Zhen shouted hysterically. He was the prince of the ancient sacred dynasty in the East Continent. He was high and mighty, but he was suppressed by Lu Ming and knelt down on the spot. How humiliating was that? He was furious. The old man frowned and looked at Xian Yanqing. "Princess 16, please come back with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." As a spiritual god realm supremacy, it was embarrassing for the elder to attack a few juniors. Therefore, he did not use much strength when he attacked Lu Ming just now. He only stopped Lu Ming from killing Xie Zhen. If he had used some of his strength, Lu Ming would have died even if he had 10 lives. The difference between the spiritual ocean realm and the spiritual god realm was too great. "All right, Guardian. I'll go back with you, but you have to let Lu Ming and the rest go." Xian Yanqing said. "No, that bastard must die." Xie Zhen glared at Lu Ming with killing intent. "If you want to kill him, I'd rather die than return. At most, you can bring my corpse back." With a flick of his hand, a short sword appeared in Xian Yanqing's hand. He pressed it against his chest with a determined look on his face. "Little Qing, don't." Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. "Miss Yanqing." Fatty and the others were also shocked. "Bitch, you dare to threaten me." Xie Zhen roared. That protector frowned even more. "No matter what? I'm also Xie Qitian's daughter. If you bring my corpse back, I believe Xie Qitian will not be happy." Xian Yanqing's eyes were firm as he looked at the old man and Xie Zhen in the air. Xie Zhen's expression froze. Among the princes, he was not the most outstanding one. If he really brought Xian Yanqing's body back, his position in his father's heart would be affected. Even if it was just a little, it was a big deal for him. The venerable guardian pondered for a moment, then said, "All right, I promise you. It doesn't matter if I kill these people or not. Many thanks." Then, Xian Yanqing turned to look at Xie Zhen. Xie Zhen gritted his teeth and finally said, "All right, I agree as well. I'll let that piece of trash off. However, you have to agree to seal your cultivation and obediently return with us." "All right, I'll do as I say." Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Silly, I'm leaving." Xian Yanqing smiled slightly, with a trace of sadness, as beautiful as a summer flower. "Little Qing." Lu Ming exclaimed softly, his fists clenched tightly. In the end, he still couldn't make Xian Yanqing stay. He still needed Xian Yanqing to save his life. At this moment, he hated himself. He hated himself for being powerless. He hated himself for not being strong enough. If he had the power to rule the world, how could Xie Zhen and the others take Xian Yanqing away? Why would he let her do something that Xian Yanqing didn't want to do? However, he was still too weak. When you rule the world. Recently, he seemed to have made rapid progress and competed with the talents of the Eastern Barren territory. However, he was only among the younger generation. Moreover, even among the younger generation, he might not be a match for Di Feng, Shi Mo, and the others, not to mention that there were still geniuses in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000. He was only from the younger generation. If he were to be compared to the ancient families, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect, or the ancient sacred dynasty of the Central Continent, he was still far from them. He seemed so powerless in the face of such a force. Power, power. Lu Ming kept growling in his heart. 16th Princess, I've already agreed. Please leave with me now. The venerable protector said. Xian Yanqing's delicate body trembled. Suddenly, she leaned over and pressed her red lips against Lu Ming's. At this moment, their lips were touching each other and the two of them seemed to be one. Bitch! A cold glint flashed in Xie Zhen's eyes as he shouted in a low voice. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to Xie Zhen. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. After a long time, the two lips separated. 2 drops of tears fell on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming, I'll wait for you. I won't die no matter how much I've suffered. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the day you rule the world. When you rule the world, we'll hold hands and be together, never to be apart. His voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears, but Xian Yanqing had already left and landed beside the venerable guardian. Little Qing. Lu Ming felt as if there was a huge rock blocking his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Miss Yanqing. Ruan Tingting and Xiao Xian's eyes were filled with tears. Wang Haoxian also looked at Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing with a complicated expression. Ah, damn it, I'm going to call that old fart over. The fat man growled, his fat trembling. A sovereign descending to the world? What a joke. An ant wants to defy the heavens? What a good dream. Venerable one, let's go. Xie Zhen laughed coldly and came to the side of the venerable guardian. Bitch, beast race, when I return this time, I'll definitely make you go to the demon realm of hell. Just you wait. With a wave of his hand, the venerable guardian took Xian Yanqing, Xie Zhen, and the man and woman, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. Little Qing. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Xian Yanqing had left in and felt lost. Let's leave this place, Fatty said. That was because someone from the Sky Demon Valley was looking at them with an unfriendly gaze. The combat strength displayed by Lu Ming was too terrifying. Even the prince of the ancient sacred dynasty of the Central Continent, Xie Zhen, who had awakened a 5th-level divine-level bloodline and reached the peak of the 7th-level spiritual ocean realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. He was too powerful. Now that Lu Ming was seriously injured, they had other thoughts. Let's go. Fatty wrapped Lu Ming up with his vital essence and in a flash, they left the place, followed by Ruan Tingting and the rest. The eyes of the Sky Demon Valley cultivators flickered, but they did not pursue. After all, this was the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, not the Sky Demon Valley. If they chased after the geniuses of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace openly, would the people of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace allow it? Otherwise, he would lose all his face. What an interesting little fellow. Black Wind Knight smiled and continued, you guys can continue with the competition. I'm leaving. A gust of black wind blew past, and Black Wind Knight's figure disappeared. The two of you, now that Aoquin is dead and Lu Ming has retreated with serious injuries, why don't we start the competition again from the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier? Di Feng looked in the direction that Lu Ming and the others had left in, then turned to the corpse demon and the golden-robed young man. I have no objections, the demonic corpse said. All right. The gold-robed youth could only nod. The exchange continued, but Lu Ming and the rest had nothing to do with it. A million miles away, In a hidden valley, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, fully focused on healing his injuries. Previously, when he was pointed at by the protector of the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, even though the other party did not use much strength, he was still severely injured, and his bones were broken into hundreds of pieces. Fortunately, it was only a physical injury. His internal organs were only minor injuries. With Lu Ming's current physical strength and cultivation, he could recover very quickly. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming's injuries had already healed and he was at his peak. In a flash, Wang Haoxin appeared beside Lu Ming. "How's the investigation going?" Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Wang Haoxin. 2 days ago, Lu Ming had asked Wang Haoxin to investigate the whereabouts of Xie Zhen and the others, and whether they were still in Nine Dragons. Previously, Xie Zhen had said that they had come to the East Baron mainly to form an alliance with a few major forces. Forming an alliance was a major event. Lu Ming guessed that Xie Zhen and the others would not leave so soon. Thus, he sent Wang Haoxin to investigate. The people from the Central Continent are still here. They haven't left and are living in the Sea Wave's ancient garden on the other dragon vein. Wang Haoxin answered honestly. "Highland Ancient Garden? I know." Lu Ming nodded and closed his eyes again. Not far away, Fatty, Ruan Tingting, and Xiao Xian were discussing something. Why do you think Lu Ming sent Wang Haoxin to find out where those people from the Central Continent are staying? Don't tell me you want to save Miss Nianqing? With Lu Ming's cultivation level, he will definitely die if he goes. Ruan Tingting said in a low voice. That's right. The other party has a venerable. We'll definitely die if we go. We still have to keep an eye on Lu Ming and don't let him mess around. Fatty nodded. Another day passed. Lu Ming sat still. At this moment, Xian Yanqing's image kept flashing in his mind. The two of them had first met in the ruins of the Dongyi ancestors in the Blazing Sun Empire. At first, they had fought and Xian Yanqing had suffered a great loss. Later on, in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the two of them met again. After that, the two of them experienced many things together. The sentence, "I want to step on you," kept echoing in Lu Ming's ears. After going through so much together, Xian Yanqing's image had been deeply engraved in his heart. Similarly, his image had also been deeply engraved in Xian Yanqing's heart. It was difficult to erase it. "When you rule the world, you and I will hold hands and never separate." Xian Yanqing's words still rang in her ears. However, it would be many years before he could rule the world. Moreover, there was still the mountain, Di and Martial Emperor, standing in front of Lu Ming. It was still unknown whether he could overcome the great mountain of Di and Martial Emperor. If he failed, wouldn't Xian Yanqing have to stay in the ancient dynasty of Central Continent for the rest of her life, in the place where she had suffered? Little Qing, when you suddenly disappeared for 2 years, were you also brought back to the Central Continent? But then, you ran out again. Since you don't want to go back to that home and that home will make you suffer, I won't let you go. When I rule the world, that's too long. I only strive for the present. All of a sudden, Lu Ming opened his eyes. There seemed to be 2 rays of spear light in his eyes, piercing through the air and into the clouds. With a flash, Fatty and the rest appeared beside Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries?" Fatty asked. "All right, I'm done." Lu Ming nodded. "You guys leave Nine Dragons first. I have something to do." He continued. The Fatty's expression changed as he said, "Lu Ming, you're not going to save Miss Nianqing, are you? No, if you go like this, you're just going to die." "That's right. Lu Ming, you can't go." Ruan Tingting also said anxiously. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron moves again. Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I have my own ways. I won't send myself to my death." "What is it?" "Lu Ming, you don't have to lie to us. Is there any way to fight against a venerable? If you want to go, we'll go together." The fat man shouted. "Fatty, why do you have to do this?" Lu Ming sighed. All of a sudden, he took a few steps back and stomped on the ground. Buzz! Inscriptions appeared on the ground, forming a large array that trapped Fatty and the others. Lu Ming had long known that Fatty and the rest would not leave. He had secretly carved an inscription earlier. The formation appeared like a cage and trapped Fatty, Wang Haoxian, Ruan Tingting and Xiao Xian. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You're despicable, using a formation to trap us. Let us out, I want to fight you one-on-one. The fat man roared. Ruan Tingting and the others also shouted anxiously. Lu Ming smiled faintly and his heart was filled with warmth. He could take the risk, but he could not let Fatty and the rest take the risk. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Wang Haoxian. I lied to you about something back then. If anything happens to me, I'll break the soul-splitting formation on my own. With that, Lu Ming turned around and stepped into the air. Lu Ming. Wang Haoxian looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left with a complicated gaze. Let's do it and break this formation. The fat man roared and used all his strength to break the formation. Lu Ming walked in the air at an extremely fast speed, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. He didn't go to the ocean wave's ancient garden, but to the dragon's head. The distance of 1,000,000 miles was crossed in no time. Lu Ming returned to the place where the exchange was held previously. At this time, the exchange had ended, and the crowd had dispersed. Only a few people were still looking at the huge divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming did not stop. He strode toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Within 10,000 meters, the divine nine-dragon cauldron exuded a huge pressure, but it could not stop Lu Ming. Step by step, he walked toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron with determination. Soon, he was within 1,000 meters of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. That seems to be Lu Ming. It's really him. It seems that his injuries have already healed. What is he doing here? I don't know. Some people recognized Lu Ming and looked at him curiously. After the last battle, Lu Ming's name had spread throughout Nine Dragons. Many people believed that he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. However, some people felt that Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the second level of the divine level and his potential was limited. His future achievements could not be compared to the top 100 geniuses. Lu Ming had no idea about this, nor was he in the mood to know. He approached the divine nine-dragon cauldron step by step. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons in his body roared and roared continuously. However, outsiders could not hear it. The closer he got to the divine nine-dragon cauldron, the more violent his 9-dragon bloodline became. It was as if it wanted to rush out of his body and rush toward the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but it was firmly suppressed by Lu Ming. He was getting closer and closer to the divine nine-dragon cauldron. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. A layer of blood-red light emanated behind Lu Ming. Thump. At this moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron let out a vibration that spread thousands of miles away. The entire dragon vein seemed to have trembled. Not far away, the others widened their eyes. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is shaking. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which has never moved since the ancient times, is actually shaking. I heard that there was a huge commotion a while ago. I thought that it was fake, but I didn't expect it to be true. Unbelievable. But why is the divine nine-dragon cauldron shaking? These people cried out in alarm. They did not expect that this was because of Lu Ming. How could a young man make the divine nine-dragon cauldron, which had remained motionless for ages, shake? The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which even a martial emperor couldn't move, was shaking. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and determined as he strode forward. The distance was getting closer and closer. Thump! The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook again. The people in the surroundings were even more shocked. In the distance, rainbow lights were flying over. These people had all rushed over because they had heard the commotion. My God, the divine nine-dragon cauldron is really moving. The people who rushed over from behind were also extremely shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming had already walked to one of the feet of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron had 4 legs, all of which were extremely huge. That seems to be Lu Ming. What is he doing? The people who came later also recognized Lu Ming. Look, he's hugging the cauldron's leg. He's going to move the divine nine-dragon cauldron. What a joke! Throughout history, countless paragons have tried to move it, but to no avail. How can he move it? Someone sneered. However, the next moment, everyone's expression changed drastically, and their eyes almost popped out. Lu Ming hugged the cauldron's leg with both hands. Of course, he could not hug it completely. He could only hug a corner. Rise! Lu Ming roared loudly, his long hair flying in the wind as he exerted his strength. Thump! As Lu Ming exerted more force, the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook again. This time, the vibration was louder and more shocking than the previous 2 times. The vibration was like a storm, spreading far and wide. The entire dragon vein started to shake violently. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is moving again, and it's even more intense. It can't be. Could it be that the divine nine-dragon cauldron is moving because of Lu Ming? Some people guessed. No way. It's impossible. It must be a coincidence. Some people found it hard to accept and shook their heads, thinking it was a coincidence. Rise! Lu Ming roared again. Thump! The divine nine-dragon cauldron moved again. One could clearly see that the huge body of the cauldron was shaking. On the ground, there were huge rocks that shattered and stones that flew everywhere. Oh my God, it's moving again. It's really because of Lu Ming. This is unbelievable. Someone shouted while more people were watching the scene with dumbfounded looks. In the sky, rainbow light flashed, and more people flew over. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is covered in dust. What are you waiting for? Now, come and fight with me. Lu Ming howled, his voice shaking the heavens. The others were horrified. Lu Ming actually wanted to pull out the cauldron and fight? Who is he going to fight? Some of them recalled the grudges between Lu Ming and the ancient dynasty of the Central Continent a few days ago and gasped. Was Lu Ming planning to challenge the powerful cultivators of the ancient dynasty of the Central Continent? Such courage, such boldness. Divine nine-dragon cauldron, I know you have a spirit. Fight with me. Lu Ming continued to roar, and the nine-dragon bloodline in his body roared wildly. The voice of the nine-dragon bloodline seemed to be constantly transmitted into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. However, Lu Ming could feel that there seemed to be a spirit in the divine nine-dragon cauldron that was resisting. It was unwilling to leave the ground and fight with Lu Ming. You are too weak. Suddenly, a voice entered Lu Ming's ears. It seemed to come from the ancient times and was filled with vicissitudes of life. This voice could not be heard by outsiders except Lu Ming. I'm too weak, but in the future, I will rule the world. Lu Ming let out a long howl, his fighting spirit unparalleled. Clang! At that moment, the lightning cauldron in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness suddenly shook. Chapter 841 Borrowing the Cauldron's Might. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the lightning cauldron shook and a leisurely voice was transmitted into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Thump! At this moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook even more violently. The mountain that he was standing on exploded, and countless rocks shot into the distance. Rise! Lu Ming hugged the cauldron's leg and shouted. Then, to everyone's shock, the cauldron that was as large as a mountain actually left the ground. Yes, Lu Ming carried her and lifted her off the ground. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Divine cauldron, fight with me! Lu Ming roared again. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The blood came from the bloodline of the 9 dragons. It flowed down Lu Ming's throat and onto the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Thump! The divine nine-dragon cauldron trembled even more intensely. It emitted a brilliant light as Lu Ming lifted it up high. Heavens, heavens, what did I just see? Lu Ming has lifted the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He has really lifted the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Could it be that the divine nine-dragon cauldron has acknowledged him? Unbelievable! Almost everyone was shouting like crazy. Boom! 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 The dragon's vein shook violently, as if it was about to turn into a dragon and leave. At this moment, it was not only this dragon's vein. The other 8 dragons' veins in Nine Dragon City were also shaking violently. At the head of each dragon's vein was a huge cauldron. Now, those huge cauldrons were all shaking. What's going on? What's happening? Above the dragon vein, countless experts who were in seclusion opened their eyes one after another, revealing a look of horror. The dragon veins are shaking, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron is shaking. What's going on? Countless voices were heard. At this moment, countless top powers in Nine Dragons were alarmed. In the depths of the 6 ancient families, 6 middle-aged men opened their eyes. These 6 middle-aged men were the family masters of the 6 ancient families who had been summoned by Martial Emperor Yi last time. The divine nine-dragon cauldron is shaking. What happened? Bewildered voices came from the 6 people. In the depths of Di Tian's imperial guards, Yan Kuangtu was gulping down wine. Suddenly, his eyes shone with a brilliant light as he stood up and looked into the distance. The divine nine-dragon cauldron, which has never moved since ancient times, is actually moving. Interesting. Yan Kuangtu's voice was filled with curiosity. On the dragon's head, Lu Ming pulled out the cauldron and stood up. Everyone's eyes fell out in shock. The divine nine-dragon cauldron actually became lighter after the blood of the 9 dragons fell on it. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He took a deep breath and stepped into the air. Bang! The space trembled. Lu Ming carried the cauldron and stepped into the void, causing the space to shake violently. However, Lu Ming stood firmly in the void. Let's go! Then, Lu Ming took another step forward. Although the void trembled, Lu Ming stood firmly. Little Qin, I'm here. Lu Ming quickened his pace. He stepped on the void and headed towards the ocean wave's ancient garden. At this moment, the sky was filled with people, but they were all dumbfounded as they looked at this scene. Lu Ming could actually carry the cauldron and walk in the air, walking into the distance. What was he doing? Countless people followed behind Lu Ming, wanting to see what was going on. Lu Ming, the divine nine-dragon cauldron is the most precious treasure in Nine Dragons. What do you mean by carrying the cauldron? Why aren't you putting it down? A few elders appeared in front of Lu Ming and berated him. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. It was the aura of a spirit embryo realm cultivator. It's an expert from the Imperial Guards of Di Tian. Some people recognized that Di Tian's Imperial Guards were the closest to this place, and an expert had rushed over. Get lost! Lu Ming berated and took a step forward. Boom! This step seemed to borrow the power of the cauldron, and endless pressure pressed down on the powerhouses. How is that possible? Countless people gasped. Lu Ming took a step forward and actually made a few spirit embryo realm experts cough up blood as they were sent flying. This was too unbelievable. Lu Ming seems to be able to borrow the power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Terrifying, terrifying. How did he do it? The divine nine-dragon cauldron can't be touched by emperors. Not only can he lift it, but he can also borrow the power of the cauldron. How can this be? The surroundings were in a clamor. The experts who wanted to stop Lu Ming had a terrible look on their faces. They did not dare to make a move. Lu Ming stepped on the void and walked faster and faster. In the end, he directly ran, covering dozens of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Lu Ming was surrounded by people. Everyone looked at Lu Ming and the person who was carrying the cauldron in a daze. Compared to the divine nine-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming's size was really small. However, he could carry the divine nine-dragon cauldron. This scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. We've arrived at the ocean wave's ancient garden. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed ahead. After 3 hours, Lu Ming finally arrived at the Hai Lan Ancient Gardens. In front of them, the palace was located on a mountain peak. The clouds were misty, making it look like a paradise. This was the Ocean Wave's ancient garden, the place where the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was used to receive important guests. The commotion outside had obviously alerted the Hailan Ancient Garden. Buzz! Buzz! A figure flew out. It was Xiejin as well as the man and woman. The protector was also there, and there were also 2 middle-aged men. At this moment, Xiejin and the others were looking at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming was actually carrying a huge cauldron over. Lu Ming, it's you again, you bastard. What are you doing here? Are you here to die? Xiejin coldly shouted, his eyes flickering with an ice-cold light. Hand over little Qing. Since little Qing is unwilling to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Lu Ming's voice could be heard from afar. Little bastard, you still haven't given up? Fine, since you've come to die, I'll send you on your way. Take him down. Xiejin waved his hand. The 2 middle-aged men stepped out, and a powerful aura burst out from their bodies. The Spirit Embryo Realm. These 2 burly men were Spirit Embryo Realm experts. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. An endless pressure exploded. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically. They screamed and were sent flying, coughing up blood. How did this happen? Xiejin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open in disbelief. Thump! Lu Ming took another step forward and a violent pressure pressed down on Xiejin. 8th Prince, be careful. The guardian moved and appeared in front of Xiejin. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. With a punch, the world shook and the space trembled violently. A pillar of air shot up into the sky and blocked Lu Ming's stomp with the power of the cauldron. Spiritual God realm powerhouses were terrifyingly powerful. Lu Ming could not do anything to them even with the power of the cauldron. The legendary divine 9-dragon cauldron of 9 dragons was pulled out by you. Unbelievable! I can't let you live today. A killing intent flashed through the eyes of the Guardian Knight as he stepped forward. Boom! As the Guardian stepped forward, his aura soared into the sky and reached an unbelievable level. Endless pressure spread out and covered a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like the might of heaven. Suppressing the spirit god. In all directions, countless people's expressions changed drastically. They felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Not good, the Venerable One is about to show his might. Let's retreat. Retreat. A series of terrified screams rang out in the surroundings, and countless figures were forced to retreat like ants. I've already spared you once, but you still don't know how to repent. Then I'll behead you. And NBSP, die. The Venerable Protector reached out his palm and struck down. A dazzling sword light appeared and slashed at Lu Ming. Selah! The sound of space tearing was heard. The sword light slashed down, directly tearing the space apart, and a dark spatial crack appeared. In the distance, countless people widened their eyes. It was said that the spiritual God realm masters could really break open space and tear open space cracks. However, if there was no major battle, ordinary people would not have the opportunity to see the spiritual God realm masters in action. Now he had finally seen it. It was just like the rumors. How terrifying was the power of a palm that could break space? How could Lu Ming resist it? Break! Lu Ming let out a long roar. He grabbed the legs of the divine 9-dragon cauldron with both hands and actually lifted it up. Boom! The huge divine 9-dragon cauldron crashed toward the sword light. Clang! The sword radiance hit the divine 9-dragon cauldron, but it only made a sound and was destroyed. There was not a trace of damage on the cauldron. Hand over little Qing. That! Lu Ming roared. He grabbed the cauldron and strode forward. Then he lifted the cauldron and smashed it at the guardian like a hammer. Evil creature! That! The Dharma Protector roared as his hair and beard stood up. His aura became even more terrifying. A giant sword appeared in his hand. As he crazily poured in his true essence, the giant sword grew to 10,000 meters long. Like a divine sword, it slashed toward the giant cauldron. Clang! The 10,000-meter-long sword collided with the cauldron, creating an earth-shaking boom. A storm of energy tore through the sky, leaving a black crack. Whoosh! A beam of sword chi slashed down on the ground, creating a crack that was hundreds of miles long. It was too terrifying. Such a great battle could definitely destroy the heavens and earth. A figure stepped in the air and staggered. It was the Venerable Guardian, a spiritual god realm powerhouse. He was actually forced to retreat. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone could not believe their eyes. Lu Ming, a young man in his 20s with the cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier, had actually lifted the cauldron and repelled a powerful spiritual god realm expert. This was too unbelievable and felt unreal, as if he was dreaming. Xie Zhen's eyes widened, and he was almost scared to death. The ancient Saint Dynasty's protector was actually forced back by Lu Ming. If the cauldron were to smash at him, wouldn't he be turned into ashes? His back was drenched in cold sweat as he retreated towards the Ocean Wave's ancient garden. The Ocean Wave's ancient garden had an extremely powerful formation, so it would be safe. Hand over little Qing. Lu Ming strode forward and the huge cauldron smashed at the Guardian again. The Guardian Knight roared. A giant sword with 5 golden chakras appeared above his head. This was the bloodline of a Guardian Knight, a 5th-level divine-level expert. This bloodline was already extremely terrifying when it was unleashed by a spiritual god realm expert. The Guardian's figure rushed into the huge sword. The huge sword whistled and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming lifted the huge cauldron and smashed it down. There was another deafening roar, shaking the heavens and earth. The giant sword was deflected away, but Lu Ming also staggered back. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the strange thing was that when he spat out a mouthful of blood, it was directly absorbed by the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron glowed and Lu Ming felt that the weight of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron had become lighter. It was more convenient for him to swing it. He took a step forward, and the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron once again smashed toward the Venerable Guardian. The huge sword shook and collided with the huge cauldron. Bang! This time, the giant sword was sent flying hundreds of miles away. It turned back into a human and crashed into the ground, creating an unfathomably deep pit. Countless people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming was simply going against the heavens. He had actually beaten a spiritual god realm powerhouse to the point where he was half dead. Lu Ming did not pay any more attention to the Guardian. He carried the huge cauldron and walked towards the Ocean Wave's ancient garden step by step. Evil creature, you're really audacious. He should be killed. Kill. 2 shouts came from the Ocean Wave's ancient garden. 2 figures rushed out of the garden and stood in the void. These 2 old men exuded terrifying auras that were no weaker than the Venerable Guardians. In fact, they were even stronger. There was more than one spiritual god realm expert from the ancient sage dynasty of the Central Continent. These 2 old men were also powerful cultivators from the Gu Empire of the Central Continent. The 2 elders appeared and charged at Lu Ming without a word. I told you to hand over Shaoqing. Otherwise, I'll raise the Ocean Wave's ancient garden to the ground today. A low roar came from Lu Ming's mouth, and his eyes revealed a crazed look. Boom. Boom! He was fearless. He carried the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and started a shocking battle with the 2 elders. More and more people came from all directions, but no one dared to come within 3,000 miles. A spiritual god-level battle was too shocking. Anyone below the spiritual god realm would only die if they got close. In a room deep within the Hailan Gardens, Xian Yanqing was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her aura was extremely weak. Her true essence and spirit fire had been sealed. She looked like an ordinary person. She sat on the bed quietly, her eyes filled with longing. Lu Ming, how are you? I originally thought that with the battle of karmic luck drawing near, those fellows wouldn't come again. I didn't expect that it would still come. I can't hide from it. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to that home, that disgusting home. Xian Yanqing murmured. The ancient Saint dynasty of the central continent had a long history. Legend had it that it had been passed down from the ancient times for countless years. The Xie family of the ancient Saint dynasty had the bloodline of the ancient human emperor. The bloodline that they awakened was a pure and holy bloodline. However, Xian Yanqing had awakened the heavenly demon bloodline. To the pure and holy Xie family, it was a lowly and dirty bloodline. Moreover, Xian Yanqing's mother was only a maidservant. Her father had given birth to Xian Yanqing. However, after Xian Yanqing awakened his foreign bloodline, her mother was regarded as a heretic and killed. After all, Xian Yanqing was the descendant of the emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty, which was why he managed to survive. However, she was mocked and humiliated. Xian Yanqing had lived in the shadow of that family since she was young. She hated that family and wanted to escape. In the Xie family of the ancient sacred dynasty, there were also examples like her in history. The back of the so-called light was darkness. Among the divine bloodlines, there would occasionally be a completely dark bloodline. In history, there had been such a bloodline that had caused chaos in the world and almost destroyed the Gu dynasty. As such, all those with such a strange bloodline had a miserable ending. Xian Yanqing hated that family because of her mother. She also knew that if she continued to stay in that family, she would not have a good ending. In the dark, there were countless people who wanted to get rid of her. That was why she wanted to escape. Chapter 843 Experts Taking Action. She had escaped a few times, but every time, she would be found and brought back. To put it nicely, they would not allow an alien like her to ruin the reputation of the Xie family of the ancient Saint dynasty. What a joke! She had never said that she was from the Xie family of the ancient Saint dynasty. She did not want to be a member of the Xie family. Those people from the Xie family just didn't want her to live in this world. If not for the fact that the current emperor of the ancients was her father, she would have died long ago. Lu Ming, no matter what kind of environment I'll face when I go back, I won't die. I'll work hard to cultivate. When you're the king of the world, come and pick me up. Xian Yanqing mumbled, her eyes glimmering. She believed in Lu Ming. He would definitely be able to do it. Hand over little Qing. Since little Qing is unwilling to go back with you, I won't let her go with you. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside. Xian Yanqing's delicate body trembled. It was Lu Ming's voice. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come. Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with anxiety as he stood up and rushed out of the door. Unfortunately, this room was surrounded by arrays. Her cultivation was sealed and she couldn't get out. As soon as she touched the wooden door, there was a flash of lightning on the wooden door. Her whole body flew out as if she had been struck by lightning. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, why did you come? Leave quickly. Xian Yanqing shouted, but his voice could only echo in the small room. Hand over little Qing. From time to time, Lu Ming's angry roars could be heard from the outside. Along with the angry roars, there were earth-shaking rumbles. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. Xian Yanqing screamed, tears streaming down her face. She rushed to the wooden door again, but just like before, she was struck back by the lightning and spat out blood. She did not know what method Lu Ming had used to be able to fight against the experts of the ancient sage dynasty. However, she knew that the Xie family of the ancient Saint dynasty had sent a few spiritual god realm experts. Moreover, this was 9 dragons, and the Xie clan of the ancient sacred dynasty was the Ditian Divine Palace's distinguished guest. How could the Ditian Divine Palace allow Lu Ming to deal with their distinguished guest? Lu Ming was destined to be in danger. Indeed, not long after, 2 more powerful cultivators from the Xie clan of the ancient Saint dynasty charged out. The battle outside was even more intense. Lu Ming, you idiot! Xian Yanqing murmured. No matter what, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing down his cheeks. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, a mixture of blood and tears, and she was as beautiful as a flower. In the sky above the ocean waves' ancient garden, the battle had entered a state of white heat. Lu Ming used the divine nine-dragon cauldron to fight against two spiritual god realm powerhouses. The whole world was boiling, and spatial cracks appeared in a flash. Lu Ming had actually suppressed two spiritual god realm powerhouses with the help of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Yes, he had the upper hand in a one-on-one battle. How dare you, Lu Ming? How dare you attack the guests of the ancient Saint dynasty? Are you trying to frame the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Take him down and hand him over to His Majesty. A series of cold shouts came from the sky, and more than a dozen figures descended. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Spiritual God Realm. These dozen figures were all peerless powerhouses of the spiritual God Realm. The spiritual God Realm experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had arrived. This evil creature can actually move the divine nine-dragon cauldron that even emperors can't touch. He must be an evil demon. We should capture him, get the secret out of him, and then put him to death by 1,000 cuts. One of the old men shouted coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. This old man was wearing a starry robe. He was the elder with real power in the Shangguan family, the grandfather of Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling, Shangguan Zhongyuan. Half a year ago, he had repeatedly sent experts to kill Lu Ming, but they were all killed by Lu Ming. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming completely. Now, it was the right time for him to take action. Thump. Shangguan Zhong took a step forward. Starlight fell from the sky and turned into a starry sword, slashing violently at Lu Ming. As one of the few spiritual god powerhouses in the Shangguan family, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Boom. Boom. At the same time, a few other spiritual god realm powerhouses also made their move. A terrifying attack was directed at Lu Ming. In total, there were 6 powerful cultivators, including the 2 from the ancient Saint dynasty of the Central Continent, who attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The entire sky was shattered and cracks appeared in space. Lu Ming felt an unparalleled pressure. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline in Lu Ming's body howled and emitted a thick blood qi. Lu Ming spat another mouthful of blood onto the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It was the blood of the 9 dragons. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook. Lu Ming swung it and swept it out. Boom, boom, boom. All 6 attacks were blocked by Lu Ming, but his body shook violently. His bones and armor seemed to be breaking, and his body went numb. However, in the end, he still managed to block it. In the surroundings, the others gasped. Lu Ming had actually fought against 6 great spiritual god powerhouses alone and survived. Although it was because of the divine 9-dragon cauldron, being able to use the divine 9-dragon cauldron was a very terrifying thing in itself. Everyone, this kid is evil. Let's attack together and capture him. We'll hand him over to His Majesty to deal with. Shangguan Zhongyuan called out. In the sky, there were still 7 spiritual god realm powerhouses who had not made a move. They had disdained to attack a junior together. However, after hearing Shangguan Zhongyuan's words, their eyes flickered. The divine 9-dragon cauldron is of great importance. It hasn't moved since ancient times, but it moved because of him. We really have to take him down and ask him. Someone said. Not bad. Someone replied. Thump thump. More people stepped out, their auras violent. Come. Today, I'll slaughter the spiritual god. Lu Ming roared, his eyes filled with madness. He had wanted to use the divine 9-dragon cauldron to defeat the venerable guardian and take Xian Yanqing away from 9 dragons. However, the high and mighty spiritual god realm experts of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace had actually joined forces to deal with him without asking for the reason. In that case, he could only fight today. Attack! This time, a total of 9 spiritual god realm powerhouses attacked. The terrifying power was vast and mighty. 9 attacks of various colors enveloped Lu Ming. The attack had yet to reach Lu Ming, but he already felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if his body was about to explode. If he had not used the power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron to protect himself, he would have been crushed into pieces. Roar! In his body, the 9-dragon bloodline was roaring non-stop. At this moment, Lu Ming could no longer suppress it. The 9-dragon bloodline soared into the sky and roared. The roars of the dragons resounded throughout the world. The body of the 9-dragon bloodline expanded rapidly, becoming more than 10,000 meters long, and entangled the divine 9-dragon cauldron. That's a divine bloodline. My God, what's going on? Wasn't Lu Ming's blood meridian a stone tablet? How did you become a true dragon? 2 divine-level bloodlines, how is that possible? How is that possible? Some people who had seen Lu Ming's moves shouted in disbelief. A single person actually had 2 divine-level bloodlines. Could it be that his second bloodline was a divine-level bloodline? That talent was too terrifying. There were only a few people in ancient times. Killing the spirit god. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and they roared into the sky. The divine 9-dragon cauldron also shook violently, and light filled the air. And NBSP, boom boom. Lu Ming swung the divine 9-dragon cauldron and swept it across, destroying the 9 attacks again. The 9-dragon bloodline roared again and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the divine 9-dragon cauldron. At this moment, the true dragon carvings on the divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to come to life, and dragon roars came from it. At this moment, in 9 dragons, the 9 dragon veins were shaking violently, and there were also dragon roars. Countless people were shocked. Clang! Clang! On 8 of the dragon veins, there were 8 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. All of them were shaking. All of a sudden, the divine 9-dragon cauldron closest to Lu Ming shook the most intensely, sending gravel flying. The divine cauldron actually left the ground, tore through the void, and disappeared. At this moment, in the depths of the 6 great ancient families, the eyes of the 6 family heads suddenly flashed. The strange bloodline of a true dragon. This is the child that His Majesty was talking about. The 6 of them spoke almost at the same time. Then, they stood up and stepped forward. When they took a step forward, a crack automatically appeared in the space. They stepped into the crack and disappeared. 1,000,000 miles away, Fatty was roaring. Ah, break! His chubby body swelled up, and his eyes turned red. The battle axe in his hand slashed out crazily. At the same time, Wang Haoxian, Ruan Tingting, and Qiao Xian also assisted him in attacking the formation that trapped them. The fat man spat a mouthful of blood onto the battle axe, causing it to become even more powerful. A terrifying axe light shot out, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the air, and the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The formation was broken. Let's go to the ocean waves' ancient garden. The fatty roared as the group of them flew towards the ocean waves' ancient garden at high speed. In the sky above the ocean waves' ancient garden. This kid is demonic. Shengguan Zhongyuan roared. At that moment, the remaining spiritual god powerhouses appeared around Lu Ming and surrounded him. There were a total of 13 spirit god experts. Attack! Clang! Just as they were about to make a move, a tremor came from the sky, and another huge cauldron descended. Another divine 9-dragon cauldron? How is that possible? The second one. Could it be that Lu Ming can control the second one? Everyone was so shocked that they almost jumped up. Come, accompany me in battle. Lu Ming let out a long howl and stretched out his right hand, grabbing one of the legs of the second divine 9-dragon cauldron. He grabbed one in each hand. The 2 huge divine 9-dragon cauldrons were like 2 huge iron hammers in Lu Ming's hands. You old man, I'll kill you first. Lu Ming fixed his eyes on Shengguan Zhongyuan and strode forward. The cauldron was like a giant hammer, smashing toward Shangguan Zhongyuan. This old man was filled with killing intent the moment he appeared. He could not wait to kill Lu Ming. It was because of his instigation that the other spiritual God realm powerhouses took action one after another. Otherwise, there would not be so many spiritual God realm powerhouses besieging him. Let's attack together. Shangguan Zhongyuan's expression changed drastically. He let out a loud roar, and the starlight began to boil. A huge crack seemed to have appeared in the sky, and a beam of starlight fell down onto Shangguan Zhongyuan's body. The light of the stars gathered and turned into countless starry swords, which were aimed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Tulavir experts also made their moves. All sorts of attacks were launched at Lu Ming. The two cauldrons danced in Lu Ming's hands. One of them was mainly used to block the attacks of the others, while the other one was used to smash Shangguan Zhongyuan. He only focused on one person and madly attacked. The bloodline of the 9 dragons let out a long roar. It seemed to have some kind of resonance with the divine 9-dragon cauldron, causing its power to increase greatly. Boom! As the huge cauldron smashed down, all of Shangguan Zhongyuan's attacks were rendered useless. The huge cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, smashed down on Shangguan Zhongyuan. A terrifying force emanated from the cauldron and locked onto Shangguan Zhongyuan, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only take the attack head-on. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. The power of the stars burst out madly, and his fists were like 2 stars, blasting toward the huge cauldron. However, the moment it came into contact with the cauldron, the starlight was extinguished and Shangguan Zhongyuan's fists were instantly shattered. He screamed in pain as his body was sent flying. And NBSP, boom boom boom. The other people's attacks were all blocked by Lu Ming's other divine 9-dragon cauldron, and it was blocked firmly. With the eruption of the 9 dragon bloodlines and the increase in the number of divine cauldrons, the power had also increased to a terrifying level. Thump. Boom. Lu Ming stepped on the void and continued to charge towards Shangguan Zhong. The massive cauldron blotted out the sky and pierced through the void before crashing down on Shangguan Zhongyuan. The terrifying aura it exuded caused Shangguan Zhongyuan's heart to tremble. No, no! Shangguan Zhongyuan roared. He could feel death approaching, and this feeling was driving him crazy. He was here today to kill Lu Ming, not to court death. He roared, and a ferocious tiger star appeared above his head. On the body of this ferocious tiger star, there were 3 golden meridian cycles. A 3rd-rank divine bloodline was considered weak in the spiritual god realm. Shangguan Zhongyuan transformed into the ferocious tiger star, hoping to block the attack. However, in the next moment he lost all hope. As the huge cauldron pressed down, the tiger star crumbled and returned to his human form. Under the immense pressure, his body started to crack. With a bang, his entire body exploded, and his body and spirit were destroyed. Countless people who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. A spiritual god realm powerhouse was killed just like that. He died just like that. He was smashed to death by Lu Ming's cauldron. This was too unbelievable. Especially the disciples of the Shangguan family, who were at the scene. Their faces were pale and they were terrified. The other 12 spiritual god realm masters were also terrified. They quickly retreated, and the 12 of them combined their auras. Shangguan Zhongyuan's outcome had shocked them. If Lu Ming could kill one person, he could kill a second. The Tulavir of them did not dare to split up. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. At this time, whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. This time, at least 20 figures appeared in the sky, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. Spiritual God Realm. They were all Spiritual God Realm experts. More Spiritual God Realm experts had arrived. These experts descended and met up with the Tulavir experts from before. Their powerful auras enveloped Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The 2 cauldrons trembled, and the 9 dragon bloodlines roared as they felt the terrifying pressure. If you want to fight, then fight to the end today. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He held a cauldron in each hand and faced the 30-odd spiritual god realm powerhouses fearlessly. You're young, but you're quite ambitious. Unfortunately, you've used it in the wrong place. An extremely majestic voice suddenly resounded in the world. It wasn't the spiritual god realm powerhouses who spoke, it was someone else. No one knew where the voice came from, but it seemed to exist between heaven and earth. However, almost everyone's heart tightened when they heard this voice, as if they were facing a terrifying existence. Selah! The next moment, the space in the skies suddenly split open. A purple flame sword flew out and slashed at Lu Ming. Chapter 845 Supreme Martial Artist Takes Action. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel a terrifying pressure from the flaming sword. This pressure was even stronger than the combined pressure of dozens of spiritual god realm powerhouses. It was a fatal threat to him. Lu Ming roared in anger. He mustered all his strength and swung two huge cauldrons at the flaming sword. Boom! A deafening boom was heard as the cauldron shook and the void shattered. Endless flames filled the air and the terrifyingly high temperature twisted the space before it cracked. The raging flames burned through the space, and the scene was extremely shocking. Interesting. The majestic voice continued. Then, a middle-aged man in a purple robe stepped out of the spatial crack. He stood in the void with a flame sword in his hand. His body was also covered in purple flames. A huge black hole appeared in the area where he was standing. There was nothing in the black hole, only an endless void. That was because the space had been burned through by the terrifying temperature of the middle-aged man's body. Paragon. That's a paragon. It's the patriarch of the Wang family. The supreme martial artist of the Wang family has arrived. At the scene, waves of exclamations and roars of disbelief could be heard. Some people's eyes were wide open and they shouted loudly because they were too shocked. Lu Ming had actually lured out a supreme being. A supreme being was someone who stood at the peak of the spiritual god realm. They had even surpassed the spiritual god realm and were half a step away from the martial royal realm. Each of such a figure was an overlord and an invincible figure. Without martial emperors, supreme martial artists were the strongest. In the entire Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, there were only a handful of people like this. Even such a character had appeared. However, everyone's shock had only just begun. Selah! Selah! In the sky, the space cracked continuously, and figures stepped out of the cracks. There were 5 of them. Including the patriarch of the Wang clan, there were 6 of them in total. The 6 figures stood in 6 different directions, each of them exuding a terrifying and overbearing aura. There was one person who stood there like a peerless divine weapon. His sharp chi directly cut open the space. One of them was filled with fighting spirit, like a god of war. Another one was rather refined. The 6 of them each had their own unique characteristics, but they had one thing in common: they were too powerful. Their auras were vast and mighty. Even from thousands of miles away, one could feel the terrifying pressure. Heavens, heavens, those are the family heads of the 6 great ancient families. They are all supreme martial artists. All the supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families have come out. Someone shouted crazily. More people were silent. They were already numb to it. The 6 great masters had only appeared when they were facing an enemy imperial Dao powerhouse. But now they had all appeared because of Lu Ming. Little guy, you're really something. You're the first person in history who could make the divine 9-dragon cauldron move because of you. Now, come with me. His Majesty Force Emperor wants to see you. One of the middle-aged men spoke. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with dignity. Some people recognized him as the head of the Dongfang family. At the scene, countless people were shocked once again. Martial Emperor Di had been alerted and sent 6 supreme martial artists just to see Lu Ming. Many people were having difficulty breathing. What had happened today was beyond their imagination. Perhaps it was because of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Many people were guessing. As expected, he's here? He's so fast. Lu Ming's pupils constricted and his mind raced. Just as the nine-dragon bloodline rushed out and resonated with the divine nine-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming knew that the nine-dragon bloodline might be exposed. However, the other party's speed was faster than he had imagined. Others might think that it was because of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, but Lu Ming knew very well that Martial Emperor Di was looking for him because he had found the nine-dragon bloodline. Di wants to see me. Ask him to come here himself. Lu Ming shouted. Since he had come this far, fear was useless. He might as well face it directly. However, his words caused an earthquake. Countless people's eyes were wide open, and their hearts were about to jump out. Lu Ming actually dared to call Martial Emperor Di by his name and even asked Martial Emperor Di to come and see him. Lawless, this was lawless. A mere spiritual ocean-tier martial artist actually dared to call a martial emperor to see him. If a martial emperor wanted to see him, that would be his supreme glory, something countless people would wish for. They could not figure out where Lu Ming got his courage from. Lu Ming sneered. He knew very well that if he went to see Martial Emperor Di, he would be in grave danger. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Evil creature, how dare you? You're just an ant, yet you dare to talk so big. You deserve to be killed. The patriarch of the Wang clan shouted coldly. He was extremely overbearing and filled with killing intent. This child is too arrogant and unruly. No matter how talented he is, if he has any achievements, he will definitely not be controlled. It's better to just cripple him and hand him over to His Majesty. The Jiang family's patriarch also spoke coldly. His voice was like a divine weapon being polished, making people's hearts beat faster. Since you're so stubborn, then take him down. The master of the chaotic family also spoke. All right, we who will attack. The Jiang clan leader said. I'll do it. The patriarch of the Wang family said, his eyes burning with fire. The other 5 people nodded and took a step back. All of you, retreat and protect the surroundings. The Wang clan master's gaze swept across the dozens of spiritual god realm powerhouses. Yes. Dozens of spiritual god realm masters retreated to various corners, ready to protect the mountains and rivers. Junior, since you're so stubborn, I'll take action personally. Boom! As he spoke, an earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. Purple flames spread out, burning through even more space. The flame sword in his hand grew rapidly and became 10,000 meters long. Retreat, retreat. The people who were watching the battle from afar were extremely frightened and retreated madly again. The supreme martial artist was about to make a move. If even a wisp of energy leaked out, it would probably be a disaster. It could kill ordinary martial artists countless times. They had no choice but to retreat. Buzz! The master of the Wang family swung the sword in his hand at Lu Ming. Wherever the sword passed, the space was turned into nothingness, revealing the terrifying dark void. Buzz! The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook and the nine-dragon bloodline roared. Lu Ming grabbed the 2 cauldrons and smashed them at the Wang family master. Boom! A terrifying clash resounded once again. The heavens and earth trembled, the cauldron shook, and endless energy scattered in all directions. Dozens of spiritual god realm masters shouted as their hands emitted light, blocking the terrifying force. Lu Ming could feel the endless heat surging towards him. Even with the protection of the 2 divine cauldrons, he still felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. He took a big step back and stepped into the void. The Wang family's supreme martial artist has the upper hand. Lu Ming is going to be defeated. Many people were shouting madly. Who could not die in a battle with a supreme martial artist? Fighting a supreme being. That's for sure. The head of the Wang family is a supreme martial artist. As long as a martial emperor doesn't show up, a supreme martial artist is invincible. Even if Lu Ming can control the 2 divine nine-dragon cauldrons, there's still external objects. How can he fight against a supreme martial artist? That's right. This brat can actually control the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. After we capture him, we must ask him about the secret within. If the experts of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, or even His Majesty the Martial Emperor, can control the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, how powerful will it be? Wouldn't he be able to sweep through the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Demon Valley? Indeed, this secret must be revealed. Many people in the surroundings said coldly, especially the disciples of the Wang family, Jiang family, and other ancient families. Lu Ming, Fatty, Ruan Tingting, and a few others appeared in the crowd. They had finally rushed over, but when they saw the scene of Lu Ming fighting against the Supreme Being, they were shocked and worried. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, even with the help of the Divine Cauldron, how could he fight against a Supreme Being? Old fart, you must call the old fart over. Fatty's throat kept letting out low growls. The divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron is indeed wonderful. But today, the divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron can't protect you. The master of the Wang family strode forward with a 10,000-meter-long flaming sword in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming could only use the two cauldrons to resist. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. The power of a supreme being was too powerful. An ordinary spiritual god powerhouse was far inferior to it. The power of the divine cauldron is an external force, after all. How much of its power can you unleash? With this, you want to contend with this seat? A mantis trying to stop a chariot, putting up a stubborn resistance. The leader of the Wang family was like a purple sun, floating in the sky. He gave off a burning aura, but his voice was cold. As he spoke, he stepped forward and raised his flame sword again. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons let out a long roar, and the blood chi in its body spread. It spat out another mouthful of blood, which was absorbed by the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clang! Clang! The 2 divine cauldrons trembled. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone watched in shock as another cauldron descended and pressed down on the Wang clan master. The 3rd cauldron. Lu Ming had actually summoned 3 cauldrons. Boom! The 3rd cauldron flew toward the Wang family master and was sent flying by a single sword strike. The huge cauldron flew towards Lu Ming and trembled slightly. It emitted a radiance that seemed to resonate with the previous 2 cauldrons. The aura that the cauldron emitted seemed to be stronger. It was as if the more divine cauldrons there were, the more powerful they would be when they combined. Buzz! Buzz! The divine cauldron shook and left Lu Ming's palm. It started to spin around Lu Ming. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was wrapped around the 1st cauldron and was suspended above Lu Ming's head. The other 2 cauldrons were suspended and spinning around Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge cauldron flew out, pressing down on the Wang family master. The Wang family master's eyes turned serious as he slashed out with his flame sword. Clang! The divine cauldron was knocked back, but Lu Ming waved his hand again. Another divine cauldron flew out and suppressed the Wang family master. Boom! Boom! The 2 divine 9-dragon cauldrons pressed toward the master of the Wang family. The master of the Wang family kept waving his sword. Shocking sword radiance was unleashed as he fought against the 3 cauldrons. However, he couldn't win for the time being. This scene was too shocking. Lu Ming could actually summon 3 divine 9-dragon cauldrons and fight to a draw with the master of the Wang family. This was too unbelievable, like a fantasy story. Moreover, many people thought of another point. There were 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons in total. Since Lu Ming could summon 3, could he summon more? How terrifying would that power be? Buzz! As if to confirm everyone's guess, the heavens and earth trembled as yet another massive being descended from the sky. Its target was the Wang clan head. The master of the Wang family's pupils contracted. With a long roar, a wisp of purple flame floated above his head. On the purple flame, There were 6 golden chakra. The Wang clan's clan head had a terrifying divine level rank 6 bloodline. The patriarch of the Wang family merged with his bloodline and turned into a ball of purple flame. The purple flame changed again and turned into a giant purple sword. When a supreme being used bloodline fusion, the power would reach a terrifying level. With a wave of his purple sword, he sent a divine cauldron flying. However, the other 2 cauldrons continued to press down. With the addition of the divine cauldron, the divine 9-dragon cauldron's power was further enhanced. It continued to suppress the Wang family master, forming a stalemate. This kid is demonic and can continuously summon divine cauldrons. I must suppress him quickly and not let him summon more divine cauldrons. The Jiang family's master said in a sonorous voice as he stepped forward. He wanted to join forces with the master of the Wang family to suppress Lu Ming. To deal with one Lu Ming, 2 supreme beings had to join forces. It was like a dream. Buzz! The master of the Jiang family made his move. With a wave of his arm, he destroyed everything, even splitting the heaven and earth. It was really split open. It was not just talk. Between heaven and earth, a hideous crack that was hundreds of miles long appeared. Buzz! An incomparably sharp glint slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had no choice but to control a huge cauldron and blast it at the Jiang family's master. Clang! A huge cauldron was sent flying. The master of the Jiang family did not stop. His gaze was as sharp as a divine sword. He stepped forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Roar! Dragon roars shook the heavens as the 9 dragons coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The divine cauldron trembled and rumbled in the sky. At this moment, another huge cauldron came crashing down. The 5th divine 9-dragon cauldron descended. The 5th divine 9-dragon cauldron pressed toward the master of the Jiang family. The Jiang family's master let out a long roar. His aura was wild as he punched out with both fists, bombarding the 2 cauldrons and sending them flying. Lu Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The other party was a supreme being after all. He had the divine cauldron to protect him, but he still felt immense pressure and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. What are you all waiting for? Are you going to wait for him to summon more divine 9-dragon cauldrons? The cold voice of the Jiang clan's patriarch rang out as he glanced at the other 4 clan heads. That's right, let's capture this brat first. The master of the chaotic family said. He took a step forward, and his battle-intent soared. The remaining 3 people's eyes flickered. Then, another person stepped out. This man was the head of the Kong family, one of the ancient families. They wanted to join forces and end the battle as soon as possible. Lu Ming was too monstrous and strange. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would summon the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons. If the 9 divine cauldrons were gathered, who knew what would happen? You're all supreme martial artists, yet you're actually teaming up to deal with a junior. Have you all lived your lives for nothing? At this moment, an angry roar reverberated through the sky and earth, reverberating for tens of thousands of miles. Many people were shocked. Who was it? He actually dared to scold the supreme martial artist like this. Did he not want to live anymore? See la. The next moment, the space in the sky cracked open, and a figure stepped out. This figure seemed to be in his 30s. He held a wine gourd in his hand and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. He stood in front of the masters of the Yuan and Kong families, his eyes full of disdain. Yen Kuangtu, it's Yen Kuangtu. So it's him, no wonder. Many people cried out in alarm. Chapter 847 Yen Kuangtu Takes Action. Yen Kuangtu was a well-known figure in 9 Dragons. He was the disciple of the 9 Sons Supreme and the grand disciple of Martial Emperor Di. Not only did he have a high status, but he was also extremely talented. In just a short 100 years, Yen Kuangtu had cultivated to the supremacy stage, and was not inferior to his master, the 9 Yang Supremacy. Moreover, Yen Kuangtu was arrogant, unruly, and lawless. He showed no respect to anyone, not even to martial Emperor Di. He had once almost destroyed a powerful force that was second only to the ancient family in a fit of anger, which shocked 9 dragons. It was normal for such an existence to dare to berate the supreme martial artists of the ancient families. But what did he want to do by appearing here? The heads of the 2 families frowned. Yan Kuangtu, what are you doing? Move aside. The head of the Luan family said coldly, a hint of fear in his eyes. What do you want? You've all lived for thousands of years, yet you're joining forces against a junior. How shameless! Let me tell you, Lu Ming is my little brother. If you want to touch him, you'll have to defeat me first. Yan Kuangtu took a few sips of wine, his eyes wild. Many people were shocked. Yan Kuangtu had addressed Lu Ming as little brother. So, they knew each other. Yan Kuangtu actually knew Lu Ming. Big brother Yan. Yan Kuangtu's appearance surprised Lu Ming, and he could not help but call out. Brother Lu Ming, not bad. You can fight against a supreme being at the spiritual ocean tier. Impressive, impressive. You're much more impressive than me. Yan Kuangtu burst into laughter. Yan Kuangtu, are you not going to move out of the way today? The eyes of the master of the chaotic family were cold. Nonsense. Yan Kuangtu's reply was very simple. All right, Yan Kuangtu. I'll see how strong you are, the strongest genius after Jiang. The master of the chaotic family's voice was cold, and a violent fighting will burst out. He took a step forward and threw a punch. This punch was extremely terrifying, and the void shattered. Yan Kuangtu opened his mouth and sucked out a mouthful of wine from his wine gourd. At the same time, he threw out a punch. This punch wasn't as earth-shattering as the one from the head of the chaotic family. It seemed very ordinary. However, the result of this clash of fists left everyone dumbstruck. The 2 fists met, and a terrifying explosion rang out in the air. A figure staggered backwards. This figure was actually the clan head of the Luan clan. The clan leader of the Luan clan was forced to retreat by a single punch from Yan Kuangtu. How was this possible? They were both supreme martial artists, but how could Yan Kuangtu be so strong? Kill! The master of the Luan family roared. His battle-intense sword. A saber appeared in his hand, and he charged at Yan Kuangtu. Buzz! A shocking sword light burst out from Yan Kuangtu's hand. The sword light and the saber light collided. The saber light was shattered, but the sword light continued to slash down. How is that possible? The head of the chaotic family shouted in disbelief. He had to continuously slash out with his saber to block Yan Kuangtu's sword radiance. Like master, like disciple. Jiuyang has taken in a good disciple. Yan Kuangtu, you may be strong in combat, but you can't protect Lu Ming. The master of the Kong family stepped forward and stood next to the master of the Luan family. Why can't I? Yan Kuangtu said. That's because His Majesty, the martial emperor, has specifically requested for Lu Ming. We're just following orders to bring Lu Ming to His Majesty. The master of the chaotic clan said. What does His Majesty want Lu Ming for? Yan Kuangtu said with a frown. This we don't know. So, it's better for you to move away. Otherwise, if you make His Majesty unhappy, none of yous can bear the responsibility. The head of the Luan family sneered. Yan Kuangtu's brows furrowed even more. He turned to Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu Ming, do you know why His Majesty the Martial Emperor is looking for you? Could it be because of the Divine Cauldron? Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and fought the masters of the Jiang and Wang families. The battle was intense. He muttered to himself for a moment before saying, You came to me because you wanted my bloodline and wanted to take it for your own use. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but it was like a storm, stirring up thousands of waves. What did Lu Ming say? How dare you call His Majesty Force Emperor in this way and slander His Majesty Force Emperor? Evil creature, what an evil creature. Such audacity, who does he think he is? He dares to say that His Majesty Force Emperor wants his bloodline, but it's just a second-class divine bloodline. How could His Majesty Force Emperor take a fancy to it? Slander. Nonsense. This person should be cut into pieces as a warning to the others. Countless people roared and looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Evil creature, how dare you slander His Majesty? You're courting death. The patriarch of the Wang clan roared as he fought with all his might. Yan Kuangtu, you've seen this kid's heart. He's simply lawless. We can't keep him here. Why aren't you moving? The Luan family said. No. Unless the Grandmaster comes and explains everything, I, Yan Kuangtu, will not let you take Lu Ming away. Yan Kuangtu did not move. Yan Kuangtu's words stunned many people. Arrogant, he was really arrogant. He actually wanted Martial Emperor Di to explain it in person. He was too arrogant. The crowd finally understood why Yan Kuangtu and Lu Ming would address each other as brothers. The two of them were the same kind of people. They were equally lawless, arrogant, and unruly. Yan Kuangtu, how dare you? Since that's the case, we'll have to take you down first. Everyone, if we don't join forces now, when will we? The master of the Jiang family looked at the last two people. That's the only way. The master of the Dongfang family sighed and stepped forward. Brother Nangong, you go and help Brother Jiang. Brother Wang, take down Lu Ming. Leave Yan Kuangtu to us. All right. The head of the Nangong family stepped forward and walked toward Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Master Dongfang, Master Luan, and Master Kong's auras erupted and enveloped Yan Kuangtu. The supreme martial artists of the 6 great ancient families were about to join forces. Get lost. That Yan Kuangtu shouted coldly as his sword chi exploded. At this moment, his sword chi was filled with blazing flames. The temperature of the flames seemed to be even higher than that of the patriarch of the Wang family. At the same time, the supremes of the Luan clan, Dongfang clan, Kong clan, and the other 3 clans also made their moves. Violent energy burst out and blasted toward Yan Kuangtu, trying to restrain him. 3 old fogies, what can you do to me? Yan Kuangtu let out a long cry as golden flames suddenly burst out of his body. The terrifying temperature spread out for tens of thousands of miles. The golden flame burst out with the sword chi. Golden Crow's fire. The 3 supreme martial artists of the Luan family looked grave as their 3 attacks collided with Yan Kuangtu's sword chi. After the explosion, Yan Kuangtu did not retreat a single step. This was extremely shocking. Yan Kuangtu was actually able to fight against 3 supreme martial artists without even retreating a single step. This was unbelievable. They were both supreme martial artists, but why was Yan Kuangtu so powerful? One must know that those who could reach the Supreme Being realm were all rare geniuses, and they were all invincible existences among their peers. Otherwise, how could they have reached the Supreme Being realm? But now, Yan Kuangtu's combat strength was even stronger and more terrifying. On the other side, the head of the Nangong family burst out and attacked Lu Ming. However, at this moment, the sky trembled and another cauldron descended, crashing toward the head of the Nangong family. The 6th Divine Cauldron. Gathering of the 9 cauldrons in an attempt to slaughter a supreme. Out of the 6 divine cauldrons, 1 was for protection while the other 5 were for attack. Lu Ming used the 6 divine 9-dragon cauldrons to fight against the 3 supreme martial artists. Yan Kuangtu had blocked 3 great masters by himself. The 6 ancient families and the 6 supreme martial artists were all blocked. This scene had left countless people in the sky dumbfounded. Everything that had happened today was simply unbelievable. Buzz. The master of the Jiang family was like a divine weapon. He knocked away 2 divine cauldrons in a row and performed the bloodline fusion. After that, the head of the Nangong family and the head of the Wang family, the supreme martial artists of the 3 ancient families, all used their bloodline fusion to take Lu Ming down in one go. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sky was pierced through. The 3 great supremes had joined forces and unleashed their most powerful attack. It was too terrifying. Few people below the martial emperor realm could withstand it. The divine nine-dragon cauldron kept shaking, and the connection between them seemed to be on the verge of being broken. The pressure Lu Ming felt was getting stronger and stronger. His bones cracked and fine beads of blood seeped out of his skin. He can't hold on much longer. The master of the Wang family transformed into a huge purple flame sword. The flames were blazing and his heavenly fire burst out, spreading towards Lu Ming. The bloodline of the nine dragons roared again, and the divine nine-dragon cauldron shook. However, it was still difficult to withstand the attacks of the three supreme martial artists. Buzz! The master of the Jiang family broke through the attack of one of the divine cauldrons and charged toward Lu Ming. The first divine cauldron above Lu Ming's head trembled and emitted a brilliant light that blasted toward the Jiang family's master. Thump! A violent boom was heard. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. Together with the first divine cauldron, he was sent flying and blood spurted from his mouth. Brother Lu Ming! Yan Kuangtu was shocked. He wanted to rush out to save Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu, do you really think the three of us are just for show? Kill. The master of the Luan family roared. He used the fusion of his bloodlines and turned into an invincible god of war, charging toward Yan Kuangtu. At the same time, the head of the Kong family and the head of the Dongfang family also used their bloodline fusion. The bloodlines of the three great family heads were all at the 6th level of the divine level. The three of them joined forces and unleashed a powerful attack. No matter how strong Yan Kuangtu was, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of three great supremes. He let out a long cry, and a huge golden divine bird appeared. This divine bird was shaped like a crow, and its entire body was golden in color. It was suffused with golden flames, and the temperature of these golden flames was even more terrifying than the Wang family's purple heavenly fire. This divine bird had 3 legs and 8 dazzling golden chakras. Divine level rank 8 bloodline, 3-legged golden crow. According to the legends, the sun was formed by the 3-legged golden crow. It was an extremely terrifying divine beast. Yan Kuangtu's bloodline was the 3-legged golden crow, and it was a level 8 divine level expert. He was 2 levels higher than the family head of the ancient family clan. It was simply terrifying. No wonder his combat power was so strong. Yan Kuangtu used his bloodline fusion and turned into a 3-legged golden crow. He fought with the 3 sovereigns and the sky and earth shook. Endless power formed a terrifying wind that spread in all directions. Fortunately, more spiritual god realm experts had appeared and spread out to resist the spreading force. Otherwise, with so many supreme martial artists attacking, everything within a radius of several million li would have been blown up. A supreme martial artist was too powerful. He could destroy a country with a flip of his hand. An empire like the Blazing Sun Empire could be destroyed by a supreme martial artist with a single palm. He was unimaginably powerful. Yan Kuangtu was fighting against 3 great supremes. It was difficult to determine the victor at the moment, so he could not withdraw to save Lu Ming. For a moment, Lu Ming was completely suppressed and the situation was precarious. 6 divine cauldrons is his limit. He can't summon any more. The voice of the Wang clan leader rang out, and his attacks became even more terrifying. This incident had completely exceeded their expectations. They had never expected that Lu Ming would be able to lift the divine 9-dragon cauldron and summon 6 of them. This was unprecedented in history. In the end, even they had no choice but to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. No matter what the outcome was today, it would be a terrible blow to the reputation of the supreme martial artists. All of this was because of Lu Ming. As the master of the Wang family who was the first to attack, he hated Lu Ming even more. Little bastard, don't put up any pointless resistance. Since His Majesty has spoken, your fate has already been decided. The patriarch of the Wang clan continued to speak, his killing intent cold. Don't make it sound so grand. Even if the sky wants to suppress me, I will break it, not to mention the 9-dragon cauldron, Fight with me. Lu Ming roared like a dragon. The body of the 9 dragons twisted and blood mist filled the air. Bang! All of a sudden, one of the golden chakras on the body of the 9 dragon bloodline exploded with a bang. The chakra exploded, and the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared as if it was in extreme pain. Lu Ming growled as well. His eyes were bloodshot. He felt as if his soul was about to split apart. It was too painful. But his gaze was still determined and determined. The chakra exploded and turned into a wisp of golden radiance, which seeped into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook, and the dragon-shaped carvings on the cauldron shone brightly. The 6 divine 9-dragon cauldrons roared. Boom! The sky trembled, and the void collapsed. Another behemoth flew over and pressed down on the Wang clan leader. The 7th divine 9-dragon cauldron. The bloodline of the 9 dragons exploded a chakra and summoned the 7th divine 9-dragon cauldron. However, this was not the end. The cauldron. Lu Ming howled, his voice shaking the heavens. The sky trembled, and then another divine cauldron descended. The 8th statue. Impossible! The patriarch of the Wang clan exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! The sky shook again as the patriarch of the Wang family shouted. Another divine 9-dragon cauldron descended. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons had all descended. When the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons gathered, they seemed to have produced a strong resonance. All of them were shining brightly and the roars of dragons shook the sky. The 9 cauldrons were centered around the one above Lu Ming's head. The other cauldrons surrounded him, and an unbelievably powerful aura spread out. The 9 cauldrons gather, suppress the heavens. A voice seemed to come out of the divine cauldron. Suppress! Lu Ming waved his hand and the 8 cauldrons around him pressed down. Bang! 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 With 3 loud bangs, the master of the Wang family and the other 2 supreme martial artists were sent flying. Impossible! The master of the Wang family shouted in disbelief. I'll kill you today. I'll slaughter the supreme martial artist. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. With a wave of his hand, at least 6 of the 8 divine cauldrons flew towards the Wang family. The other 2 defended the other 2 supreme beings. Boom! Boom! The 6 divine cauldrons continued to attack the Wang family. The purple sword that the patriarch had transformed into exploded with a shocking sword chi as he used all his strength to block the attack. However, every time he blocked, he would be sent flying and the sword would shake continuously. After the 6th time, the flames on the purple sword's body were much weaker, as if it had been severely injured. Lu Ming waved his hand again and the 6 cauldrons continued to press down. Evil creature! Don't you dare! The Jiang family's master shouted in anger and joined forces with the Nangong family's master to attack Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming controlled the 2 cauldrons and blocked their attacks. Martial Emperor Di takes action. With the 9 cauldrons gathered, the power of each of them increased greatly. 2 cauldrons were enough to block 2 supreme beings. The other 6 continued to suppress the Wang clan master. Boom! 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 The 6 divine cauldrons smashed against the giant purple sword like they were forging iron. The giant purple sword trembled violently, and the flames became weaker and weaker. After the 6 divine cauldrons took turns to smash the sword, the giant purple sword shrank rapidly and returned to the appearance of the Wang family master. However, at this moment, the Wang family was in a terrible state. Their body fortifications were in tatters, and there were many wounds on their bodies. Blood was flowing out from their mouths. Tragic, it was too tragic. A supreme martial artist of a generation had been beaten to such a state. This made countless people rub their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Ah! The patriarch of the Wang family was about to go crazy. He roared repeatedly, unable to accept all this. He was the head of an ancient family, a supreme figure who had dominated the eastern barren territory. However, he had been beaten up by a young man in his 20s. No matter what method this junior used, he had lost a lot of face and would become a laughingstock. If this were to spread to other forces, they would definitely treat it as a joke. At the thought of that, he was filled with hatred and could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. "What are you screaming for? It seems that the repair is not enough, then let's continue," Lu Ming said coldly. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and continued to suppress it. The master of the Wang family was shocked and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had already locked onto him. It directly pierced through the void and blasted toward him. The master of the Wang clan could only do his best to resist. Boom! The first divine cauldron had caused the patriarch of the Wang family to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Following that, the second divine cauldron caused the head of the Wang family's hair to be disheveled and one of his arms to be shattered. However, a supreme being's vitality was extremely terrifying. Even if his arm was severed, it would quickly regrow and heal. However, the third divine cauldron continued to smash down. "Ah, everyone, save me." The master of the Wang clan was finally afraid, and he began to ask the other supreme martial artists for help. A supreme martial artist of his generation was actually beaten to the point where he could only cry for help. This was also rare. The other 5 supreme martial artists all wanted to help. Unfortunately, how could his wish be fulfilled? Brother Lu Ming, good job." Yan Kuangta laughed. The 3-legged golden crow flew around and blocked the 3 supreme martial artists. As for the other 2 supreme martial artists, they were blocked by the 2 divine nine-dragon cauldrons and could not break through the obstruction at all. Boom! The third divine cauldron smashed half of the Wang clan's patriarch's body, and the fourth divine cauldron continued to press down. From all directions, countless people looked at this scene in shock, including the spiritual god realm powerhouses. Ruthless, and too unbelievable. Was Lu Ming really planning to kill a supreme martial artist? Was the patriarch of the Wang clan really going to fall here today? "Master!" Someone from the Wang family shouted in fear. Good." In the crowd, Fatty laughed loudly, drawing the angry gazes of the crowd. Wang Haoxian's body trembled. This scene had an even greater impact on her. The patriarch of the Wang family was the strongest combat force in the Wang family. Her patriarch was a supreme existence in the Wang family. However, such an existence could not even keep his life in front of Lu Ming. How did this happen? In the sea below ancient garden, Xiezhen stared at this scene in a daze. His eyes almost exploded. He had never dreamed that Lu Ming would actually summon the 9 divine cauldrons in a fit of anger for the sake of a beauty and attempt to kill a supreme martial artist. It was too shocking and terrifying. The cauldron was about to fall, and the patriarch of the Wang family couldn't resist it in his current state. He might die on the spot. Enough! At this moment, a voice came from the sky. This voice sounded like it came from the heavens and was filled with endless majesty. However, when they heard this voice, countless people's hearts trembled. It was as if they were facing the heavens and the universe, and they wanted to kneel. Then, countless people saw thousands of miles-long cracks appear in the sky. A huge arm stretched out from the crack. It was as big as a mountain, like the palm of the heavens. Above it, intent realm curled up, and a terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, countless people started to tremble. Even the paragons were shaken. The huge palm pressed down on Lu Ming, and an endless pressure enveloped him. Lu Ming's body almost exploded. The divine 9-dragon cauldron floating above his head shook violently. 9 cauldrons, protect me! In the face of such a mighty force, he couldn't care less about killing the Wang family master. He controlled the 9 cauldrons to float around him. Imperial power. This is the aura of an imperial power expert. Martial Emperor D. Such a sentence appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming had once felt the aura of an emperor from Lian Song. Although Lian Song was only a wisp of his soul, His aura was still like the might of the heavens, high and mighty, dominating the world. This palm was very similar to Lianzong's, but it was many times larger. In Nine Dragons, Martial Emperor Yi was the only sovereign realm expert. Grandmaster! Yen Kuangtu's eyes were filled with shock. Your Majesty, Force Emperor! The 6 supreme beings and many spiritual god realm experts were greatly shocked. Martial Emperor Yi had actually taken action personally. How could this be? How did this happen? Old man, come quickly! The fat man shouted. However, the people around him didn't pay any attention to him. Their eyes were all fixed on the sky. Boom, boom, boom. As the giant palm pressed down, the space crumbled and the intent realm curled up like the hand of God. A terrifying pressure passed through the void and pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled continuously as if it was about to collapse at any moment. The 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons were suspended in the air, but they were shaking non-stop. Lu Ming felt that he could not control them. The pressure he was facing was too strong. So what if you're a martial emperor? Break. A crazed look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He raised his head and roared. The 9 dragon bloodlines roared. The only remaining golden chakra exploded with a loud bang, turned into a golden light, and entered the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He was in so much pain that he felt like his body was about to split apart, but his eyes were still fixed on the ceiling. Clang clang. The 9 divine cauldrons trembled and their auras surged. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the 9 divine cauldrons actually merged into one, erupting with a terrifying power that shot into the sky and rushed toward the imperial palm. The next moment, the cauldron and the palm collided. But strangely, there was no movement or energy. The cauldron and the palm were motionless in the air, as if they were in a stalemate. The heavens! This was the only word in countless people's hearts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and actually blocked a blow from Martial Emperor Yi. This scene was unbelievable. Countless people felt their hearts in their throats and were about to stop beating. Yen Kuangtu and the other supreme martial artists had stopped fighting. At this moment, they raised their heads and looked at the sky. The Supreme Master of the 9 Suns appears. At this moment, the entire world was silent. Even his breathing and heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Awakening the bloodline of the 9 dragons with a drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence is indeed amazing. It can actually exert a trace of the power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron to block my palm. At this time, the voice in the sky, an extremely majestic voice, rang out again. However, a mere spiritual ocean tier cultivator, no matter how profound his bloodline is, how much of the divine 9-dragon cauldron's power can he unleash? How can you really stop me? Break. As the last word, break, was uttered, the palm shook slightly, and a palm force several times stronger than before suddenly exploded. Boom! This time, the entire world seemed to be shaking. The sky and the earth within hundreds of thousands of miles seemed to be shaking. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was the first to bear the brunt, and it let out a violent roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons wrapped around the divine 9-dragon cauldron wailed and turned into a ray of blood-red light, rushing into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Kacha! Lu Ming's body trembled violently, as if it was about to explode. At that moment, lightning appeared between Lu Ming's brows. The lightning cauldron coursed through Lu Ming's body to prevent him from being crushed to pieces. It was the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Thump! In the sky, the divine 9-dragon cauldron trembled. Then, it split into 9 and turned back into 9 lightning cauldrons. At this time, without the bloodline of the 9 dragons and under the powerful and terrifying attack, the connection between the 9 divine cauldrons seemed to have disappeared. They trembled and then broke through the sky, flying in all directions, returning to the heads of the 9 dragon veins. The divine 9-dragon cauldron flew away, and the huge palm continued to smash down. Lu Ming could not resist at all. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, as if he was about to be turned into ashes by this palm. Clang! At that moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a thunder cauldron rushed out automatically. It grew to the size of a mountain and was filled with shocking lightning. What? Why is there another cauldron? Countless people were dumbfounded and in disbelief. There are many secret treasures, but how can they stop me? He pressed his palm down on the thunder cauldron. The thunder cauldron shook and the lightning spread in all directions. In the end, it could not resist the palm force and was sent back into Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as if he had been hit by an archaic divine mountain. His body fell like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Martial Emperor Yi's palm print didn't stop and continued to fall. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's falling body suddenly emitted golden rays of light. When the golden rays of light spread, Lu Ming's body stopped falling. Buzz! Between Lu Ming's eyebrows, a dazzling light shone. A huge palace floated out and rushed upwards. Countless people almost bit off their tongues. There were too many treasures in Lu Ming's body. They flew out one after another and each one of them was extremely terrifying. Was he still human? There's someone under the palace. Someone exclaimed. The palace that flew out of Lu Ming's glabella grew rapidly. At the bottom of the palace, there was a towering figure. Senior Jiuyang. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The palace was the supreme shrine, and the figure below it was the 9 Suns Supreme. Master. When this figure appeared, Yan Kuangtu cried out in disbelief. At the same time, the 6 great supremes and many spiritual god realm powerhouses also widened their eyes in disbelief. The 9 Suns destroys worlds. 9 Suns Supreme Master's voice rang out, and 9 suns suddenly appeared around the supreme shrine. The 9 suns were like real suns in the sky, emitting endless light. The 9 suns, together with the supreme shrine, collided with the huge palm print. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The space in that area was instantly twisted into pieces, revealing a dark void that swallowed the terrifying energy. Otherwise, the explosion of energy would have turned everything within hundreds of thousands of miles into ashes. Clang! The supreme shrine trembled violently as it fell while being supported by a tall figure. The huge palm seemed to have exhausted its energy and collapsed after blocking the attacks one after another. As the light dissipated, the 9 suns around the supreme shrine disappeared, and the figure of the 9 Suns Supreme Master was clearly revealed. Master! Yan Kuangtu roared. His body trembled in excitement. Xia Jiuyang, is it really you? Didn't you die? The Jiang family's master shouted as well. The other supreme martial artists and other powerhouses also looked at 9 Suns Supreme Martial Artist in disbelief. Many of the younger generation also widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Who didn't know the name Supreme 9 Suns? The 9 Yang bloodline was unparalleled in the world. When he was alive, he was the god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His combat strength was unparalleled and he was known as the #1 sovereign in the Eastern Barren Territory. Even the sovereign path cultivators did not dare to underestimate him. Such a magnificent figure had died more than 50 years ago, which shocked countless people and made it hard to believe. However, it was announced by Martial Emperor Di himself, so no one doubted it. But now, the 9 Suns Supreme had reappeared and helped Lu Ming fight against Martial Emperor Di. What was going on? Fanatic, I haven't seen you for decades and you've already grown to this stage. You're indeed worthy of being my disciple. The 9 Suns Supreme Master looked at Yan Kuangtu with satisfaction and laughed. Master, what happened back then? Why do you only have a wisp of your soul left? Where is your real body? Who did this to you? Yan Kuangtu was so excited that he asked a few questions in a row. The others were also very curious. Back then, Martial Emperor Di only announced the death of 9 Suns Supreme, but he did not say much about the specific situation. This was a question that many people had been wondering for decades. The Supreme of the 9 Suns had unparalleled combat power. Who could kill him? Even an emperor would find it difficult to kill the 9 Sons Supreme. Jiang, now that you only have a wisp of your soul left, do you still want to betray me? At this time, a voice full of pressure came from the huge spatial crack in the sky. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man stepped out of the spatial crack. The middle-aged man was tall. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. An unparalleled majesty spread out and pressed down on millions of miles. When countless people saw this figure, they felt as if they were facing the universe. Deep respect rose in their hearts and they wanted to kneel down. That was the pressure of the imperial Tao ruling the world. Your Majesty, Force Emperor. At this moment, countless people from all directions bowed with deep admiration and respect in their eyes. Even Ruan Tingting, Wang Haoxian, and the others were the same. Only Fatty stood up straight and did not move. Martial Emperor Di glanced around casually and nodded slightly. Betray? Haha, Di, don't you think it's funny to say this? Supreme Master Jiuyang burst into laughter. Countless people were shocked. Supreme 9 Sons called Martial Emperor Di by his name. It didn't seem like he was talking to his master at all. Why did he do this? But no one made a sound. If someone else had called Martial Emperor Di by his name, someone would have jumped out and scolded him. However, it was 9 Sons Supreme who had spoken. He was also a supreme figure, so everyone chose to keep their mouths shut. The eyes of the 6 masters of the ancient families flickered, but they didn't make a move. Among them, the master of the Wang family had already recovered. At this moment, his eyes were the most sinister as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming. Jiuyang and Di. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a very bad state. He was in excruciating pain all over his body and had a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to be torn apart. His vision turned black and he seemed to be about to fall unconscious at any time. Hold on, hold on. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Fanatic, didn't you want to know who killed me? It's this famous martial emperor in front of you, your grandmaster. The Supreme Master of 9 Sons said as he looked at Yen Kuangtu. His words were like divine thunder from the 9 heavens and an endless storm that swept across the entire area. Countless people widened their eyes and looked at 9 Sons Supreme in shock. They then looked at Martial Emperor Di with disbelief. The 9 Sons Supreme had been killed by Martial Emperor Di, and only a wisp of his soul remained. What was going on? Supreme 9 Sons was the god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the most powerful man in the Eastern Barren Territory. He had fought for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and made great achievements. Why did Martial Emperor Di want to kill Supreme 9 Sons? Yen Kuangtu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Because he needs my bloodline. By killing me, he can take away my bloodline and help him cultivate a technique. The voice of the 9 Sons Supreme Master rang out, and the people were even more shocked. The other 6 supreme martial artists' eyes flickered as they fell into deep thought. Martial Emperor Di had his hands behind his back and his face was calm. Chang, back then, you colluded with the corpse emperor and tried to kill me. That's why I attacked you. It seems like you still hold a grudge and want to slander me. At this moment, Martial Emperor Di's voice rang out again, which made people even more shocked. Back then, it was 9 Sons Supreme who colluded with Corpse Emperor to harm Martial Emperor Dai, and that was why Martial Emperor Dai attacked 9 Sons Supreme. There was actually such an inside story? Haha. The 9 Sons Supreme Master suddenly laughed out loud and said, as an Imperial Path expert, it's fine if you plot against me from behind, but you've also fallen into black and white. Xia Jiuyang was really blind back then. How could I have acknowledged you as my master? How dare you, Xia Jiuyang? How dare you try to harm His Majesty, the Force Emperor? You deserve to die. Now that you have come back, I'll suppress you and make sure you are beyond redemption. The patriarch of the Jiang family shouted, his eyes cold. The rest of the people also looked at 9 Sons Supreme with hostility. Hee. Supreme Master Jiuyang sneered and did not explain further. He knew that it was useless to explain. This was all because of his strength. Martial Emperor Di was a sovereign path expert. He was high and mighty and ruled the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. How powerful was he? Today, even if the Nine Sons Supreme presented conclusive evidence to prove that he had been killed by Martial Emperor Di in order to deprive him of the Nine Sons bloodline, the others would not betray Martial Emperor Di and would still stand firmly on his side. This was because of strength. No one would betray Martial Emperor Di for a half-dead man. That would be stupid. If they left the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, where would they find such a good cultivation environment and resources? Who would be able to protect them? What's more, Martial Emperor Di had already given a reason, which was that Jiuyang had colluded with the Corpse Emperor of the Sky Corps sect and tried to kill him, which was why he had been killed. Regardless of whether this reason was true or false, it was enough. The Supreme Master of the Nine Sons was well aware of this, so he did not say or explain any further. Without strength, what was the use of saying more? Jiuyang, you're only left with a wisp of your soul. Do you still want to fight with your master? Surrender. Martial Emperor Di said. Nine Sons Supreme Master smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Yen Kuang-tu and said, Fanatic, do you believe in me or Di? I believe in you, Master. Yen Kuang-tu's eyes shone with determination. Good, I didn't misjudge you. Next, I will block Di. You take Lu Ming out. Remember, you must take Lu Ming out. Supreme Nine Sons said. Master, let's go together. Yen Kuang-tu shouted. Let's go. The Supreme Master Jiuyang roared. His body glowed with dazzling light, and 9 blazing suns appeared again. A pair of rascals with wild ambitions. Today, none of you can leave. The Martial Emperor Di shouted coldly, and a supreme aura burst out of his body, shaking the heaven and earth. He stretched out a hand and pressed down, and a huge hand formed, grabbing toward Nine Sons Supreme and Yen Kuang-tu. Bring Lu Ming away. The Nine Sons Paragon shouted, and the light on his body became even brighter. This was the burning of his soul power. The supreme shrine trembled, and 9 suns appeared, blasting toward the huge hand that was pressing down. Yen Kuang-tu let out a long howl and transformed into a 3-legged golden crow. He wrapped Lu Ming with a burst of vital essence and charged out. However, Martial Emperor Yi was too terrifying. He covered the sky with his palm, and the space was suppressed. It exploded in all directions. The sky and the earth seemed to be covered by the palm. Boom! The 9 Sons Supreme, the Supreme Divine Palace, and the giant palm of Martial Emperor Di clashed violently. The world shook and the space was penetrated. It was like the end of the world. The people in the area kept retreating, and within tens of thousands of miles, only the figures of the 6 great sovereigns could be seen. Yen Kuang-tu let out a long cry and spat out a golden flame sword. However, it was still blocked. A huge palm print suddenly appeared in front of him and collided with the golden flame. Yen Kuang-tu's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. Even though Lu Ming was under Yen Kuang-tu's protection, he was still affected by the aftershock. The pain in his body intensified and his vision turned black. Break! The 9 Sons Paragon bellowed, and the light of the 9 suns in the sky became even brighter, completely covering the real sun in the sky. The light on the 9 Sons Paragon's body was as bright as flames. Master! Yen Kuang-tu roared. If the 9 Sons Supreme burned his soul like this, he might not even be able to keep this wisp of soul. Evil disciple, suppress. Martial Emperor Di's eyes became even colder. He waved his palm and an even more terrifying palm print smashed down. Boom! The Supreme Divine Hall and the palm print collided, causing a violent tremor. With a final bang, a corner of the Supreme Divine Hall exploded, sending gravel flying. The body of the 9 Sons Supreme Master trembled violently. The golden crow let out a long screech and soared into the sky. It slapped down in the air and the divine fire of the golden crow turned into a bright sword radiance, clashing with the palm print. The sword light was destroyed, and the golden crow trembled and fell. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the world was getting darker and darker. He looked at the battle in the sky and then at the ocean waves' ancient garden. Then, his vision turned black and he fell into endless darkness. His injuries were too serious. The explosion of 2 golden chakras from the 9-dragon bloodline had seriously injured him as well as himself. In addition, he had controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron to fight against the Supremes and even exchanged a blow with Martial Emperor D. His injuries were also extremely serious. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and passed out. "Little Qing, I'm still too weak. I can't take you with me." This was Lu Ming's last thought before he fainted. Lu Ming fell into a coma, but the battle became more intense. "Let's charge. Let's go!" 9 Sons Paragon shouted. Together with Yen Kuangtu, they carried Lu Ming and charged out. Another Martial Emperor. However, Martial Emperor D was so powerful that he had completely blocked their way. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Boom! Boom! The Supreme Divine Palace and the Palm Prince of DE and Martial Emperor collided. They kept shaking and more places exploded. Finally, the entire Supreme Divine Palace cracked. "Ah, you old fart, why aren't you here yet? Did you do it on purpose?" In the crowd, Fatty roared repeatedly. In the sky, Supreme 9 Sons and Yen Kuangta had joined forces and fought with Martial Emperor DE for more than a dozen moves. The spectators, including the 6 Supreme Martial Artists, were all shocked. 9 Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu were too powerful and abnormal. They could actually fight Martial Emperor D to this extent. It was simply terrifying. They are destined to be defeated today. The 9 Sons burning their souls can temporarily unleash their full power, but they won't last long. The patriarch of the Jiang family coldly said, "It's unwise to fight a martial emperor before becoming one. No matter how strong he is, he will still be defeated. Since ancient times, no one in the Supreme Realm has been able to defeat a martial emperor. It's impossible to even contend with him." The head of the chaotic family also said, "Bang! Bang!" The Supreme Shrine trembled more and more violently as it continued to collapse and explode. The remnant soul of the 9 Sons Supreme started to shake, as if it would dissipate at any moment. "Master!" Yen Kuangtu gritted his teeth and protected Lu Ming. He charged forward with all his might, but his body trembled and blood flowed out of the golden crow's mouth. The situation was getting worse. "Damn it, you old fart. You must have done it on purpose. I don't care anymore. I'll risk it." The fat man cursed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the crowd, madly rushing toward the battlefield of Martial Emperor D and 9 Sons Supreme. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Ruan Tingting cried out in shock. Beside him, the others also looked at Fatty as if he was crazy. This Fatty actually dared to rush into the battlefield of Supreme Martial Artists and Martial Emperors. This was a blatant death wish. As long as he was hit by a wisp of chi, he would definitely end up in ashes. He was crazy. However, the Fatty's eyes revealed a fierce look as he muttered, "Old man, I know you don't want to get involved in this mess, but now your dearest only disciple is about to die. Let's see if you still want to care." Fatty growled and rushed towards the battlefield. In the surroundings, countless gazes were attracted by Fatty and fell on him. Everyone was thinking that this Fatty was crazy. The eyes of the Supreme Beings flashed, but they didn't stop him. This ant-like thing was courting death. Why did they have to stop him? Once he got close to the battlefield, he would die. As the Fatty neared the battlefield, a terrifying force, the aftermath of the battle, swept across the void. Wherever the force passed, the void collapsed, and a dark and ferocious spatial crack swept towards the Fatty. "Old fart, if you still don't come, this lord will die here." The fat man roared. Buzz! At this moment, the space behind the fat man cracked open, and a huge axe slashed out from the void. The space crack was destroyed by the axe. The axe did not stop and continued to slash toward Martial Emperor. Martial Emperor Di's face turned serious. He waved his palm, and a shocking sword radiance burst out, clashing with the huge axe. It was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart as an incomparably bright light shone out. The space crumbled continuously as an endless amount of energy entered the void. At the same time, the sword ray and the axe also cancelled each other out and disappeared. Heavens, this! Countless people were dumbfounded. Who was it? He could actually fight with martial emperor. Behind the fatty, a tall figure stepped out from the spatial crack. This was an old man with a messy white beard on his face. However, his body was extremely fat, and he was simply an old version of Kong Jin. He stood beside the fat man, exuding a terrifying and supreme aura. This aura was very similar to that of martial emperor. This was a martial emperor. Countless people's hearts twitched. Everything that happened today was beyond their imagination. In the beginning, it was the spiritual god masters who appeared. Then, the supremes appeared. In the end, even the 9 Sons Supreme and Martial Emperor appeared. Now, another sovereign way master had appeared. And all of this was because of Lu Ming. Because of this young man, these unrivaled figures appeared one after another. It made many people feel like they were dreaming. Old monster Emetian, this matter has nothing to do with you. You want to be my enemy? Martial Emperor Yi looked at the fat old man. Martial Emperor Yi's words shocked even more people. The demonic sky sovereign. This old man was actually the demonic sky sovereign. The demonic sky sovereign was an extremely famous and invincible master in the Eastern Barren territory. He was even more famous than Martial Emperor. He was a genuine martial emperor master. However, the Devil Sky Emperor did not like to establish his own forces. He preferred to live in seclusion, and his whereabouts were uncertain. Almost no one knew where he was. In the past thousands of years, the demonic Sky Emperor had disappeared without a trace. No one had ever seen him. There were rumors that the demonic Sky Emperor had probably reached the end of his lifespan and had already died. For thousands of years, countless people in the Eastern Barren territory had recognized this fact. He had never thought that after thousands of years, the Devil Sky Emperor would actually appear again and not die at all. The lifespan of a King's Realm cultivator was 1,000 years. At the Spirit Sea Realm, one's lifespan was 2,000 years, and at the Spirit Embryo Realm, one's lifespan was 3,000 years. At the Spiritual God Realm, one's lifespan could reach up to 5,000 years. However, once he broke through to the Martial Royal Realm, his lifespan would be greatly increased, reaching more than 10,000 years. However, the lifespan of a Martial Royal Realm martial artist was uncertain. The shorter ones could only live for 10,000 years, while the longer ones could even live for 20,000 years. The demonic Sky Sovereign was definitely more than 15,000 years old. That was why many people thought that he had died. Hi, you are an Emperor Path expert. Is it interesting to make things difficult for a few juniors? It's so embarrassing. The Devil Sky King chuckled. This is a matter of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It's not your place to worry about it. Please do as you wish. Martial Emperor Di said coldly. Woman. No, master, that Lu Ming is my brother. We have sworn to live and die together. No matter what, we have to save him today. Otherwise, you'll lose me, your disciple. The fatty cried out. I can't interfere with the matters of your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, that little fellow is my disciple's brother. If he dies, my disciple will die as well. I'm in a very difficult position. How about this? I don't care about your disciples and grand-disciples, but I want to take that little fellow away. Demonic Sky Old Freak pointed at Lu Ming and said, Demonic Sky Old Monster, it seems like you want to be my enemy? Martial Emperor Di's face darkened. His target was Lu Ming. How could he let Demonic Sky Old Monster take him away? So what if I'm your enemy? You're just a clone now, and your main body is far away overseas, right? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Demonic Sky Sovereign grinned and stepped forward. His aura exploded and a battle axe appeared in his hand. Escape from 9 dragons. You little guys, hurry up and go. Leave D to me. The demonic sky sovereign glanced at 9 Suns Supreme and the others, then swung his axe at Martial Emperor D. This axe could split the sky, as if it was going to split the entire 9 dragons in half. Many thanks, Senior. Fanatic, let's go. Supreme Master Jiuyang said as he and Yen Kuangtu rushed to the side. You guys, stop those 2 rascals. Martial Emperor D slashed out a shocking sword light to fight against the demonic sky sovereign. At the same time, he gave orders to the supreme beings of the 6 ancient families. Yes. The 6 great supremes responded and surrounded 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu. You 6 are courting death. Yen Kuangtu roared and launched a violent attack. However, 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu had been injured during the battle with Martial Emperor D, so their combat strength was not as strong as before. They were blocked by the 6 Supremes and could not rush out at all. Today, none of you shall think of leaving. The Wang family was furious. He was severely injured by Lu Ming and almost died. It was a great humiliation. He could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. How could he let Lu Ming leave in peace? His attacks were the most frenzied, and he attacked 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuangtu with no regard for his life. Oh really? Explode! 9 Suns Supreme Master suddenly snorted and controlled the Supreme Shrine to crash toward the Wang family master. During the collision, the Supreme Shrine emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. Not good. The Wang clan master's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. But it was too late. Boom! And NBSP, the Supreme God Hall exploded like a sun, and a terrifying energy swept out and drowned the Wang family head. The patriarch of the Wang family screamed as his body was sent flying thousands of miles away. His body was in tatters, and half of his body had exploded. He had almost died. Tragic, too tragic. Today, the Wang family's master was almost killed by Lu Ming. After recovering a little, he was almost killed by the Supreme Shrine's explosion. Charge! 9 Yang Supreme Master and Yen Kuangtu charged forward at top speed. The Supreme Shrine self-destructed and opened up a passage. The 2 of them brought Lu Ming and broke through the siege. Sila! Yen Kuangtu, who had transformed into the 3-legged golden crow, tore the space apart with his claws. He and the 9 Suns Supreme Master rushed into the space crack and disappeared. Chase, chase! Martial Emperor Yi was furious and roared. The other 5 Supreme Martial Artists tore through space and chased after Yen Kuangtu and the others. Countless people in 9 dragons were stunned. The Supreme Master of 9 Suns and Yen Kuangtu had fled with Lu Ming, but there were still 2 Imperial Path experts fighting in the sky. Today's battle was destined to shake the entire East Baron. Lu Ming's name was bound to attract the attention of everyone in the East Baron. 3 days later, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the west of 9 dragons. Another figure was constantly patting the former's body, sending true energy into the former's body. A moment later, the second figure stopped. The 2 figures were Lu Ming and Yen Kuangtu. Lu Ming sat cross-legged while Yen Kuangtu healed him. After nearly 3 days of traveling, they had finally shaken off the 5 family heads of the ancient families. Yen Kuangtu was there to treat Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a black bead flew out. Then, the remnant soul of the 9 Suns Supreme flew out from the bead. At this moment, the remnant soul of the 9 Suns Supreme Master was extremely weak, as if it would dissipate at any moment. How is Lu Ming? The Supreme Martial Artist of the 9 Suns asked. Master, Lu Ming's injuries are very serious. However, after I treated his injuries, he's much better. He should be waking up soon. Yen Kuangtu said. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Lu Ming opened his eyes. The environment in front of him stunned him. Wasn't he in Nine Dragons? Nine Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu were fighting with Martial Emperor De, but it was calm here. There were no signs of a battle. Then he saw Yen Kuangtu and the Nine Sons Supreme. Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yen. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Nine Sons Cosmos and Yen Kuangtu. This battle had started because of him, but it had also implicated Nine Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu. If something had happened to Nine Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu, he would not have been at ease. However, seeing that both of them were here, he could finally put down the stone in his heart. Lu Ming, how are you feeling? You've been unconscious for 3 days. Supreme Nine Sons said. You've been unconscious for 3 days? I'm already feeling much better. Lu Ming was shocked. Senior Jiuyang, what is this place? Could it be that he's no longer in Nine Dragons? Lu Ming asked. He was very curious. At that time, Martial Emperor De had attacked, so it would have been difficult for Nine Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu to escape. Perhaps something else had happened after he fell unconscious. Yes, this place is not in Nine Dragons. It's extremely far away from Nine Dragons. We're almost out of the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. That's right. Yen Kuangtu nodded. This time, it's all thanks to the help of the demonic Sky Emperor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape from D. The demonic Sky Sovereign is the legendary Sovereign Path expert? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. He did not understand why the demonic Sky King would help him. Could it be that he was a helper invited by the Nine Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu? That's right. It's that senior. His disciple seems to be your brother. That's why the Devil Sky Emperor came to your rescue. Supreme Martial Artist Nine Sons explained. My brother? Lu Ming was even more surprised. Buzz. At this moment, the space in the skies suddenly split open. Lu Ming was shocked. It should be Senior Emotion. Yen Kuangtu said. It was obvious that they had already contacted each other. Sure enough, a few figures stepped out of the spatial crack. One of the elders was the demonic Sky Sovereign. Beside him were 2 young men, a man and a woman. Fatty Ting Ting. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the 2 young people. The 2 young men were Fatty and Ruan Ting Ting. Lu Ming, are you all right? The fatty grinned and flew toward Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. He finally knew who his brother was. It had to be Fatty. He had never thought that Fatty's master would be the legendary Devil Sky Sovereign. Junior pays his respects to Senior Emotion. This time, I thank Senior Emotion for helping me. Yen Kuangtu, the Supreme Master of the Nine Sons, stepped forward and saluted the Devil Sky Emperor to express his gratitude. I'm Lu Ming. Thank you for your help, Senior Emotion. Lu Ming also went forward to bow. You don't have to be so polite. If it weren't for my unfilial disciple, I wouldn't have bothered to attack. I've offended De for no reason. The Devil Sky King said as he curled his lips. Old man, are you afraid of Martial Emperor De? He asked. The fatty pouted and looked at the Devil Sky King. Nine Sons Supreme, Yen Kuangtu, Lu Ming, and Ruan Tingting's eyes twitched, and they almost bit their tongues. Old man who won't die. The fatty actually called the Devil Sky Emperor that? Chapter 854. See you at the Battle of Providence. The Devil Sky Sovereign was furious. He blew at his beard and glared, scolding, Little brat, what did you say? Would I be afraid of D? When this old man was roaming the world, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Little brat, I'm telling you, I'm afraid of getting into trouble, you know? However, Fatty still pursed his lips and looked at him with suspicion. The demonic Sky Sovereign's aura weakened as he said, Little brat, what do you know? I'm telling you that kid is really talented and his cultivation is extremely profound. This time, it's fortunate that it's only his avatar. His real body should be practicing overseas. Otherwise, even I might not be able to stop him. Nine Sons Supreme and Yen Kuangtu nodded. They knew very well how powerful Martial Emperor Di was. If he wasn't strong, how could he have built the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the East Baron and be able to compete with the Sky Demon Valley? One must know that the Heavenly Corpse sect didn't even exist before the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. At that time, there was the Talisman sect and other overlord forces. Only when all the human forces joined forces could they contend with the Heavenly Demon Valley. But now, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace alone could compete with the Sky Demon Valley, which showed how strong Di was. After this battle, Di Yi's real body will definitely return from the ocean. However, what can help the number one's cultivation must be very far away from the divine wilderness continent. It is impossible to return in a short time. But when he returns, he will definitely try his best to find you. What are your plans next? The Devil Sky Sovereign asked. Senior, we're planning to head to the Talisman Amulet sect next and let Lu Ming prepare for the War of Providence. Supreme Nine Sons said. Well, the Talisman sect's Mount Liangyi can't be broken even if Di Yi's original body comes. It's a good place. The Devil Sky Sovereign nodded. Senior Jiang, are we going to the Talisman Amulet sect next? Then my parents. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He thought of Lu Yuntian and the rest. The Lu clan was within the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Little guy, this little brat has told me about your situation. I live in the east of the East Baron, not far from your hometown. I will take care of your parents. Also, although Martial Emperor Di Yi's behavior is somewhat improper, he is still a martial emperor. He would not touch your family because of you. Otherwise, if word gets out that he, a sovereign path expert, can't deal with a junior in the spiritual ocean realm and uses his family to threaten him, then Di Yi really can't live in the East Continent anymore. He will lose his dignity. The Devil Sky Sovereign said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly saluted the Devil Sky King and said, Lu Ming thanks Senior again. Little guy, you don't have to be so polite. Since you have offended Di, it's okay to help you with this little favor. It's also for the sake of this little brat. The Devil Sky Sovereign waved his hand. In fact, he had another plan in mind. Lu Ming was not to be underestimated. He dared to attack an emperor. His determination and courage shocked him. For an ordinary person, it would be good enough if they could stand still in the face of an Imperial Dao expert, let alone make a move. Under that kind of heaven-like aura, they would not be able to raise the slightest bit of fighting spirit. They would be defeated before they even fought. However, Lu Ming, who was in the Spirit Sea realm, was able to go against the flow. It was rare. If Lu Ming could surpass Di in the future, his future would be limitless. On the other hand, he did not have much time left. If he could use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Lu Ming, Kong Jin would be able to use Lu Ming's strength to go further in the future. He was making plans for Kong Jin. The demonic Sky Sovereign then looked at Nine Sons Supreme and asked, Actually, I'm very curious. Why did Di want to kill you back then? Why is he so determined to capture Lu Ming now? On the side, Yen Kuangtu, Fatty, and Wan Tingting also looked at the Nine Sons Supreme martial artist curiously. It was like this back then. The Nine Sons Supreme martial artist explained the entire situation. Damn it, he is so despicable. I have fought for him for so many years. Yen Kuangtu growled, his anger soaring. I really didn't expect that Di would be so despicable and unscrupulous. It seems that Di is a man of great ambition. The Devil Sky Emperor muttered. Indeed. According to my speculation, Di's plan is not as simple as the East Continent. Supreme Nine Sons said. Well, I'm leaving too. I'm old. In the end, I still have to rely on you to deal with Di. The demonic Sky Sovereign nodded and said. Lu Ming, I'll look for you at the Talisman Amulet sect half a year later. We'll participate in the Battle of Providence together. I won't fight for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Fatty said. Lu Ming, I'll take my leave too. Ruan Tingting walked over and said, "Alright, take care. We'll meet in the Battle of Providence." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "Let's go, little brat. This time, when you go back, you'd better cultivate properly. This time, you'll know what it means that there's always someone better than you." The demonic Sky King cursed. He waved his hand and swept up Fatty and Ruan Tingting. He tore open the space and stepped in. Then the space returned to normal, and the few of them disappeared. "Lu Ming, these are the things you left in the Supreme Shrine. Take them. The Supreme Shrine has been destroyed." A storage ring appeared in the hands of the Nine Sons Supreme, and he handed it to Lu Ming. "Senior Jiuyang, are you all right?" Lu Ming took it and looked at the weak remnant soul of the Nine Sons Supreme. Lu Ming felt terrible. Originally, the soul power of the Nine Sons Supreme had already recovered a lot. However, this time, it became even weaker than before. This time, it was all because of him. "Lu Ming, don't worry. I'm fine. You don't have to blame yourself. This battle is a good thing for us." The Nine Sons Cosmos Supremacy seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. "Something good?" Lu Ming was stunned. "That's right. When you used your bloodline, the Supreme of the ancient family arrived immediately. This means that D had already discovered the appearance of the Nine Dragons bloodline in Nine Dragons, so he sent people to keep an eye on it. I have underestimated D. In that case, it will be even more dangerous for you. You don't know when D will find out. If he secretly takes action, we won't even have a chance to fight back. After this battle, the first benefit is clear. We don't have to worry about DE secretly taking action. Also, after this battle, Fanatic will come with us. With his help, my soul power will recover faster. Next, Fanatic will be of great help to you in controlling the Talisman Amulet sect. In addition, we can also befriend the Demonic Sky Sovereign. If the Demonic Sky Sovereign can help us at a critical moment, it will be a great help to us. These are all benefits." Supreme Martial Artist Nine Sons explained. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, with Yen Kuangtu's help, he would be more confident in his trip to the Talisman Amulet sect. "I have this soul gathering pearl. It can slowly recover my soul power. What we need to do now is to recuperate first before going to the Talisman Amulet sect. Once you've settled down there, Fanatic will take me to find a treasure to recover my soul power." With that, the Supreme of Nine Sons flew into the Black Bead and re-entered Lu Ming's glabella. Talisman Sect, Mount Liang. "Lu Ming, let's go. Let's leave this place and find a place to recuperate," Yen Kuangtu said. He swept Lu Ming with his vital essence and tore the space apart. The two of them disappeared. A day later, they had completely left the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and entered the territory of the Talisman Amulet sect. The territory that the Talisman Amulet sect currently occupied was much smaller than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, it still had over 30 large regions and was extremely vast. In the middle of the vast mountains, there was a small lake that was like a bright pearl. Lu Ming sat cross-legged by the lake and circulated the true War Dragon technique to begin healing. On a mountain peak a few miles away, Yen Kuangtu was also sitting cross-legged, healing his injuries. Yen Kuangtu had also been injured in the battle with Martial Emperor D. Nine Dragons was not peaceful at all. Although the war was over, the disturbance caused by it was spreading far and wide. Countless people were talking about this matter. Lu Ming, Yen Kuangtu, the Supreme Master of the Nine Sons, was being discussed by countless people. The heads of the 9 dragon veins were each guarded by a divine 9-dragon cauldron. After the great battle, the 9 divine cauldrons returned to their old places. They were like the ancient divine mountains, never moving. Countless people went to the heads of the 9 dragon veins to observe. There were even countless people who came forward, hoping to learn from Lu Ming and pull out the cauldron. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. How could they touch a divine cauldron that an Imperial Path expert could not touch? But why is Lu Ming able to pull out the cauldron and even summon the 9 cauldrons while the others can't? What secret does he have? Perhaps he has obtained the recognition of the divine nine-dragon cauldron? Recognition? There's a condition to this. I heard that it has something to do with Lu Ming's bloodline. It's said that His Majesty the Martial Emperor made a move for this bloodline. Now that Lu Ming is still alive, do you think he will return one day and summon the 9 cauldrons? Shush, lower your voice, do you want to die? Countless people were discussing, but they were all very careful when it came to sensitive topics. Despite the wind and rain, the 9 cauldrons did not move, as if they were waiting for their master. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At the lakeside, Lu Ming's body glowed faintly. A tsunami-like sound came from his body. After a while, the sound died down and Lu Ming opened his eyes. I've fully recovered from my injuries. It's a pity that the 9-dragon bloodline exploded its golden chakra and I've returned to the 9th level of the King realm. However, this doesn't matter. As long as I have enough blood essence, I can quickly advance to the level of a god. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Strength, my strength is still too weak. I'm far from those experts. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. After this battle, Lu Ming clearly saw the gap between him and the top master of the East Baron. In front of De and Martial Emperor, he was like an ant. There was no way to compare. There were also supreme beings and spiritual god realm experts. Each and every one of them was terrifyingly powerful and much more powerful than him. His strength was too weak. If he was weak, he would be in a passive position. Strength. Everything was because of strength. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Little Qing, wait for me in the central continent. I will definitely go there and take you away. That day will not be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. This time, he understood that he had been too impulsive. But who had not been impulsive when they were young? Moreover, he had to see the person he loved go to a place she was unwilling to go to and suffer. How could he be indifferent? The key was that he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he would be able to break through all obstacles. Who could stop him? This was the second time in his life that Lu Ming had such a strong desire for strength. The first time was when Lu Yao stripped him of his bloodline and wanted to take away the Lu family. At that time, Lu Ming was extremely eager for strength. With strength, he would be able to defeat Lu Yao and regain control of the Lu family, control his own fate, and prevent Li Ping from being bullied. But now, he desired strength. With strength, he could take Xian Yanqing away, fight against Martial Emperor Di and protect his family and friends. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. I wonder where that fellow Dandan has run off to. At this moment, Lu Ming thought of Dandan. Previously, during the battle in 9 Dragons, Dandan had run away and no one knew where she went. That guy is very cunning. He should be fine. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, how are your injuries? He asked. Yan Kuangtu appeared beside Lu Ming and asked. I've already recovered. Lu Ming stood up and said. Okay, let's go to the Talisman Sect's Yin and Yang Mountain. I'm an old friend of the Talisman Sect's leader. I've already informed him. Yan Kuangtu said. I'll have to trouble Big Brother Yan. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Why are you being so polite with me? Speaking of which, the two of us can be considered as fellow disciples. It's just that Shizhuan didn't accept you as a disciple. Yan Kuangtu laughed. Immediately, Yan Kuangtu tore open the space and rushed towards the Yin and Yang mountain with Lu Ming. Half a day later, a huge mountain range appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Although they were miles apart, Lu Ming could still feel the magnificence of the Yin and Yang mountain as he stood high in the sky. Mount Liangyi was the headquarters of the Talisman sect. It was made up of 2 huge mountain ranges. These 2 mountain ranges were like 2 Yin and Yang fish intertwining with each other, forming the shape of the Yin and Yang of Tai Chi. Even though they were separated by a vast distance, Lu Ming could still feel a vast pressure emanating from it. It pressed down on his heart and his sea of consciousness, causing his mental energy fire to throb. Two mountain ranges forming a natural array, with the help of the inscription array, is this the Mount Liangyi, which is said to be unbreakable by martial emperors. As expected, it's the creation of heaven and earth. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He felt that there were terrifying killing formations around the Yin and Yang mountain. Once a strong enemy approached, they would definitely kill. This was the headquarters of the Talisman Amulet sect. After countless years, it had been engraved with a terrifying killing array. This was also the Talisman Amulet sect's reliance. Although there was no emperor in the Talisman Amulet sect now, it was still one of the four overlord forces. Even DE and martial emperors could not do anything about it. Buzz! At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly fluctuated. Then, the space cracked open and a figure stepped out. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He was wearing a taiji robe and had a sage-like look. His eyes were filled with wisdom. The moment he appeared, he swept his gaze across Yan Kuangtu and Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu, you've really caused a big commotion. The battle in Nine Dragons has shaken the entire Eastern Barren territory. I'm afraid that some of the bigger forces have already heard about it. Bai Shijin, are you making fun of me? Yan Kuangtu took a sip of his wine and said casually. He then introduced Lu Ming. This person is called Bai Shijin, the Talisman sect master of the Talisman sect. He can be considered an old acquaintance of mine. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So this person was the Talisman sect master. Right now, the Talisman sect was divided into two factions, the Talisman faction and the Puppet faction. The two factions were not willing to submit to each other and had endless disputes. You must be Lu Ming? I heard that you were the one who started the Battle of Nine Dragons. I'm very curious. What is it that could make DE take action personally? Bai Shijin looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of curiosity. The higher-ups of the Talisman sect. Bai Shijin, we'll talk about this later. Let's talk about serious business first. Yan Kuangtu said. Serious business? Yan Kuangtu, don't tell me you two really want to join my Talisman Amulet sect? Speaking of which, I think the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect are better choices. With the power of the Heavenly Corpse sect or the Sky Demon Valley, we can better fight against the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and D, right? Bai Shijin said as he stroked his beard. Bai Shijin, you're wrong. I'm not here to seek refuge with the Talisman Amulet sect. I'm here to help Lu Ming take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect. Yan Kuangtu was very direct and went straight to the point. What did you just say? Bai Shijin's body suddenly exploded with a powerful aura. His eyes turned cold as he stared at Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu, this joke is not funny at all. It's not funny, but it's not a joke. I'll tell you directly. Lu Ming is the inheritor of Senior Lian Song. Yan Kuangtu said. What did you just say? This time, Bai Shijin almost screamed. He could not control his emotions at all. His eyes were wide open and he looked at Lu Ming in shock. The inheritor of Grandmaster Liao Song? You've seen Grandmaster Liao Song? Grandmaster has been missing for 3,000 years. Where did you see him? Don't try to lie to me. A bunch of questions popped up in Bai Shijin's mouth. Senior White, whether it's true or not, you'll know after looking at this. Lu Ming took a step forward and with a wave of his hand, the all-array diagram appeared in his hand. He opened the all-array diagram and a powerful aura filled the air. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas carved on it. There were countless wonderful patterns and it was extremely mysterious. Bai Shijin's pupils contracted sharply. His eyes were fixed on the myriad array diagram in Lu Ming's hands as he muttered to himself, "It's the all-formation illustration, it's really the all-formation illustration. What's wrong with Grandmaster Lian Song? Why have you disappeared for 3,000 years and still haven't returned?" Master Lian Song, I'm afraid you don't have much time left, Lu Ming sighed. What's going on? What's going on? Bai Shijin stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through him. Bai Shijin, you still don't believe me when I have the million formation illustration in my hands? Yan Kuangtu said coldly. The all-formation illustration is Grandmaster Lien Song's divine weapon. It is also the token of the talisman sect's leader. If not for Grandmaster Lien Song's direct teachings, you would never be able to get it, not even the Emperor. Where is Grandmaster Lien Song now? I want to know. Bai Shijin said. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told him what happened when he met Lien Song. What? The patriarch was secretly killed by Di? Damn it, despicable and shameless Di. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, Bai Shijin roared in anger. He really did not expect that Lien Song would be harmed by Di. Then, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace slowly encroached on the Talisman Amulet Sect's territory, causing the Talisman Amulet Sect to become weaker and weaker. Bai Shijin, you already know the whole story. Lu Ming is the inheritor of Senior Lien Song. He was entrusted by Senior Lien Song to take charge of the Talisman Amulet Sect. Are you going to disobey the Patriarch's order? Yan Kuangtu stared at Bai Shijin and said in a deep voice. Bai Shijin's face darkened, as if he was considering something. After a while, he said, Back then, I was greatly indebted to the Grandmaster. Without him, I would not be where I am today. I can never hope for the Grandmaster's kindness and will never go against his orders. However, I can't make the decision in the Talisman Amulet Sect. There are still elders in the Talisman Sect. Moreover, there are also people from the Puppet Sect. They might not agree to it. It's extremely difficult for Lu Ming to take over the Talisman Amulet Sect. You mean they won't respect Lien Song's life? Yan Kuangtu said coldly. If Grandmaster Liao Tsong was here, they would not dare to do so. But now, Lu Ming is just a junior. I'm afraid it's very difficult for him to do so with just 1 million array illustration. Bai Shijin sighed. Senior White, how would you know if you don't try? Lu Ming smiled. All right, follow me into the Talisman Amulet Sect. I will gather the elders of both sects and make a decision together. Bai Shijin thought for a moment and said, All right, let's do that. Yan Kuangtu nodded. Let's go. Bai Shijin tore open the space and the two of them followed him into it. If he followed Bai Shijin, he would naturally not be attacked by the formation. Otherwise, even if he were to tear space apart, he would still be attacked by the formation. The next moment, the space trembled. Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, and Bai Shijin appeared in a courtyard. Yan Kuangtu, Lu Ming, the two of you stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll gather the higher-ups and elders of both sects to discuss and make a decision. Then, the two of you will go together. Bai Shijin said. Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu nodded, and Bai Shijin left. Big brother Yan, if we enter the Talisman Amulet Sect like this, can we trust Bai Shijin? Lu Ming asked Yan Kuangtu. If Bai Shijin harbored ill intentions, it would be very dangerous for them to enter this place. Lu Ming, don't worry about that. Bai Shijin is an old friend of my master. We have known each other for many years. He is a very loyal person. He was taught by Senior Lien Song. He is said to be a grand disciple, but he is actually no different from a disciple. He is very loyal to Senior Lien Song. Yan Kuangtu said. If that's the case, then that's good. Lu Ming said. Thus, they settled down here. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Lien Song sent someone to bring them to the meeting hall. In a huge hall, more than a dozen figures were sitting. There were men and women, middle-aged and white-haired elders. At the very top, on the left sat Bai Shijin, and on the right sat a white-haired old man with the air of a sage. This old man was the current head of the puppet sect, Du Songjue. The dozen or so people in the hall were the highest-ranking doyens in the Talisman sect. Some of them were equivalent to supreme-level doyens, while the weakest of them was equivalent to a peak 9th-level spiritual god realm existence. They were the group of people with the highest status in the Talisman sect. Bai Shijin, You gathered all of us together and said that you have something important to discuss. What is it? Can you tell me now? A burly middle-aged man on the right said. This man was an elder of the puppet sect, Meng Chong. He was extremely powerful, equivalent to a supreme being. As of now, the Talisman Amulet sect only had a total of 5 supreme being experts. One could only imagine how powerful this person was in the Talisman Amulet sect. Not everyone is here yet. I'll tell you when everyone is here. Bai Shijin said. Not yet. The higher-ups of our 2 sects are all here. Who are we waiting for? Meng Chong said. He's waiting for us. A rough voice came from outside the hall. Then 2 figures walked in. Yen Kuang-tu, is that you? As soon as Meng Chong saw Yen Kuang-tu, he stood up. Essilivir light shone between his brows, but there were traces of faint golden light mixed in the Essilivir light. A powerful aura spread out. The faint golden light indicated that the mental fire was about to turn golden. A golden mental fire was equivalent to a level 9 alchemist, which was equivalent to an emperor. Silavira with gold, equivalent to a half-step emperor, a supreme being. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.